right. Good morning, everybody. Oh, I love it. Love the energy. We have good coffee, that's true. All right, before we start, just one minor thing about the day. You saw that we have a signing ceremony in the afternoon. That we have in the morning, because the ambassador is coming a bit earlier and Oliver also needs to leave. So we have this little time window between 11 and 12. For those who are presenting, that means there will be some little break between your presentations, but you still have all the time and everything. I'm in the session, so I will move me before and or kick me out completely, depending how the time is. That's the beauty of being the host, that you can throw yourself under the table or the bus. So no worries about you. You will have your time to present. Nothing changes. And that's where we start with Thomas.
I hope everyone's doing well this morning. I'm going to kind of present on a general concept and idea I'd like to see maybe a research direction go for the general esport community. So we're trying to combine Fitspiration with esports, at the same time look at the idea of just how unhealthy we are as a general population. So I'll take you through the overview of that, sedentary time, obesity trends, then we'll get into the sedentary time associated with esports. We'll connect that to the idea of Fitspiration. If you're not familiar with that, we'll certainly define that. And then finally, we'll kind of bring the idea of gamer advocacy for just general health, in addition to just esports. So if we look at the global obesity trends, there's been some research examining this and actually looking at this idea up here. About 880 million adults are estimated to currently live with obesity. About 159 million adolescents, kids, basically under 18, which is always alarming when you see that number increase, because eventually they're going to become adults and they have these bad habits and they might pass these on to the next generation. But what's interesting about their data from the NCD is actually when the World Obesity Group looked at it, they actually assumed that they were greatly underestimating the numbers. So they actually estimated closer to 3 billion. In terms of overweight and obese. There's actually research that's come out in the States recently that's combined girth measurements with BMI and have substantially increased the percentage, at least for the US population, of being overweight, obese, being unhealthy. So that is a little bit alarming that it is a much bigger risk than I think we actually give credit to. We talked about gambling yesterday with a great keynote. We're all gambling with our health if we're not physically active in some way. So if we continue on and we look at the kids, which is really where my concern lies, we can actually look at this graph here on the right. On that x-axis, we have females and boys, and then we have the 1975 numbers in terms of the percentage rate in blue, and then in red, we have the 2022 numbers. And we see a pretty drastic increase, right? A little bit concerning in terms of how much it's actually been increased. Now, this is obviously concerning for health, for future generations, but even there's adverse outcomes looking at future economic status for individuals that had childhood obesity and then they enter the workforce, so they actually have lower wages, workplace discrimination. So this is a big concern for us. Now, if we look at the U.S., and we certainly live up to our stigma, as you can look at this data, and it's a very convoluted graph, but you can see the total, and then you can see males, females on the bottom. We'll focus on the dark blue, and they actually are color-coded up at the top. The dark blue is 20 and older, and we see a rate of over 40%, right? So that's 2 out of 5 individuals are considered obese in the U.S., unfortunately. And we can actually see that number cheat up towards 46% when we look at 40 and older, 40 to 59. So a lot of this can be linked to sedentary behavior. I think we're all guilty of that. Certainly maybe after a long travel day, we're very sedentary. We think travel time, what our activities are afterwards. Now, if we look at sedentary time in relation to the U.S., again, we live up to the stigma, and we can look at the worldwide numbers. I think Norway is very active in general. I would say if you look at the Netherlands, very active, right? But what we see is we can actually break this graph down On the colors, we can actually look at leisure time. We could look at household chores, which maybe they just started their Roomba vacuum, robot vacuum, in their household chores. But the average amount of time is about 9.5 to 10 hours a day. Right? And then you add sleeping into that factor. I mean, where's time to be active? You think about work. And so there's a lot of factors there. And sedentary time is linked to a lot of negative health outcomes. Now, if we look at specific regions, unfortunately, I'm from that region that has 60% of excessive sedentary time. That's where I currently live. Now, I grew up on the West Coast in California, a little bit lower numbers, but we can see the average sedentary time across the whole states. We're very guilty of excessive sedentary time. Now, what are some of these issues when we look at obesity, sedentary time? Obviously, there can be mental health issues. We think about depression, anxiety are often associated with these. Joint problems could be osteoarthritis, maybe they have previous injuries, and that's their excuse to be sedentary. We can think about respiratory conditions, especially if someone has like sleep apnea. Being overweight or obese puts you at risk for that, to actually collapse the airway while you're sleeping. It wakes you up. If you have sleep disturbances, it impacts your stress levels, like your cortisol will spike. And then finally, just all-cause mortality is strongly linked to physical activity. So how do we connect this to gaming? Obviously, gaming is a sedentary activity. We could think about Wii Sports back in the day, but I don't think that really took off like it should. But if we look at Donahue's group, they looked at college esport players, and they saw a range about 5.5 to 10 hours in terms of preparing for a competition that they're practicing, which is additional sedentary time to go into class, everything else. We look at semi-pro, kind of amateur versus pros in some papers. We'll actually see, I guess that just does an arrow. Garcia's group actually saw an increase even higher. So the higher up they go, the more sedentary time. But that is kind of a unique group, right? Professionals, semi-professionals, compared to just the average individuals. But over 30 hours a week of practice, right? That's like doing a desk job. With all the research in corporate wellness, even if you get your 150 minutes of moderate intensity exercise per week, if you're sedentary at work for 40 hours, it may not be enough. You'll still see these negative outcomes. If we look at now professional levels versus kind of semi-professionals, the groups, in terms of how many hours they're playing for practice, is pretty close initially, right? And this group actually looked over 52 weeks. And by the time we get towards that 52nd week, we actually start to see a few hundred hours difference, right? So they're accumulating extra sedentary time, which is a huge problem. Now, what about just average individuals, right? So this is from 6, 7 years ago, but they're estimating the amount of hours the average just gamer plays, right? Because not all of us are going to be professionals, unfortunately, right? Or fortunately. So the 1% is certainly important, but what about the 99%? And we can see the average, right? US about 7, Germany even above, but the global average they're estimating from this research report is just over 7 hours of additional sedentary time, not including Netflix or Hulu or Amazon Prime, whatever you're streaming. So we can see there's a problem with the general population there. So what are the health issues we see in esports? Right, are they similar to the general population? Oh, bless you. All right, so pain and eye strain, right? Vision problems, maybe they need a break. We see sleep issues, whether it's maybe staying up late, maybe it's tied to being overweight or obese as well. Low fitness status, right? We worry about that. Reduction in physical activity increases our all-cause mortality rate. If we look at just mental strain, this could be just general cognitive abilities in terms of the function of just, I've been focusing on the screen for 12 hours, I can't focus on my schoolwork. Could also be anxiety, depression from competition, things like that, or even isolation, not getting their social needs met. But one neat thing that got me involved in research in esports initially was the idea of, well, could exercise be a way to improve performance? And so a paper that recently came out, Teng's group, actually used high-intensity interval training, so kind of Tabata style. I think that's more common in Europe. And they actually looked at things like tracking percentage we see on the left part of the graph on the x-axis pre-post, and then we see average accuracy in terms of their aim training with this 6-week intervention, which is an awesome thing to see. They improved with physical activity. So we know it works, but lifestyle change is hard, right? What's really neat too is they saw their VO2 max improve, and what you actually see now, a lot of doctors, medical doctors, are getting into the idea of VO2 max and long-term health outcomes, especially as we get older, which anyone in exercise science field knows that's been a big deal for a while. But it's nice to see the medical community. But it does improve their performance. But that's a hard sell, right? If you've never done Tabata. So how do we finally try to connect all these ideas, right? Because we're all from different backgrounds. So what we see is sedentary time across the globe is up, right? Obesity trends are up. We know esports popularity is up. We watched some business talks yesterday. The global market's just going through the roof. The amount of players through the roof. So this is a population where maybe we can make an impact, right? Have an opportunity for change. So we'll get to this idea of fitspiration, right? What is fitspiration? It's kind of this social media trend. It's really an excuse for people to take selfies of themselves, right? To prove they were in the gym that day so their spouse doesn't yell at them after the doctor got on them about it. It really largely influences younger adults, which is tied to the social media community. So it should be motivational content, right? They can do it, I can do it. Should have this idea. So it would be something maybe like this where it's fairly tame, they're posting their workouts, things like that. But we'll kind of get to the reality of it and some opportunities in it. So what are the actual effects of fitspiration? What are the effects? Well, so there's a nice systematic review that came out and actually looked at this idea. What impact does fitspiration have in young adults? Does it improve their general well-being? If they can do it, I can do it. It should be beneficial, right? We're putting health information out there. That's not a bad thing. Well, maybe not. So what they saw from the systematic review is actually that these younger populations exposed to this content, especially females, had negative body images associated with it, right? It made them feel worse. They would see these images and feel bad about themselves, which isn't necessarily their goal. Hopefully people aren't posting things to make people feel bad all the time about themselves. So a few years ago, I had an honors student that was part of the Greek life, the sorority community at Ole Miss, and she wanted to examine this idea of body image and how does it make you feel. Now, we looked at several different things, but some specific questions I'll point out, and I took a little segment of it, is does fitspiration influence body image? And the interesting part there is makes me feel worse about myself. So her sample is just over 350 for her undergrad honors project, but over half, it made them feel worse, which is not the goal of it. The other interesting aspect is did they actually look at the qualifications of these fitspirators? Now, I'm good. I don't need to check it out. I'll just trust them. I mean, the internet would never lie, right? Of course not. But this is the reality of fitspiration. It's people shirtless, half naked, posting photos of themselves, and we don't know if they're on any kind of PEDs. We don't know what kind of diet or anything else. And so, yeah, that's not really reality, right? That might be the 1%. So this group was actually part of the FaZe clan, this photo from a few years ago. That's awesome. They're professional gamers, and they look like they could give Arnold the run for his money in his prime. But I don't think that's reality for 90-something% of us. Again, we don't know what they're on. So it can feel unrealistic. Do we actually trust social media and filters? So here's an example, though, of a gamer, Cypher PK, who'd actually chat with his followers while doing some cardio. He's got his shirt on. I think that's a good step, right? So this could be an avenue, right? It doesn't have to be always getting in the gym, moving weight. It could be going for a walk, taking the farther. So small steps. After you eat, go for a walk. Today at the conference, and so we could all go for a walk. But why does this matter? Well, gaming's global, and why should these professional gamers actually have these accessible physical activity programs? Well, these small changes could be a big impact, right? If you reduce childhood obesity, if they're following streamers that get up and go for walks, maybe they do that, they develop the habits. If we go from 9% for boys, adolescents, down to 8%, 7%, we're talking millions and millions of people. And then the downstream, as they get older, certainly can then impact their kids and their generation. So reduce sedentary time, better habits at younger ages, this transitions to the next generation, and ultimately improved health across the lifespan. So why does that matter? Well, physical activity, all-cause mortality, huge relationship between that. If we're physically active, it reduces our risk of all-cause mortality. If we can do that for each generation, how do we connect that, though, towards the business people in the room? Dramatic pause, right? Estimating the global impact. Now, I'm not a business major by any means. I'm on the physiology side. But this paper I did find very interesting in terms of the reduction in potential costs. And what those authors concluded by 2050, right, so about 25 years from now, 8.6 trillion, right, to the global economy could be impacted if we can actually improve our health. I mean, that's a huge number. And obviously, we pay a lot in the US for healthcare, unfortunately. So to kind of conclude everything up, we know the sedentary rate is rising, obesity is rising, but gamers have the impact to actually influence the next generation for health. And this could be streamers that are just entertaining. They don't have to be professionals. They could be a streamer. It could be grassroots programs in Norway where instead of demanding the physical training, it's just go, hey, class, we're taking a walking break, and just enforce these early habits to develop them to change future generations. So that is one area I'd like to explore with research and see the impact of positive fitness influencers, right? Not the ones that make us feel bad about ourselves. And so with that, I'll take any questions, comments, donations, PIN numbers. It's expensive to get here.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. But we start with questions.
Questions. Hi, there's a really good presentation and really interesting, and it's very nice, but I feel always when we talk about obesity and the trends, we are missing small purple elephant that sits in the corner, which is nicotine cigarette smoking. Because we know, I don't have all the numbers here because I only have from 1991, but we know that smoking cigarettes has been a real downfall. And we know two things. We know that smoking suppresses appetite, and we also know that it's something to fiddle with. It's something to do. And when my mother was young, her mother told her when she was moving to the US, she had one big thing: don't start eating, rather take a cigarette. Because her mother was so afraid that moving to the US she would be fat. That was so, in my family, that was, don't look at me because I'm the opposite, but my sister is there, she's almost anorexic, and you know, so we do have one thing that we never talk about, and that's the cigarette smoking decrease. Yeah. So do you know anything about if that has an effect? And also looking at Asia, I think things look quite different with the gamers. So yeah.
Yeah,
just a question.
Yeah.
And I don't have the answer because I'm not in that field.
I don't know the smoking rates of gamers. If I'm going to be honest, I'm guessing the younger generation, they've kind of continued that downward trend. Oh, people in general, yeah. In terms of smoking, it increases their health risks. Yeah, yeah. I would, at least in the U, and I can only speak to the U.S., and I'm not sure the global impact of GLP-1s. I taught a section on that in my class a few weeks ago about them, and some of the dual agonists, triple agonists coming out, the GLP-1s, and people are microdosing them in the U.S. When you say microdose, they're not doing the full dose, right? And they're seeing benefits in chronic kidney disease, cardiovascular disease, but those are associated with reduction in appetite, slowing in gastric emptying, and so that's seen a larger effect in reducing the rates. What that does long term, if it balances that out, I have no idea. That's a good thought, though. I think cigarette smoking is not as common in the U.S. I would say I see more people with nicotine patches, pouches they put in their mouth, but I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Because if you look at trends,
yeah.
They are opposite. Gaming and cigarette smoking and obesity. Obesity has risen.
Yeah.
Smoking has gone.
I'd lean a lot of the obesity towards just digitalization. Yeah, I'm not a public health person. I collaborate with them, but you look at the effects of the COVID pandemic and remote work, right? The increased volume. Now, some jobs are bringing people back to the office for the collaboration, the socialization, but it's still, that's increased a lot of the sedentary time. And I think the temptation is if you used to go for a walk at lunch, or maybe you went to a gym after, well, if you're at home, the temptation to not even get in the car or catch a bus to go do it, well, it's a, it's a little rainy out today. I don't think I'm going to make it.
I was just curious on whether the statistics at the start about obesity were based on BMI or...
Yeah, BMI.
Okay.
Yeah, which has its issues, right?
Yeah.
It serves a purpose in that it's quick and easy. The paper I mentioned that came out in the States where they're actually adding girth measures like waist to hip ratio or just waist. They're combining that with BMI, and they're seeing the overweight obesity numbers go up to about 60% in the States at least. Because again, it doesn't account for, I mean, technically I'm overweight. Yeah. Right. But I mean, it serves a purpose for like health fairs and, community outreach. But it's not the best. Right.
Hi. We're also seeing like a lot of data where physical exercise does improve ability, such as hit scan gameplay, hand-eye coordination, all that kind of stuff. And we teach this and go through this in my course here at the university as well. But the argument that always seems to be a pushback from some students, which is quite interesting, is that the gains being displayed are quite small, so they're beneficial, but would I not gain more if I just spent more time practicing? And then there's the trade-off of like, well, how do we get this message across? Which is the best value of time? Is it going to the gym to get some small gains, or is it spending those hours playing the game and potentially gaining more gains?
Yeah, especially if an update came out, there's new maps, there's new weapons.
Exactly.
I understand, you just grind for 20 hours to get a slight advantage maybe against the competition.
Yeah, and then we have quite an interesting split. I mean, I'd say here's one of my students here. We have like half of my students are gym freaks, we call them, and then the rest who are, they will get their exercise in, but they would rather play the game while walking on a treadmill.
Yeah.
And do things
well,
like that.
And that could be a win, right? That'd be a phenomenal study to examine that of, the gym, have a control group, then have like a walking on a treadmill group. And we have walking treadmills in our department, my building. People are studying, working on their papers all the time. That's phenomenal. With that group, and we've done some stuff looking at the idea of exercise snacks, which is not eating snacks while I run. It's more of like these small exercise breaks. I mean, they're very common in corporate wellness, like run up and down the stairs 3 times all out. We've done some Tabata style where every hour you take a break. Maybe it's a 5-minute walk. Donahue's group at New York Institute of Technology, they've done some walking interventions. Like I think their study went up to 2 hours. Okay. We have a manuscript developed now where we actually had people play for 5 hours and we put a break about halfway through. So yeah, you got to appeal to their why. It's the same thing for a lifestyle change. I would rather run outside when it's 30 degrees than run on a treadmill where it's 70. I just hate treadmills. I don't like them. It's a hamster wheel. But going outside, I don't care what the weather's like compared to being on the hamster wheel. So there could be a need enjoyment scale. There's some exercise enjoyment scales. You find what they enjoy to just at least microdose it, the exercise.
The biggest challenge really is getting the ones who have never really been into exercise to make the jump.
Yeah.
I think if they're already exercising throughout the young ages, through school, things like that, they're happy to continue. It's starting.
And that's a problem with general population, right? So if your team is promoting it and it gets the younger generations used to it, accustomed to it, then it's not as difficult to maintain it or continue is the thought, but we don't have any data on that yet, right? I think that'd be, whether you guys do it or someone else in the room, I think that'd be phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, it's the interesting thing every time I talk with performance coaches in professional esports, where if they get a young one, that one is completely new habit training where you have to do sports, you have to do that, and suddenly the 20-hour grind becomes to 2-hour training, and playing goes like to so low. It's fascinating to see that we have it and we see it, and it is not only anecdotal.
It'd be phenomenal to see. I mean, I think of like the cost of diminishing returns, right? At some point, maybe it's hour 15, maybe you get 0.5% better between hour 15 and 20 of the grind. I have no idea, but could you spend that time relaxing or go for a walk, go for the gym? I mean, eventually it has to have diminishing returns. Just like when we're studying for an exam, if I pass tomorrow, I pass. It's 3 a.m., I don't care.
I remember that always in Warcraft, the Asians were always grinding a lot of hours. The Europeans were only strategizing, and both were on the same level.
Yeah.
And that was something where was not sports, not healthy, but it showed grind versus thinking.
Yeah, diminishing returns.
All right then, thank you very much.
Is it correct?
Yeah,
Cool.
looks.
Yeah. You sure?
And they
Okay.
hear you.
Great. This is
Like
click it.
that you can.
No, I have.
Okay.
I'll just hold it. I don't have pockets. It's okay. I can just hold it.
Okay.
It's all right.
For next time,
Yeah.
have something. All right.
Oh, sorry. I really. No, go back. Can I
All
go?
right.
Yeah.
All right then. Floor is yours, Sam.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Sam. My pronouns are they, she, and today I'm going to talk about a pre-participation screening tool for esports. So the main idea that kind of set up this project with a bunch of researchers from different countries was an example from Italy. In Italy, when you want to participate in traditional sports, since when you are 13 years old, you need to get a medical approval. Whether it is recreational or competitive, you need to go to the GP or even to the sport medicine doctor, which will do a variety of very complex tests at rest and under stress to basically ensure that you're healthy enough not to have repercussions by doing physical activity. And that's quite a unique model that probably some sports scientists are aware of, and is kind of one of the best countries in the world to do that. And so that kind of made me think, why don't we do something? Well, why don't we do it in other countries? That's the first question, but mostly, why don't we do anything in esports to check if participation can cause you any potential harm or risks, and should we do something about it? So we had a look at the literature. We couldn't find any particular tool or any validated tool that could assess risks to participate in esports, so we decided to try and create one. So our objective was simply to develop an accessible tool which doesn't have any clinical purposes, is for practitioners in order to identify and potentially flag some health risks in the esports community. And secondary, to just provide an overview of health, because we were collecting data, might as well show it, why not? Just to give you a little idea, it was a cross-sectional online survey. We checked for 8 health domains, which we took inspiration from a paper from 2020 from Emara, which analyzed the risks connected to esports participations. We took inspiration from that. We mostly used validated questionnaires. There is an asterisk, I will explain later. And in total, we had 210 participants. So this is quite a complex and a bit longer slide. So we're not going through all of these, but it's open for questions or conversations later. So those are the 8 domains. So we have physical activity, well-being, sleep, general and physical health, nutrition, beverage intake, gaming-related physical health, and breaks. So for each of them, I wrote down what was the threshold to identify a risk. And there is also the definition of risk, which is simply if there is any potential for suboptimal health. So the first 4, the one that between brackets have a name, is because those are validated tools that are available in literature to evaluate, for example, physical activity or well-being or sleep. The second half of the domains that we have checked, they didn't really have a tool that was suitable for our needs. Of course, there are surveys and other tools for nutrition, but those are extremely long, and we wanted something actionable, easy, accessible to everybody, not something extremely complex. So for the first part, we used a scoring system that is provided by the creator of the tool. Like, for example, for the Athens Insomnia Sleep, there is a 0 to 24 score. Over 5 is considered that you might have some sort of sleep quality issues. But for nutrition, beverage intake, or breaks, we mostly took guidelines for the WHO, and we kind of try to apply some sort of subjective reading into it, trying to maintain as much objectivity as possible, but obviously there are some limitations about it. But if you're interested to understand these more, we can talk about that later because it's a very long conversation. This is an overview of the participants. As expected, probably the majority were men with 142. We had 57 women, of which 7 of them were transgender, and then we had 5 gender non-conforming people. The age range, as you can see, highlighted mostly from 19 to 35, which is quite common in esports research. But also from 16-18, we had quite a nice participation, 47 people, which is nice to see. And the player status, most of them were recreational, so no money involved at any stage of their playing career. We also collected other details, such as educational level or geography and everything. Most of the people were in Europe, a few from the UK, a few from Australia, because one of the researchers is from there, but the vast majority of this sample is from Europe. This is just a quick overview of the results, just in case you fall asleep in the next few slides, but we're going to talk about all of these in more details now. The first thing that we asked was a self-evaluation of their health. We asked it because we wanted to assess whether they are conscious about their own situation, their own condition. Do they have enough knowledge to self-assess themselves, or do they not? And those are the results. Only 5.7% of people self-declared as poor, 16.7% as fair. Everybody else, which is roughly 80%, say that they are in good health. All right, keep this number in your mind, because those are the numbers, the frequency distribution of the categories of risk. So only 2.1% of people actually didn't flag for any risk. So we have almost 80% of the population saying, oh, we are doing absolutely fine, but only 2% scored 0 risks in our survey. 5% scored 1 risk, but as you can see, the vast majority have concurrent risks. The good news is that nobody scored 8, so nobody did the full Ace. That's fantastic. We'll take the win, I guess. But the vast majority of people are between 4 and 5 concurrent risks. We'll talk about thresholds. We'll talk about why it's so easy to get risk, because that's an important conversation, but we'll do it in a few slides. Those are the risks based on the category. And there are some interesting points, especially considering the presentation that just happened. The highest one is gaming-related health, which is just basically we asked if there was discomfort, pain, or fatigue in the 5 most common reported body parts, like wrist, neck, back pain. And basically, we asked, do you experience any discomfort, fatigue, or pain based on the frequency, and these sort of questions. If they said yes, they went into a potential risk to be flagged. So it is very easy to get the number high, because almost everybody feels some sort of fatigue or pain. It's not that uncommon, even if you don't have any particular health issue. The second and the third one were nutrition and general and physical health. The thing that is kind of surprising for me was the breaks, very, very low, and physical activity, very, very low. The breaks basically means that almost everybody, almost 200 people, say that they take breaks between their games. Whether it's a very short 5 seconds break or 5 minutes, we didn't check for that, so obviously a limitation, but at least they do take breaks. Fantastic. The surprising one is actually physical activity, especially based on the presentation we just had. But if you know what the IPAC SF is, which is the survey that we use, the tool that we use, you will know that it's very easy to overestimate your own health and therefore go over the threshold of risk. So, and there is literature about that, but we didn't really have an easy solution to counter that. So we just take what we can. We know that the number realistically is probably should be higher. More people are at risk for low physical activity, but that kind of tool, unfortunately, is not able to provide an accurate self-identification of your own physical activity levels. So a bit of a limitation, but it still shows that a lot of people are at risk in many categories. The last one is a cross-tabulation. So as you can see, there is the general health on the left, and then the 8 categories of risks. I highlighted the highest number for each category. So there are a couple of things to notice here. The first one is that as perception of health declined, so the more we go down, the more the number of co-occurring risks increases. That shows us that there is some sort of self-awareness in the population. Like people that self-define themselves as excellent, they actually have less co-occurrent risks, which is great. maybe they are not fully able to understand their health because you said you're excellent, but you still have 3, 4, 5 concurrent risk, but it's still less than the other categories. So it shows that there is potentially, we didn't calculate for that, we didn't do statistics on it, but potentially there is some sort of correlation between how good you self-describe and how low the risks are, which is great. But the other thing that is pretty clear is that there is an overestimation of your own health, because almost everybody has a variety of risks for their health. I'm gonna touch 3 points in the discussion, which are written there, but we'll go through them one by one. The first one is there is some sort, in our opinion, there is some sort of health overestimation, and there is potentially a knowledge gap. And we mentioned that because 97.9% flagged for at least one risk, but only 5.7% self-rated as poor. So there is obviously a discrepancy. And again, we'll talk about why it's so easy to get high in that number, but it shows some sort of overestimation or potentially some sort of knowledge gap. The second point is the interconnected nature of health risk. Among the people that were flagged for at least one risk, so excluding the 2.1% that didn't, almost 95% of participants had more than one risk. So the population that only had one risk is actually quite low. The vast majority, as we saw earlier in the frequency distribution, have 4 or 5, which is a lot of numbers. And we know that. I wrote down a few examples, just for people that might not be in the field. Like, we know that playing longer time at specific hours will disrupt our sleep, which in turn can affect our well-being, our mental health, our performance, which in turn can affect, our social abilities throughout the day, and go on and on and on. So we know that all those health domains have some sort of interconnected nature, which tells us that potentially we need to have a more comprehensive approach and not just deal with every single parameter individually. But on the other side, it also leaves us for space to do research. Can we maybe address one of those risk domains, and that specific intervention can fix the vast majority of the others? Potentially, yeah, we need to check. We don't know, but there is the potential for it. And the last point, I just wanted to show a potential way that this tool could be used if you have never used anything. Ideally, you're the coach. Like in this example, you're like a university coach. You use your tool, you use it recurrently every X amount of time, and at some point you identify that there is one player or a few players that have poor scores in a few categories. That will prompt a conversation. The conversation is one-to-one with the player, very informal, just to understand, because the data collection, again, is not clinical. It's not giving me anything in particular. It's just telling me, hey, potentially, there is a conversation to be had with this person, so let's talk about it. The conversation can then bring to adjustments with the training, maybe the time, maybe the volume, maybe the intensity, could be anything related to it, but it could also lead to a referral to student services for well-being, or it could lead to a referral to a medical practitioner, a nutritionist, a GP. It depends what kind of risks were flagged, and hopefully at the point with continued monitoring and intervention, we'll see some improvement. So that would be how that tool could be used. Of course, like in every research, there were a bunch of limitations. The first one is obviously all of this is self-reported data. And there are several issues with that, because most of these surveys, most of these tools, they ask for information in the last 2 weeks or in the last month. I can barely remember what I had yesterday for food, let alone 2 weeks ago. So it can be quite biased. So eventually, it would be nice to have a diary or a better sort of data collection. The risk threshold, this is where I wanted to spend a minute. Why is it so easy to have 97.9% of participants at risk? Well, first of all, the more category I look for, the higher the chance that you will have at least one. If you go to the GP and you say, can you test for everything? They will find something, right? That doesn't mean you're at risk. It just means that one out of a million parameters was a bit off. So if we added another 5 domains, probably 100% of them will be at risk. So the first thing is we are checking for so many things that it's very common to have a problem. The second one is that we purposely used low threshold. Like, oh, you're feeling some fatigue, you're at risk. Why did we use that? Because again, this is not a clinical judgment. This is just to prompt a conversation. And the lower the threshold, the easier it is to catch anybody well in advance before anything can happen. What do I want to see? I want to see different tests. I want to redo this study with different thresholds and see other analyses and see how much does it change. Can we find a better compromise? Probably yes. Can we find better tools? Probably yes. So there is a lot of improvements to be made. This is just a very first step. So the future direction, of course, would be what we are working right now is to make it available to everybody. We are working on creating an app, free to use, that includes a variety of options, including changing the tools that you're using, changing the threshold, like all of that I've mentioned as a limitation will be available on the app, and also probably create like a more Word doc-based document that you can just use and cross some X's before you do some physical activity kind of style. We want to eventually validate it. We want to do more longitudinal studies instead of a cross-sectional study. And eventually we want to add a more diverse population, because this was recreational, English-speaking, European, low-level players. So we would like to test these in different populations eventually. And the last bit is just the key takeaways, and this is the last slide. So there are multiple overlapping health risks, but most people seem to be unaware of them. The self-reported health alone is, or can be, an unreliable measure. A screening tool, like could be ours or could be something better in the future, is actually useful in our opinion. The health challenges are interconnected, therefore potentially the intervention should be holistic and comprehensive. And accessible screening and health education are foundational to improving sports well-being and performance. And this is it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Questions? At the very, very end.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're
I
welcome,
can
Tobias.
definitely say I do not sedentary work.
So for the nutrition surveys, did you guys do just old school paper and pen surveys, or did you use some of the mobile apps for it, or the research applications online?
No, it was, all of that was a unique tool that we created. So it was an online survey. There was a section for nutrition in which basically we asked, we took, the WHO provides like 5 categories of the most important type of food that you should consume every day. So we asked for, do you consume that food and what frequency? So for example, do you consume, I don't remember the category, but like legumes every day? You have to select the frequency. If they said, basically, if they didn't say that they consume, for example, vegetables and fruit every day, it would be a risk. So it was obviously a subjective way, but it was a frequency-based, frequency and type. It was a matrix between frequency and type of food. If they went below the threshold of at least once a day, it could be flagged as a risk. And we did something similar for the hydration too. Like if you consume alcohol every day, it's a risk. If you consume it once a month, doesn't flag as a risk. So we didn't really find an objective tool to do that. I know there are apps and everything, but the idea was to keep it short and easy because it's for practitioners. So somebody might look at it and understand absolutely nothing, but they should still be able to use it. So yeah, there are limitations for sure in that approach, but we did that.
Do you think you'll use like some of the, I think the screening tool is a great idea, good presentation, and it's simple for practitioners too. Do you think you'll move to the point where you could implement, like, there's apps now where you take a photo of your plate and it gives you a rough estimate,
Yeah.
right? It's not perfect, to apply it to this group?
I mean, I've seen that. I use those kind of apps and I think they're amazing. I think they are also dangerous in a similar way to what you expressed earlier about Fitspiration. Like if the coach, the manager, or whoever is using this tool doesn't understand the topic, I feel like there are more negatives than no positives, but that's an opinion. I don't have that on there. Ideally, like in a perfect universe in esports, where we have professionals in every team, yes, I would love to do that. Realistically, in the current state of esports, I would rather do something simple and potentially with some space for mistakes, but that cannot provide too many negatives. But if you were dealing with a team, I would ask you to probably count calories and take track of everything, but I wouldn't ask a random coach to do the same because how much do they understand about the topic would be my main worry. So I see a potential for it in the future. I kind of changed my direction in research, so I'll probably not be me doing that, but hopefully someone will. But yeah, that's an interesting point. Thank you.
Thank you for a great presentation and a much needed one on the holistic health of esports. 2 questions. The first is, did you include like any of the typical red flags we observe, and has somewhat been reported in a few studies as well concerning energy drinks and caffeine consumption.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
In the slide in the hydration one, we use I think the tool is called BevQ15, which includes every type of drink. So yeah, it included sports drink, energy drinks, caffeine, all of that. Yeah.
So did you see anything interesting concerning that point, or I didn't?
We didn't. The purpose was not to analyze every single domain. We have the data and potentially we are thinking about it, but for this study, we just wanted to see if there was a potential risk. So I wouldn't be able to recollect right now if we saw anything interesting. Actually, no, there was one interesting thing because I remember it. There was quite a few people that say they drink water less than once a week.
Okay.
I think that was the most surprising one. I'm talking about like 10, 15 people, not just one or two. Like there were a bunch of people say we don't drink water.
Substituting with energy drinks or?
Probably energy drink or tea, coffee, could be a variety. But yeah, that's the only thing that stayed in my mind. But I have the full data, so if you want to have a look at it, I'd be happy to talk on it. But
yeah, we're doing sort of the same study in Norway with the GG League, so that was very interesting. We have sort of the same domains as well, so it overlaps a bit.
Yeah, I would love to talk about it for sure.
And the second one is like for the future, concerning the instruments you were using, what kind of changes would you like to do?
I think the main one concerned the last 4 categories, which I didn't use a validated tool. So like nutrition, hydration, in which the judgment of base, like is this a health risk, it was my own decision, not really something that has been validated in the past. While for example, for physical activity, we have used MET per minute per week, so which is a concrete evaluation of how much physical activity you do. So I can trust that value more than a simple, oh, you didn't eat vegetables today, so you're at risk. So I would love to be able to use only validated tools, but there needs to be something easy and accessible to be used before I can do that. And some of the tools, for example, even for sleep, like I know there is like the Pittsburgh or other surveys that are much more comprehensive and can provide better results, but again, they're complex. So I think the next step would be what is the best compromise between accessibility and easy to use and actually getting good results, which can be tricky and will require some more work, but yeah, eventually I would love an improvement in how good the data collection is in general. Yeah. Thanks for the questions.
Thank you, Sam, for your presentation. Much appreciated. One of my first hats was as a community health educator. And my concern as a boomer, and probably one of the older persons in the room, is when you consider the demographic strata of most gamers, 35 and under, for example, just a generalization, but in general, many of the chronic lifelong ailments are not manifested in those age categories. And I'm thinking in terms of long-term foundation for health to include things such as metabolic syndrome, pre-diabetes, diabetes, et cetera, maybe kidney or liver function over time. But they don't manifest themselves until after decades of less exercise and perhaps poor eating. Unless you did longitudinal studies, it would be difficult to track this in the gaming population. But I certainly would welcome your thoughts on this.
100%. That's why one of the future direction was to do longitudinal studies, because we don't have access to that data. We are losing so much valuable data, and we didn't put a limitation on age. So we allowed people at any age to participate. I think initially our threshold was 18, but we realized that a lot of people below 18 were participating, so we seek for extra ethical approval later. But it was quite difficult to reach out to older population, because I think most of our reaching out was made on Reddit, Twitter, and other social medias, which might not be the platform where older people are. So yeah, it's definitely space for improvement on that side. I would love to be able to do that. But also I feel like these sort of surveys wouldn't be able to capture what you're talking about anyway, which brings me back to the conversation about Italy doing all the at-rest and stress tests and urine samples, blood samples, all of that before they allow you to play, because they will find more data. But I would love to be able to spot these situations. I'll be honest, I'm not fully aware how I could implement that, because my background is not really in the medicine department, but I think it would be really good if we were able to capture all of that, for sure. Yeah. Thank you for the observation.
All right, then thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right then.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah.
Right then. Have fun.
Thank you. These two players are playing the same game. One wins, one loses. We usually explain that difference through skill. But esports performance is not just determined by what happens in the game. It's also shaped by what happens outside of it. And that's where this research begins. I'm here with you today to present to you our narrative review on personalized nutrition, lifestyle, and supplementation strategies in esports. Hello everyone, I'm Loizos Georgiou. I'm a nutritionist, currently working with Esports Alliance, soon to be Esports Norwegian Federation, as a nutritionist and research assistant. I'm also the founder of NutriLeveling, where I focus on applied esports nutrition. So, esports performance is often viewed as purely cognitive, but as we will see, it extends far beyond that. Esports require high level of cognitive alertness, motor precision, and mental resilience. However, these demands are often supported by sedentary lifestyles and high psychological pressure, which can negatively influence both performance and long-term health. Growing evidence suggests that nutrition and personalized lifestyle strategies can optimize results, while at the same time act as countermeans to the health risks presented. At the same time, the field is still developing, highlighting the need to move beyond limited research towards sustainable and professional standards for esports athletes. This review aimed to provide a comprehensive synthesis of the current evidence. 52 studies were included, out of which 17 were classified as primary empirical. Given the esports-specific literature, findings from related cognitive and sport domains were also considered. To interpret the supplement findings, a 5-tier evidence system was created, which was based on study quality, consistency, and relevance to esports populations. The review is structured across 3 core domains. The first one is the psychophysical health and lifestyle behaviors. The second one is the nutrition and its role in cognitive and physiological function. And the last one is the dietary supplements. These are not isolated, they interact and ultimately shape performance together. I am a gamer, not just a nutritionist, and I have always wondered, how do elite esports players sustain their performance over the years? What does their lifestyle look like, and how do they take care of their health? Let's see what we actually know about this so far. Esports present a physiological paradox. While we might assume that top players are the most sedentary ones, research shows they actually exercise more than amateurs. But even then, only 20% meet World Health Organization physical activity guidelines. Research also shows that elite gameplay is not passive. During competition, players experience measurable physiological stress. Heart rate, oxygen consumption, and energy expenditure all increase to levels comparable to moderate intensity exercise. But outside of gameplay, the environment is largely sedentary. This imbalance can cause issues such as fatigue, physical discomfort, and visual stress. Lastly, around 25% of players use high audio volumes that risk symptoms of ear pressure and tinnitus, despite being aware of the risks. So, we've checked the physical side. Let's see what's happening on the mental side now. Nearly 25% report depressive symptoms, and almost 50% suffer from sleep disturbances. In addition, stress plays a key role in performance stability. Importantly, coping strategies matter. Dysfunctional coping strategies are associated with increased anxiety and alcohol consumption, while adaptive strategies can be protective. Emerging interventions such as VR-based training and neurofeedback show promising results, but have limited evidence. Football, basketball, and other traditional sports often have nutritionists as part of their professional staff. This means we already recognize that nutrition matters, yet esports is still catching up. Nutrition at its basis in esports is all about fueling the brain. Carbohydrates' main role is maintaining glucose stability while supporting mental fatigue, sustained attention, and reaction times. Protein supports to neurotransmitter synthesis while helping with cognition and satiety regulation. At the same time, fat quality is also important. Unsaturated fats support brain cell structure and function, while high saturated fat intake may negatively impact cognitive flexibility. Research also points to a positive association between micronutrients such as selenium, B vitamins, or zinc, and improved cognitive performance in several domains. Of course, it goes without saying that esports athletes should meet their daily energy requirements, stay well hydrated, and have a balanced and varied diet. So we know what esports athletes should and how eat. But in reality, their dietary habits often fall short. High intake of processed foods that are characterized by high sugar, sodium, saturated fats, and low fiber is common. Many players also display elevated BMI levels, physical inactivity, skip meals, or fail to meet energy requirements, with implications to both mental well-being and mental health. There is also evidence of behavioral concerns. Above 20% of esports athletes show signs of food addictions, and more than 30% reporting night eating syndrome symptoms. From a biological perspective, evidence shows differences in gut microbiome profiles when comparing esports athletes to traditional athletes, which could affect cognition and mood given the established gut-brain axis. This highlights that nutrition impacts not only performance, but also mental health. In esports, supplements target strength and endurance, not of the body, but of the mind. This table helps us understand how strong the evidence is for each supplement. Caffeine remains the only supplement with strong, consistent support in esports context, with improved reaction time, attention, vigilance, and aiming accuracy. Amino acid-based compounds, such as arginine and inositol, show moderate evidence, but are limited by small sample sizes. Creatine and plant-derived compounds, such as mango extract or lutein, are promising, but remain emerging. Overall, supplementation should be approached cautiously, with strong focus to individual response, context, and dosage. So, how do we translate all this into practice? Based on my review, here are some key takeaways for esports players and practitioners. Emphasize establishing strong nutritional and lifestyle foundation before considering supplementation. Sleep should be recognized as a key performance resource. Consider integrating physical conditioning and ergonomics into daily routines. Stress management and coping strategies are also essential. What works for me might not work for you. Embrace personalization. And lastly, recognize that performance gains do not always come from more gameplay, but from adapting holistic, player-centered support systems. If I wanted you to take just one thing from today's presentation, it will be that esports performance is not determined by a single factor, but is a multi-system interaction. The foundation of the system is health, and health should not be treated as a secondary consideration. It should be treated as the primary infrastructure of esports performance. And yes, supplements and other strategies can be useful, but they depend on this foundation, and their role should remain situational and supporting. Ultimately, optimizing performance is not just about getting better at the game. It's about building the system that drives the player. Because in esports, health is not a support system. In esports, health is the performance system. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. A lot of times I speak with people and I say, you know, gamers train more than non-gamers. I had read a paper like a long time ago, so I don't really remember who wrote it, but apparently gamers were training 3 times a week on average, and non-gamers 2 times a week on average. So I'm not sure if this stat really is true or not. So make it as you know, make it whatever you want to make it. But you said that 20% of gamers or esporters in this case, they don't match the requirement of World Health Organization in terms of training. And then you also said that in general, gamers, they do train. Was there any data that could tell us how often they train, you know, and compared to non-gamers, or the reasoning behind not matching, right, the requirements from the World Health Organizations?
Yep. If I'm not mistaken, they usually compared levels of gamers, so it was all gamers, it wasn't gamers versus non-gamers. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to the individual level. So as it was previously mentioned, like if you are mostly sedentary, working out 3 times per day or just meeting the requirements, it's not enough. So you have to adjust and yeah, like fit it into your own lifestyle. If you're mostly sitting, try to take breaks, walk a bit more, exercise more. Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. I have 2 questions. So first, does your data is from experiments that you made, or just a review?
No, it's a narrative review, yes, from gather of
okay.
articles.
Did you plan to make experiment on some people, like some other esports athlete?
Yeah, we're planning on doing some research, but it's gonna be on supplements, probably. Okay. Yeah.
And also, did you have any idea if it's different from the age? Because you talk about nutrition, but does it's the same if it's a young athlete or more older?
It was based on the study population, so it was based on the participants that the study included. So I don't think they had an age limit or something.
All right, I have one question. Yeah, every time I listen to those interesting talks, I'm always thinking like, that is actually the same thing as office worker. Yeah. Is that actually true what I'm thinking?
I mean, it's very related to it because office work is mostly sedentary. And you can say that office workers use mostly their brains, so I'm guessing there is definitely like a correlation between gamers and office workers. But we all know that it's not the same at the end of the day. You don't experience the competition, but you might experience the high stress in your workday, depending on your working environment. So yeah, it can be related. Yeah.
So we here as gamers and office workers, we are screwed.
No. I wouldn't say that. But you can use this presentation as a positive reinforcement. I mean, to what you decide to do with your daily lifestyle moving forward.
Okay, yeah. So you will coach us.
If you want to.
That's again with habits. I'm horrible with those.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very informative with the lit review. This isn't necessarily a direct question for your study, but just of personal interest because it's not my field. I know one of these topics I talked to you previously before the conference was investigating the BDNF, the brain-derived neurotropic factor, which is influenced by exercise, by nutrition, but it effectively helps high cognitive functions as well as learning. I know recently in the US, some research is looking at how we can make that stronger for us, for not only office workers, but I think it will be very important for esports players and athletes kind of in general. So I know at the time when I asked you, you didn't know anything about that, but I just want to be aware, not only for you, but for others. But something that I think you can comment on, and I'm so glad you had it in there, was the creatine. Because for a long time when creatine was first introduced, it was more about the gym bros of, getting stacked and all that other fun stuff. Which is totally cool, but more longitudinal studies, I think, are initiating that it's actually helping of reducing Alzheimer's disease and dementia for older, so we do think it's linked to learning. So my question for you is, I know you only had moderate amount of research with creatine. How much of that have you personally have looked into, or what do you think that adding that supplement will help an individual, either office worker or e-athlete?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, I think the ones I've included in the review were a few I could find on esports specific context. So if I'm not mistaken, the tricky part with creatine is the dosage. So we know that 5 grams is mostly the one that will give the strength. I mean, it's the one that's related with gym. But for cognitive performance, the dosage on that part is not decided yet. So, I mean, you can't go wrong with creatine, I think. I don't want to promote it, but that's what the research says, It's being the most studied supplement, and they couldn't find anything wrong with it. So you can try experimenting with more dosage. That's what I do on myself. I try experimenting with stuff I know that they kind of safe, and see how that works on me. Because again, what I said before, embrace personalization. So 10 grams might work for me. It might be great, might keep me sharp, but it might not work for you. And again, when it comes to creatine, I think it also depends on your body weight. Yeah, so it should be dosage per body weight.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Because you also have to work now. You need something to write something down. So paper out, pencil out. But Rafa, you can also kick me out after 10 minutes.
So 10, 20?
Yeah. Then you come here and tell me, get the hell out of here.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Or say it in more nicer words. All right. Who of you did play pen and paper? Come on, be honest. Yeah, more and more people. All right, you all know this moment where you have to think about what you are playing, what character you're playing and everything. And that is something as well which we have in the real world as well, where we are figuring out who we are, what we are doing. And I tried to create a little story-driven presentation, Mage Tower of Choice. Also, for those who play World of Warcraft, I tried to mimic my Vulpera Warlock. Yeah, I think looks cute, right? And one thing, so my research is mostly about the idea about personality frameworks. And you probably did all the MBTI, Big Five, and everything. And one thing I always struggled with, where there's always a tendency of something is better or something is worse, and it's never about the idea that you actually are with a team. So one thing we always think about, okay, how do we learn, how do we decide, how do we create, and how do we lead? And all of that is individual. We heard just before where like a certain nutrition plan works for him, but not for anybody else, and that is the same with anything else as well. And one thing where we always underlying say, and that's why I asked with the office work, where yes, we play, yes, we have fun and everything, but there is a big overlap how we play, and there is a big overlap how we work. And that is, first step is also, who are we? I mean, that is something where we, all our life, are thinking about the idea, who are we? And the answer might change over time, and we evolve, and we learn a lot of things. So one thing is always the personal mastery, especially with the idea, and I start with something quite easily, and those who love League of Legends, I had fun looking for fitting quotes, but the idea as well where how do we learn? And I mean, okay, we are at the university, so I do hope most of us are learning with the idea of reading books, going into the library, understanding everything. But there are also those explorers where like, let's figure it out on the way somewhere. We're like, let's put some creatine in our body and look, whatever happens. I mean, that's something where if you think about the history of humans, we're like, there's a moon, let's go there. How? No idea, but let's try it. Antarctica sounds really cold. Let's try it. And Norwegians have this weird rotting shark thing that's only eatable at a certain amount of time. And I'm always thinking like, how did you test that? Especially probably the first one died and the second one thought, oh, it's a delicacy. But here is the thing where as well, where think about the idea, where do you put yourself? I know it's a spectrum and you're probably saying somewhere in the middle, but think about where would you put yourself? And that's where you scribble it down. The next one, I try to rush through it, so I can talk 2 hours about it. And Ben knows it. I took an hour at his place. The analyst and the intuitionist. You have those people in your team, always met them, where like, you can also say the overthinker versus the one that goes with his gut feeling. In an esports team, you need both. My normal team has 4 analysts and 1 intuitionist. It's fun, the 4 are talking the whole time, and then an intuitionist at some, Italian, the intuitionist at some point says, we do that, and suddenly everybody follows him. But it's, again, the whole idea here is you need both. You need both people in your team, and that is also where the visionary and the executor. Sure, we all know Steve Jobs. And yes, he had those grand visions, and he had all of those wonderful ideas, and let's put a Mac in every household in the world. Yeah, I know he could have built it, but technically it was Steve Wozniak. Without Steve Wozniak, there would be no Apple. And that is something as well where you can have the grand visions, you can have the great ideas, and they are also fun to develop, but how do you do it? And most of the visionaries are like, yeah, that guy is doing, that lady is doing all the job. And that is something as well where you also think about where could you put yourself. And the final one in the personal mastery, and that is something where we all know that in esports, you have those generalists and you have those specialists. One trick pony. Okay, at least in this audience, people know what that is. Take me, for example, in Overwatch. I'm a Mercy main. And yes, in some capacity useful, but if someone else is counter-picking me, or even worse, League of Legends, I only play Nautilus and Blitzcrank. Okay, I'm bad, so nobody bans that stuff because it's better that I pick that and I'm useless, but it would take you 2 bans and I'm even more useless. Then I have to read the tooltip and check what that thing is even doing. So I'm good that happy that I'm bad, so I'm always getting Blitzcrank and Nautilus. But the generalist, I have a friend, he can play anything. You put him at anything and he is on such a level that he is good. Same time, he's good in everything. And it's like this rare superpower. But you need those people who take the idea in HR, there was always a saying, there is a barrier between HR and IT. HR is from Venus and IT is from Mars. They cannot work with each other. They not speak even the same language. If you have that one person that speaks both, golden. If you have that in your company, never let that person go. That's my tip as an HR guy. And yeah, the thing is, as I said, there are a lot of paths, but there is no right or wrong. Because the more important thing is that you are in a team. And we know that in esports quite a lot. We had yesterday this presentation about most of esports titles are team titles. But we know that in a world today where everything you do in a team, everything. And like a typical D&D group, you have your priest healer, you have your tank warrior, you have this weird warlock, then you have the bard and the paladin. And that is something where you see the synergy out of it. And you probably all experienced that with some people who are completely different to you, it works quite well because they can adapt to you. And that's the team synergy thing, where your most simple idea is, we all know that you should have a tank and you should have a healer. And the healer looking out for everybody, taking care of your team, the whole mental health topic. Someone has to look out for that. But you also have the tank who stands in front of the team, shields them. Sometimes you see that with leadership positions where like their whole job is that you can do your job. That's what Volker, my head of department, said when I came here. My only job is that you can do your job. And you know how administration, management, and everything at a university is. If someone is able to do that, that's golden. And healer, the same thing. And there is also the thing where a healer is often not looking at themselves. So you need someone else. For those who know Overwatch, I played Mercy, and for a long time I had this weird problem where Mercy, tiny lady, and Reinhardt, big tank. I stay in front of Reinhardt to shield him. Those who don't know it, Google it, Reinhardt, Mercy. tiny, big tank. You could compare it with those two. And yeah, it took me 2 seasons to finally get rid of that. And a tank yelling at me. Same with Bard and Lawkeeper. I mean, here it's always the great thing. You met Rune, and you met me. Rune, the bard that tells a story that is quite emotional, and you get energized by it. And I'm the research nerd talking about some studies and stuff. But you need both. And especially in academia, you need both to showcase, to bring the story. And that is something where we have a lot of fascinating presentations already. And that is something where I always struggle as well. How do you tell that to the general public? Where you say, okay, what can we learn out of it? And that is something as well, you probably also think, okay, I might be a more bard, I might be a more lawkeeper. And also to the collaborating aspect. And that was something where I found it the most fun when we did our research on it. So we listened in Valorant, League of Legends, Valorant, League of Legends teams. And especially in Valorant, you all know there is attacker and defender. And those were mixed teams that just came together. We saw quite early that a lot of those teams had 2 different in-game leaders. So in the Settler, where the Settler was looking inside, looking at the teammates, looking what are they doing, so talking with them, asking what they are doing, is perfect for the defense. Because in the defense, you have to figure out what is happening, when it's happening, what are the others seeing, and how do you adapt to it. The scout, perfect for attacking, where like, I have to see what the opponent is doing. I have to see and understand what other people are doing, and I'm looking outward. And just that makes sense. In a team, you should have both, looking what's happening within your team, but also outside of your team. And yeah, path of leading. And that's also something which is quite interesting for those who are in the leadership literature or had some leadership training. There is a kind of consensus that you have to be an empowering leader. Your whole job is to make people better. And then shot caller, where we all know that is probably the better thing in an esports team. But there you also see quite a divide in how we are seeing our jobs as well, where more and more people, especially the young ones, and I love it at them, this is only my work. You want 40 hours of me, you get 40 hours of me. That's it. Or 38 or something. I come from Generation Y, where we are all workaholics, and we love to do overtime for free and give it away. And there is a big collide between those worlds. But it is something where if you tell a person that is saying, this job is not my core of my life, how do you empower that person? Because that's the barrier. I give you that. I don't give you more. And then you empower that person, and that person also gets annoyed of it. And that's something where you have those shot callers where say, this is what you do, this is when you do it, this is how you do it. And this is something, again, where both of the styles are important for you to learn, to understand, and also what you are comfortable. I mean, my students know it, where I will probably never in my life say, you have to do that. I mean, she was even a research assistant with me, and often came to me to ask what she actually has to do. So I'm not great at that. But this is something where where you are comfortable with it. And that's the bridge in the very sense where how to bring everything together, where everything is valid. And more than ever, find your team, find your squad, find your guild, find your clan, and find those people you're clicking together. And more than ever, and that is something which I see at our team. We are probably all weirdos in every other spectrum, but that makes it work. And that is something where you see the real power is the parties mix, and that is something you see in esports a lot, where if you ever look at a League of Legends team in terms of heroes, it is a variety of different things, and the difference makes the strength out of it. And that's, find your team, and that is something where I will. It is an adventure in the very end, and that is where we will have different teams around our lifetime, but that makes it also fascinating for looking at it. Where do you go and what do you do? And therefore, the epilogue, thank you, Traveler, until we meet again on the next adventure. And I hope that some of you did categorize themselves. Okay, wonderful. You can talk with me later in the coffee break. That's why I tried to rush. I'm okay. Oh, that doesn't look like I was okay. So thank you very much for participating at this adventure. You can ask me questions later on, because I am the timekeeper here, so I will kick you out to the coffee break. So thank you very much.
When I was a K-12 teacher, I did like this. And everybody just kept quiet. Well, I'm sorry to break up the conference, but as you've seen, I've been absent because we are also working with other things at the same time. And now I am very, very happy to have you guys participate in something that is one of the, I wouldn't say funny, that's the wrong word to do it, one of the wonderful things about being in the university sector. It is to collaborate across borders, it's to collaborate with partners, and we are today going into the next step of collaboration with another university from Hungary, and we will sign what is known a memorandum of understanding. That means that we will continue working together in exchanges, in research projects, and other elements. And it is very seldom that not only are we signing an MOU with, well, usually it's like people like me, peasants at the bottom, but we have the Hungarian ambassador to Norway present, and I would love for him to say a few words to all the participants before we continue our signings. So, please.
Thank you very much. I'm especially honored to be here today. And you started off by saying that you are a simple guy. I'm a simple ambassador. And especially if I look at you and if I enter the territory of esports, then you immediately understand that I am really an amateur. So back in the 80s, I had my Commodore 128, which was, at that time, it was not the 64, but the 128, which was a high-class thing. Of course, no one remembers that anymore, or I see some heads nodding, so it must have been something good. So I still have in memory Pac-Man and the Winter Games and all these things we did back then as kids. But it's a special honor for me to stand here in front of you, and thank you very much for the invitation, because what I understand is that two higher educational institutions, one in Norway and one in Hungary, have realized that there is potential in what you are doing. There is a possibility to collaborate, and wherever the two nations come together on whatever platform that is, there, of course, the ambassador should be there. So that's why I say I'm especially honored for this. And then, of course, highly esteemed universities. So on the Hungarian side, Óbuda University, and on your side, the University of Agder. I'm especially pleased that you're signing the MOU today, and I do hope that we Hungarians can also contribute to the knowledge what some of you have and what some of you then might experience what we have. I do understand that Norway is ahead, so congratulations and chapeau for that. And we Hungarians are lagging 2.5 years behind you. The good thing is that we're not that rich on natural resources, but where we are very rich is here. So I think when it comes to the activities that are going up inside our head, I hope that we will catch up, and we will learn from you, and you will also learn from us. So I could go on, but I limit myself to the 1, 2, 3 minutes, because today the show is not about me, it's about the two universities. So congratulations, and wherever you can see me or see the Hungarian state, I'm more than happy to come to the university and also to talk. And as far as I understand, we Hungarians will also show you guys at a later stage what we can do back in Hungary for you. Sorry for talking like this, but some of you know, some of you don't, but some will. So that's not my job to introduce or announce. So thank you very much for the possibility. It's really nice being here today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. There are two people who have to sign. And I have to also step away for the pictures because I look too esports-like.
Yeah.
And apparently we have in the MOU that we have 4 copies.
Yeah.
So 4 signatures of you.
We're gonna do all 4, no problem.
We might need new pencils, apparently. Shall I remove that?
Hold up the MOUs. You can hold them in your hands and open them like this.
All happy?
Then we will leave you guys to continue the conference, and we will all see each other for the. I will see you guys for the panel right after lunch. Looking forward to that a lot. So continue on, and I will just have to dibble-daddle out of here.
All right, thank you. All right. Always the interesting stuff that happens along the road. But yeah, let's get back to what we're actually here. Yeah, you just sent that, right? That was it. Yeah. All right. Let me check that that works. All right. All right. I mean, it's always fun to have that process, and yeah, too much stuff happening at the same time. No, that's not the right cable. That one. That way. Don't want to destroy your hair.
Is it working?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
Perfect.
Yeah, but for that presentation, I want to say 2 more words. Sam was approaching me about that, if he could bring some students. And that was something where our long-term goal is to get a lot more students in presenting, having that experience. We all talked about the idea, especially at the NES, where we have to try it, we have to try and error. Is academia something for it? Maybe after that presentation you say, no way, but that's okay as well.
Yep.
Then you know it, then you know if this is a thing, or if you say you love it, then that's also great.
Yeah.
And then Sam can work with that, because then at least it's clear where it goes. And therefore, thank you that you convinced them and also to my students, this is allowed as well. You can present here. So next year, I want to see at least one of you, okay? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right, so my name's Louis O'Doherty. I'm a third-year undergraduate student at the University campus of Esports, and I'm quite excited to be here today, although a little bit nervous because I haven't presented in front of people before. But I'll be presenting my dissertation research on how sleep quality affects the cognitive performance of university-level esports athletes. And thank you to Sam for giving me the opportunity. So, the aim of the study. So the aim of the study was obviously to explore the relationship between the two parameters of sleep quality and duration on the cognitive performance. And the sleep measurement, we used the tool, the consensus sleep diary. It's a validated self-report tool. Obviously, self-report tools have their limitations, but we'll go over that later. It was used directly after participants woke up to minimize memory bias and some other things. So the cognitive performance was then tracked using AIMLab, which was previously mentioned yesterday, I'm pretty sure, and was used the spider shot task, which basically is a bunch of cubes on the screen, and you just have to hit them as quick as you can. And this was resulting in 3 key performance indicators, which were reaction time, accuracy, and score. And I used those to compare to daily sleep data. So, why does this study matter? Obviously, esports athletes rely on reaction time, accuracy, and decision making, all of which are heavily influenced by sleep, as past literature shows. Most research at the moment is done on traditional sport, and there's some studies in esports on sleep and performance, but none of it is sort of going over day-to-day variability and sort of goes over week to week. Obviously, a lot of athletes, they train late into the night or they start training late, so that's not very good for their circadian rhythm. A lot of them will be exposed to blue light most of the time, and again, that has a lot of negative effects. Most research is done in sort of elite level esports athletes, and I think the university level athletes is quite an underrepresented population, and that's why, as a university student myself, I wanted to go into that. So we used a quantitative longitudinal correlational design with the consensus sleep diary, as I mentioned, being the sleep measure. The AIMLab spider shot task was completed 3 times a day, and then an average was gathered from that to use to compare daily to sleep data. Obviously, the 3 key performance indicators, or KPIs, were reaction time, accuracy, and score. The sleep variables that I gathered from the consensus sleep diary was subjective sleep quality and total sleep time. The duration was 14 days of this, which, again, is quite demanding for some students, and that is why you'll see I have quite a small sample size, but that's all right. Spearman rank correlations were used, 2 sleep variables against 3 key performance indicators. So I initially recruited 5 participants. However, 2 of them dropped out, so the final sample was 3. It's a very small sample size, but again, I did what I could. The age range was 19 to 21, so obviously university students, that's the sort of age range they'll usually be, but that can differ. The reason that the final sample was 3 rather than 5 is because 2 of the students weren't able to complete 7 days, and that was the minimum threshold I sort of determined would you get something out of it. Games did vary between Valorant and Overwatch, which again can be a confounding variable. especially as their ranks differed. Those of you who know Valorant will be particularly interested in the Radiant player, as that's the highest rank in the game, and I think it's the top 0.03% of players. So that's quite an interesting. Yeah, they also varied on days. So one did 10 days, one did 9 days, and one did 7 days. Again, it meets the threshold. So yeah. So the next 3 slides I'll show you are the results I gathered. Results are presented individually for each of the participants. Each is a unique case, and I did it, instead of doing data across the participants, I did it individually because the sample size was too small. Obviously, it's quite an exploratory nature of the study, and the small sample size means that findings should be interpreted with caution, because you can't really generalize these findings to the entire esports population. Yeah, I think we'll go on. So, participant 1. So, their chosen game was Valorant, and they were not at the top rank, but one below the top rank, which means they're still playing at a relatively high skill level. They completed 10 days of research, and there was no statistically significant findings. However, the sleep quality trends do align with the score, as you can see on day 6 there. As their sleep quality drops severely, their score also drops. So this is suggesting a plausible relationship, but again, it's a small sample size, so it can't be generalized to the entire population. Okay, participant 2. This was where it got quite interesting. So the game did differ. They were an Overwatch player. They were in the rank Masters, which is, I guess you could say, equivalent to Immortal, so similar to the last player on skill level. They completed 9 days of research, and there was 2 statistically significant values found from sleep quality against score and total sleep time against reaction time. As you can see here, it trended in what we'd kind of expect to see, which I was quite happy with, and that suggests that as sleep quality increases, the score would increase, and as they got more sleep, they got faster reaction times. That's why it will be on a different slide. But participant 3, this was the highest ranked player. They completed 7 days of research. It was very, very abnormal. It's the opposite of what we wanted to see. The sleep correlation against the score is very unexpected, but you could bring this down to the fact that due to the high level of the player, they have a high level of skill automaticity, and that sort of buffers against the sleep effects, like, they'll sort of, even if they slept shit, it doesn't really matter because they're good at the game. So this was talking about participant 2's findings. So out of the 18 variables that was amongst 3 participants, there was only 2 that were statistically significant. Again, this could mean nothing because of the small sample size, which I keep repeating, but this does show what we expected to see, and again, the findings are exploratory, so we can't generalize it to the entire esports population, especially as the sample size was all males. But this does align with align with existing literature on performance and sleep. Okay, so the limitations. There's a lot to talk about here. The sample size, again, very small. So the statistical power of this was down at the bottom. But the high dropout rate, again, like I said, was likely due to the 14 days. It's quite a long protocol. It's quite hard to follow, especially when you have your own assignments to do as a university student. Big thing, I've referenced my supervisor up there. They have a brilliant paper on the overrepresentation of cisgender men in esports, and that applied directly to my sample because they're all there was a demographic form at the start that was completed, which showed they were all cisgender men. And this restricts the generalizability, again, to the other genders within the esports population. This has been previously mentioned, the self-report data. Again, I can't verify whether they're telling the truth. I can't verify whether they did this or did not. Therefore, the consistency and accuracy is not at its maximum. There wasn't any standardization of equipment, so participants used their own screens, mouses, sensitivity, refresh rate, all of the sort of things you'd have. It wasn't controlled throughout the study. The confounding variables talked about skill level. Obviously, as one player at a very high skill level, which presented very interesting results. Caffeine use was measured on the demographic form, only participant free. The highest level one was the one who drank maybe an energy drink a day. So this could have an effect on the sleep. So that could be one of the variables. Stress was also another thing mentioned. I think it was participant free, mentioned their stress being quite high. So again, this variable could have an effect on the outcome of what we see. Heterogeneous sample characteristics. The 3 participants varied highly in competitive rank. And again, caffeine intake, sleep patterns. So it's not consistent. All the participants were very different on this, so it's not consistent across them. So, for the future, I definitely think that we need a lot larger sample, because again, it's only an undergraduate study, so it's kind of hard to find participants. But if I have a wider range of genders, a wider range of ages, skill levels, this would improve the generalizability and statistical power of the analysis. The objective sleep measurement, obviously it was a self-report survey, so we could use actigraphy devices which measure sleep, and that would sort of provide objective, verifiable sleep data, which would be a lot more consistent than self-report diaries. Like I said, shorter data collection, maybe a 7-day window proposed rather than a 14-day. Again, 14 days may produce more results, but a 7-day could maybe make it more enticing. Again, could offer incentives. Again, at a student level, it's kind of hard to offer any incentives, and maybe there could be issues with ethics on that as well. But yeah, it would likely improve compliance rates and increase the sample size. Like I said, the equipment wasn't standardized, therefore that could have an effect on the outcome of the results. The consensus sleep diary was advised to complete as they woke up to sort of remove memory bias from the equation. However, the AIM lab task they could have done throughout any time of the day, which could, again, affect the results. We could have measured pre-session caffeine intake, as we know that caffeine has a significant effect on performance. Yeah. So, the key takeaways. The initial data that I found does support a relationship between sleep quality and duration and score, and sleep duration and reaction time in university-level esports athletes. The findings are consistent with existing literature on sleep and cognitive performance, which, again, is a positive, but despite the small sample size. Skill level emerged as a really important confounding variable. As we saw, the higher skill level player were producing a lot higher scores, regardless of how they slept. So I must control competitive rank or esports experience as a variable next time. So this study highlights a sort of methodological challenges of longitudinal diary-based research, as, again, like I said, self-report data can't be verified, and the findings do support the growing need for sleep awareness and education among esports athletes and coaches. I'm a coaching student, so this was right up my street. That's why I took it on. But yeah, these are the references. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thanks, really interesting presentation. Did you choose the task because all the participants were FPS player, or there are FPS players, so you choose the task?
Yeah, so the task was chosen because the key performance indicators that it produced were the sort of things that I was interested in looking in. And also, they were all FPS players, therefore it kind of aligned perfectly. I did make a sort of make it an active thing to not recruit people who weren't FPS players, because I didn't personally find any way to measure cognitive performance as efficiently as I would with FPS players.
Okay. And did you plan to test on other games than FPS, or you want to stay on FPS?
I'm more interested in FPS because, again, the key performance indicators I think are a lot easier to find. Reaction time, accuracy. You know, in some games, like League of Legends, you don't necessarily need accuracy, and therefore it would be you could argue that you would, but not as much as FPS games.
Thanks.
Really more just a general comment, commending your advisor for pushing you to come present as a student, and then you taking the initiative. I think it's awesome. As an undergrad, you got to come give an oral presentation in front of strangers from the world. So just want to commend you guys. And
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah, also, thank you so much. I think it's really interesting, and I like that you present things that are not perfect, because a lot of people don't do that, and we'll learn something from it. What I just wondered, you said that it could be that they had so much to do that this was difficult. Did you consider, or for the future, could you consider that they do this when they're on vacation from probably uni, like the summer, or some time when they actually have enough time to do this? Is that something you discussed? Because then they wouldn't be so stressed with everything else. So and maybe a lot more would complete. I'm not sure.
That would be the ideal situation. Obviously, this was for my dissertation, which is during term time. So I didn't really have the time to do it during a break. Obviously, I could have done it during Easter half term or something, but that would have been a bit late for my data. So it was conducted, I think, in February this year. So it was around the time where assignments start getting a bit more pressured. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up and also commend you. I think you did a great job presenting, by the way.
Thank you.
So keep it up. A bit of context on me. So I turned 36 this year. I have twin babies that are 15 months old, and I have a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
However, I'm still able to easily reach Diamond in North America in League of Legends. Why might that be the case? What kind of variables there might be in play? Because I do believe if we think about cognitive performance in at least a broad scope, games like League of Legends, you know, we're very smart, right? We require a lot of cognitive. We require a lot of cognitive performance. It's active research. It's understanding game situations. What might explain why I have you know, the results I do, which are pretty good, right, guys? Or am I just built different? And you know, second thing was I also wanted to follow up on that because I did an informal study on a mixed group of esports players, and I was measuring somewhat similar things as you, and I found that when I was doing students who were on break and not in school, I didn't get the participation rates I wanted, and I think it was because I wasn't there to push them.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, my first question was basically Yeah, why am I good?
Maybe you are built different. It could be that you're built different. To be honest, I haven't really looked into the sort of cognitive performance and how that fluctuates within ages. So I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to say a young man like you, it's just built different. Because I can only hit gold in League, so it means a lot that you can hit diamond. But yeah, I'm honestly not sure about the why that might happen. Yeah.
Thank you again. I was writing things down as you were speaking, as one does. And I'm glad that you identified that you didn't track like the time of day that they were doing these experiments as well as when they took the caffeine, because that could be a big indicator. But one thing I didn't hear you mention was there's a lot of research that's been done about like state of mind based play, meaning that if I'm used to doing this activity when I'm tired, I'm going to perform better when I'm tired compared to awake.
Yeah.
Or if I'm under some sort of external pharmaceutical, let's just generically say, I will perform better. Like if I play darts and I go play now, I'll be rubbish. But if I, say, partake in a few lagers, then my play increases. So if you would do the study again, I would take that in consideration of are they in their kind of zone? Are they used to playing tired? As I forget who spoke of it earlier, of top players generally play too much, and so they're used to playing under sleep deprivation, and so that's why you're identifying, well, that's very odd, but that fits in line with the narrative that we are seeing within esports.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
what are the next steps, though, to pull from Diamond to Grandmaster?
Yeah, I think, thank you for that. It's very interesting. And I definitely will take it into consideration next time if I do a repeat of the study. I think there's obviously a lot of limitations that would happen, bound to occur. But yeah, I think I'll definitely take that into account.
Yeah, I would definitely want to also extend the congrats and also to commend your advisor for bringing you out here to coming up, in front of a bunch of folks that are, this is really our passion, and we're looking forward to seeing young folks discussing this. I would say a really great thing that you mentioned, and it's an ethical point, is that you had said you're doing a study to the benefit of college students. That's a really key point because when in the history of higher education and college esports research, often what you'll see are folks that are using college esports students as pools of candidates to do research without considering them as actual benefits of the research, just because they are there for the pickings. I see this quite often when I do reviews. So I thought that was a very, very important touch to say that you're not doing this just because they're there. You're doing this specifically because they have an important need. So that's a great job.
Yeah, I think, again, like I said, it's a lot of esports literature that I've looked into is either done, like you said, because they're there, or it's all on elite performing athletes, and it's just not comparable to university level athletes, and that's why I wanted to have a look into it.
All right. I heard you said I want to do a repeat study, so you're hooked, maybe?
No pressure.
No, the only pressure, well, you're hooked, right?
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm definitely interested in carrying it on.
Wonderful. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sam, take care of him.
Let's see. It's going to work.
something is happening.
That does look good. Shit. Okay.
The mouse is still stopping to function.
Yes. And you have a clicker thing?
Yeah, somewhere.
Oh, was there, wasn't it?
It was there.
It was there at least.
Do you have a normal?
Yeah.
Where's my clicker?
Yes.
Yeah. And let's try to add a clicker. If that is the issue, maybe.
See?
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. Only a couple minutes tech issues as always, so. But yeah, he looks like a student. He is not a student, but he will have a great presentation.
Yeah. All right. Thanks all of you for being here. I really appreciate it. I know it's the second day, and then it's shortly before lunch. We've all heard a lot the last couple of days. There's one thing I have to add before I start. I've been working on this paper for quite a long time, and I've presented it more than, 10, 15 times. And what I tend to do is when I present papers many times, I tend to forget important stuff. So I really want you, if you don't understand what I'm talking about, just raise your hand and tell me, look, what is that about? What is this about? And that is fine. Because I don't want you to sit here for the next 10, 15 minutes, be super bored and go to Facebook. So I'd rather have you ask me a few questions and everything is fine. As you can see from the list of the co-authors, we are quite a diverse team. So we have two people who come from biology, so Daria and Sofia, and they're experts with eye tracking. Then we have Peter and Julia, who know a lot more about esports than I do, and they know a lot more about econometrics than I do. And I'm the one who's responsible for running experiments, so we try to complement each other for this paper. Our starting point is a starting point that we had for several papers, and that is in society, we have a problem. And that problem is discrimination. I'm an economist, and if you come from economics, you would say, okay, we have this basic situation where someone contacts an employer on the labor market. Suppose you do that here in Norway. You have a job opening, and you contact this person with a Norwegian-sounding name or foreign-sounding name, and you see that the Norwegian-sounding name is getting more responses. Okay, so you have discrimination. And you have this situation not only in the labor market, but in the housing market, in the sharing economy. For example, some of you, you came here and you didn't stay in a hotel, but maybe you booked an Airbnb. Research shows that if you use Airbnb, this is discriminating against minorities as well. So you have many situations where you find discrimination towards people with a different sounding name, but also in sports, unfortunately, you have gender discrimination. So unequal treatment with respect to wage, unequal treatment with respect to media coverage, and also the kind of stereotypes that you see over there. So basically what research shows you, whatever you look at, you're going to find discrimination. But, and that is a very important but, you want to reduce discrimination. Unfortunately, we don't know how. There's a super interesting story, and that is from a French economist who works in the Netherlands, Anne Boring. She found that in the Netherlands, when students assess professors after a class, female professors always get a worse grade. And it doesn't really matter how they are teaching the class, they get a worse evaluation. So what she did in her class was that she told students, just so that you know, you're tending to give females a lower evaluation. So it was an information intervention. And she found that this had a positive influence. So she found that having a short information intervention could reduce discrimination. So many years ago, together with two colleagues, Robert Dürr and Carlos Gomez, we thought, okay, maybe we can do something in Norway. We had an intervention. We worked together with the Norwegian Football Federation. And unfortunately, a lot of work resulted in null effects. So we didn't find that our intervention had any effect whatsoever. I'm just showing you that because research shows on the one hand that yes, we do have discrimination, but it is super difficult to find an appropriate measurement against it. So in our paper here, we have a twofold aim. The first one is we want to see if there's discrimination. I'm going to explain the setting to you briefly. So there's the first one. And the second, we want to see if maybe there's an easy way to reduce discrimination. Our starting point is this paper that I've had together with Carlos. In this paper, we showed participants blurred or unblurred football, or for American audience here, soccer highlights. And for some participants, we blurred the videos, so they couldn't see the gender of the players. And for others, we did not blur the gender of the players. Once you blurred the gender of the players, there was no discrimination there. But once people knew there was men playing, they preferred men football. Once they didn't know it anymore, they had no preference. And after that, we said, we have the perfect environment for that. Let me show you what I mean. And I guess most of you have looked at something similar before. It's perfect, my mouse doesn't work, so I cannot show it to you. So, who here has watched esports highlights? All of you. Very good. Maybe some of you have watched CSGO highlights. If you watch, we have one at least, and a few on the top. So on the main screen, often you see what's going on, but then you have a smaller screen somewhere. Most of the times it's at the bottom, sometimes it's in the corner. And on this smaller screen, you see the image of the player. So I wanted to show you a highlight scene. It would have been only an image of the Ukrainian player Simple. So you would see him playing, so his screen and his image on the bottom. And what we did here is we said, why don't we replicate the study that we had before, but we don't blur the center image, we just blur the image of the player. Okay, is that clear to everyone? Very good. So that is the basic setting. We use CSGO for that. I'm going to tell you that on the next slide, why it makes sense. So people saw those videos, but before we started, we had a treatment group. And I'm going to go through the whole experiment together with you so it's completely clear to you. But we had a treatment group, and in this treatment group, people saw a message at the beginning that said, research finds that participants under-evaluate female sports. That's it. That was the complete intervention. Nothing else. We didn't tell them, please over-evaluate or something like that. No. And normally, as I'm an economist, I spend most of my time talking about why we use CSGO. Seeing that I'm presenting the stuff in front of people who actually like esports, I don't have to invest too much time here. For us, CSGO was perfect because you can easily get videos of both female and male professional players. Also, you get highlight videos that are clicked on millions of times. So it's pretty straightforward to incorporate this into our experiment. And here now I have the overview about our experiment. And if you get that, I'm satisfied by the end of the day. So all the participants, before we started, had to fill out a survey. very basic demographic survey. And then, like in medicine, we have a control group and a treatment group. So think about the tablets that you have to take if you go to a doctor, that he says, okay, I'm going to give you this prescription. And how this is tested is the same way that we test our stuff here. So we have the control group, and in the control group, there's no intervention. There's nothing. But in the control group, people randomly see the videos, the CSGO videos, either when nothing is blurred or when all the videos show only a blurred image. So no participant would sometimes see a blurred video and sometimes an unblurred one, because then the experiment would reveal itself, right? So we have this for the control and the treatment group. But in the treatment group, we show people before the start of the experiment this sentence, right? The sentence, research shows that participants tend to discriminate against females in sports. That is the setup of the experiment. But we added something else, and that is we had eye tracking here. I am not an expert in eye tracking, and I try to explain this to you as good as I can. So we had Sophia and Daria, who set up a software so that we would be able to detect where people looked at when they participated in this experiment. So people, and I tell you exactly who it is, they would follow the experiment, and we would be able to see, for example, if you look more at the image, if it's a female playing, or the image of this player, right? So we would know where someone looked at. Unfortunately, it was super difficult to set up this software and was pretty costly as well. So once we got the go-ahead from the funding department, we only had around 2 months to run it because we had to rent the software, and we tried many different things, but this was difficult. I think on the third to last slide, I'm going to come back to the eye tracking stuff again, and I show you how we use it from a statistical point of view. But first, let me go back to the videos. So we had 9 videos in total. On average, they were about 20 seconds long. We could have taken longer highlight videos, but imagine each participant has to download the videos. And they're in a high resolution, so if they're longer, you have to download hundreds and hundreds of megabytes, so we couldn't do that. We have 5 males and 4 females videos. Here is an overview about the videos we have. I didn't include any names, but they are all from professional players, and they're from pretty good professional players. As you can see from the kill-to-death ratio here, which is pretty high. One more thing, we published the stuff on Prolific, which is like Amazon Mechanical Turk. It's just a platform where you find people that fill out these surveys. They received a wage for participating. And in total, we had around 270 people that participated. Okay, I only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to go through the first steps for the results here. This here shows you something unique, and that is we don't find that anywhere else. So people preferred female videos. So they preferred it when the player was a female compared to when it was a male. And it doesn't matter if you could see, it doesn't matter if you had the message in the beginning or not. So the black bar is the control group. So those are the people that didn't saw the message in the beginning. And the white bar is the treatment group. No difference between those two, but a huge difference between whether or not you saw a game from a female player or from a male player. Very good. And here we have the same for unblurred or blurred. Again, we do not really find a huge difference. And here I have to stop. I have to stop for 1 second. I know that almost no one here comes from statistics, but let's go back to the setup of the experiment. I said we have a control and we have a treatment group. And inside the control and treatment group, we have blurred and unblurred. That makes it 4 groups already. And now we have female and male videos. Okay, that's twice the amount. So then we have 8 different groups. For us, to pack this into statistics, we ran a regression analysis. And I know that absolutely no one here is in love with statistics, so I'm going to go through this very, very slowly with you, and we're just going to focus on two interesting things here. This is the first analysis we have, and we have two different models. At the top, you see that model 1 focuses only on males, okay? So that means we have a male participant. And the second model only focuses on females, so that means we have a female participant. Down there, we have one variable, and that is called treatment. Video shows female player, video is unblurred. That means, in plain English, you saw the message in the beginning, which told you that females are under-evaluated. You saw a video of a female player, and you saw the image of the player. It was unblurred. And what we find here, it has a statistically positive effect on females because we find an in-gender bias. Females discriminate against females without our comment in the beginning. But once we have this intervention, this is reduced significantly. So the 1 star shows it to you. I think I have around 2 more minutes, so I'm going to show you one more, for me, totally fascinating result and something very nice with respect to the eye tracking. Because what we did here is we included the percentage of the time that someone looked on the image of the player. And we could only do this with eye tracking. So I'm going to go through that with you again. Video shows female player, so that means we see a female player, the video is unblurred, I see the image of the female player, and how often, how long do I look at the image of this player? And the longer I look at this image, and I have the treatment in the beginning for model 4, the less likely I am to discriminate. Unfortunately, I'm very time constrained, so I didn't have time to go through all those nice results. I picked out the ones I liked the most. Our study is severely constrained. We're only looking at CSGO. We've had many nice presentations here that looked at other esports games. So we didn't include Fortnite, not League of Legends, any of them. And also, we only focus on 9 videos, and they're quite short. So this is a severe limitation, if you ask me. And I would love to focus on, let's say, more in-depth analysis. Unfortunately, we were financially restrained, and it is very expensive to do this eye tracking stuff as well. So we had to limit ourselves here. And one thing that I really would like to do in the future is look at the long-term effects. We had the intervention in the beginning, then people looked at the videos, and I was in. So in a time frame of around 30 minutes, we examined if they discriminate or not. But we don't know if our intervention had any effect in, let's say, a day or a week or a month. And I would love to look at that as well. So yes, our results are significantly constrained. We have biases here, and we have stuff to control for in the future. Still, I like the study, even though most reviewers don't like it. Here is the conclusion. So if you want to see this stuff again, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
I don't know, take all. I'm not entirely sure what's the next step. So, all right. First of all, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, up there is the question. And stay there. You can stand there. But I think he can see you. Yeah.
Interesting presentation, completely different than my area, but I was curious about the female teachers getting worse scores. If you guys had looked at, like if they put a fun activity right at the end of the semester, right? Whether it's some kind of bring food party or things like that, if you've seen the literature. I bring that up only because I have a colleague, she gets good teaching scores, and since she, again, a sample of one, since she added those fun parties, the last day, review day, whatever, her scores have went up. And so I think about, in the context of football, of using like rating and perceived exertion for the session, I've seen coaches that will put a fun drill right at the end of practice and kind of manipulate the training load that day. So I was curious about that aspect, and then tying it to the videos. What if the female football is a more exciting play, and then maybe it's they finish with a goal ahead or something, versus the male football, maybe they're just passing around the midfield.
So you mean the study that I mentioned before? Yes, very good. No, we showed highlights for both of them. So there were always goal-scoring scenes. So those were the top 5 highlights chosen for each of those years, or the top 10, I don't remember, because the study is from 2023. But for the football study, it was, you couldn't say there was more passing or something like that. So I would love to repeat the study, the football study, with longer videos, because we only showed highlights, and highlights are the stuff that most of the people watch on, for example, YouTube. But for the football study, it was really difficult to blur each single image, because a video consists of, let's say, 20 seconds. So for each second, it's like 15 images. And then for each individual image, you had to make sure that blurring the stuff works out. In the beginning, we used AI, but AI would miss arms or legs. So we had a student assistant, and I'm not kidding you, for each individual image, for each individual video. So for us to prepare one video, even though it was only 20 seconds, took about 2 weeks. So I would love to replicate it, but it was so much work. No.
Hi. So I think it might be beneficial for everyone if you could explain more clearly again how you actually define discrimination, because for me that was not clear how this eye tracking is actually linked to discrimination.
Perfect. So maybe you should have interrupted me throughout my presentation. So for each video, they had to assess the video, if I remember it correctly, from 1 to 5. 5 being very good and 1 being not good at all. It might even be that it was binary, so it was only 0, 1. So we asked them, did you like the video or not? And then the difference with respect to the average rating would be discrimination here. So if you would say, for example, female videos get a rating of 2 and male videos get a rating of 2.5. But we see the opposite here, right? So we see that the rating for female videos is on average higher than for male videos.
Something stated often that it's actually the other way around, at least before university, that females tend to get better grades. And I tried to verify this real quickly before asking, and that seems to be true. So at least like before university, there seems to be a bias that benefits females, and they links this in some cases to social effects, for example, better self-regulation on average and stuff. And then on the university level, at least in Germany, it reverses. So there seem to be stronger institutional factors that might like bias against females at university, but in school it seems to be the other way around. And I just wanted to give this as some sort of input.
So we have demographic information about the participants, and we control for it. So we know if, for example, a participant is still in university or is working, and we have age. So we do control for that. But we do not split the sample based on educational background.
All right, then. Thank you very much for this great input. Maurice, sorry, I didn't see you, but one question, okay? I'm coming to you.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I must say it's a complex study you did,
because I think it took really a lot of efforts. But I have some challenges. Would you mind to share what analysis software you used and why eye tracker, so we know at least an idea of how it worked?
So I really don't know the name of the eye tracking software. I can tell you that in the beginning we tried one freeware version, but it didn't work because the participants would have to download it themselves. So we had a paid version. But if you're interested, I can ask my colleagues and forward the name to you. I really don't know.
That would be nice. But also I was a little bit not sure how conclusive would be the study if they rated the video well just because it was a man or a woman, or there could be some other reasons. For instance, even among men, some are more likable than others, right? And I think there are studies which support that as well. You simply don't like to look at this guy compared to this guy for no reasons, more or less. And that's one. But also probably in the game, this game you tried, there could be so many other distractions maybe which didn't make people focus more on the face itself, even if there was a woman or a man, because there could be a lot of things which were grabbing the attention. So my question was whether in your study, for example, you had defined the areas of interest that you focus on testing and maybe get some metrics like revisits, like dwell time, how long did they spend on that particular thing, and if there was anything else that might have been happening at the same time that probably stole the viewer's attention. Then in the end, you may think they were really looking at the video when they were not really looking at the woman or man, they're looking at something else. Yeah, so I think it's a little bit complex, of course, but yeah, maybe we can improve a bit. Thanks.
Yes, so I'm trying to make my response very brief. So this is an excerpt of what we have. You see down there, there's one line that says control variables, and those include many different things. We, for example, control for each individual video so that it doesn't influence our results. And we control for when someone saw a video. We control for the length, the exact length for each video, for demographics, and so on. But obviously, there can be something in the individual videos, but as we control for them, I would be doubtful, let's say. But still, we cannot completely neglect that. I agree. Yeah.
All right, amazing. Thank you very much. Probably you have to make it.
Do you want to go like under?
You can go above, it's okay as well. Just try what works best for you.
I feel like.
That
I feel like.
No, then you'd probably have to go up.
Yeah. Wait. Right.
Our direction.
Yeah. Let's see. The joys of having long hair, I guess.
Yeah. That looks good.
My ears aren't like going out too much like that.
So?
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that have?
Good.
I press that. Does that?
On? Yeah, you can put it there.
Oh my goodness.
The challenges of.
It's because I'm nervous. I'm like, oh, but oh my goodness. Brilliant. Thank you.
All right. Next student from Sam, and especially an interesting topic, and therefore, yeah, good luck.
Thank you. So my name is Katie. I'm a second-year esports student at the University Campus of Esports in London, and I'm currently researching into how early gaming toxicity influences long-term participation within esports across all genders. My research is in its very early stage. I am currently in the data collection, and my lecturer and supervisor, Sam, well, supervisor, it's not my dissertation, but My lecturer, Sam, is also helping me out and being incredible. So very thankful for her. This is also my first ever conference, so if I'm looking at my phone a lot or I'm stuttering, that's the reason why. So, some of the contents of this PowerPoint is why I chose to research into this topic, the current status of it, how the data is being collected, the demographic data so far, give you some insight into some of the results, bit of discussion, and some of the limitations I've come across. So why I chose to go into research? Well, I've always been interested in science since a young age, and in sixth form, when deciding which university to come to, I had a meeting with Sam in which we talked about the sort of more science and research side of esports, and that kind of solidified my want to do that in esports and my choice of university. So then, since coming to the uni, I then joined the research lab created also by Sam, and which is why I'm doing a research project in my second year, because obviously the first one you tend to do is your dissertation, however, a bit of an anomaly. So why I decided to research specifically into this topic was because I've played video games, a bit odd if I've seen esports and hadn't, but I've experienced and watched a lot of people receive hate, especially women, and so because of the toxicity and hate, I stopped playing as much, and I wondered whether it had affected others in terms of their sort of participation. So the current status of the project, so far I have completed the ethics and the project outline. As I said, I'm currently in the data collection stage, as the online survey is currently in progress, and I have not yet done any data analysis or interpretation. So how the data is being collected. It's being collected via an online survey that has been posted on Reddit, on many Discord servers, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, and through word of mouth. There are 6 sections within the survey, with the first one being the demographic data. This is the only section within the survey that was required, that each question was required. After that, the participants were not required to answer every question to fill in the survey. So the other sections were the toxicity received by the participant in early years, the emotional and physical effects of the toxicity, how the participants responded to it, how the participants have gained resilience or not, and their current perspective on the level of toxicity within esports and gaming as a whole. So beginning with the demographic data, 52 people had completed the survey when I created this PowerPoint, which was not very long ago. That included 34 men, 15 women, and 2 non-binary / gender non-conforming individuals. With the most common age being 19 years old, with 10 participants of this age, and the largest age demographic being from 21 to 25 years old, which was expected, as it's usually quite a common age for esports players and people within the industry. I personally didn't expect many people over the age of 35 to fill in the survey. However, I have had a 66-year-old, which was very exciting, very unusual, so I was very happy about that. As part of the demographic data, I wanted to know how much the participants played at the beginning of their video game career, sort of when they started, in order to compare it to how much they currently play, to see whether there is any changes that could have potentially been due to toxicity. I'm aware that these changes could have also been done due to a lack of time. Potentially they may have work, children, other commitments, or they simply grew out of it. So from this, the majority played every day for about 3 to 4 hours per day. In comparison to how much the participants played in the beginning, 24 currently play every day with somewhat varying amounts of times, with 12 playing 5 hours plus a day, and 12 playing 1 to 2 hours. I personally expected participants to have played more when they were younger. However, the survey was posted and guided towards esports and regular gamers and people in the industry, so the elevated amount of gaming is not unusual, as if people in the esports and gaming industry didn't game, slightly unusual. So moving out of the demographic data, I then asked if they had experienced toxicity, and 49 out of 52 participants had. What was more surprising to me was that 2 people hadn't. However, they may play single-player competitive games, for example TFT, or play games with simple rate, or are simply lucky enough to have never experienced it. I then asked how often toxicity was received when they were younger. 17 participants received toxicity a few times a week, and some almost every session, and some only a few times a month. The forms of toxicity participants have received over the whole time playing was most commonly verbal assault, griefing and trolling, threats and harassment. Participants for this answer were encouraged to pick multiple options to fully encapsulate what they have received. Participants stated that those who were and are toxic, the majority said they were from their opponents or enemies. 35 people stated they were from teammates and 36 from strangers. Notably, one of the participants who chose other stated players get abused if they win and if they don't. Therefore, I thought I would mention this as it shows there is negativity regardless of performance. Therefore, is performance a factor in whether someone gives or receives toxicity? Thought I would mention it. So as expected, toxicity causes a lot of negative emotions, with 25 people saying it had made them discouraged from gaming, and 22 anxious and 17 stressed. Others said that they were motivated and rejuvenated by the toxicity, or not bothered or fussed. I later asked whether participants felt like the toxicity affected their performance. Most participants said that their performance was in fact affected. To understand how participants created resilience, I wanted to know how they typically dealt with the toxicity. 33 people reported the players that were toxic to them, which could potentially lead to them being either chat or voice chat banned, or in extreme cases receiving a ban or timeout from the game. 28 people chose to simply ignore it in hopes the person being toxic didn't receive the response/reaction that they wanted, and 26 responded with similar behavior. They decided to become toxic back. And 12 people stopped playing. However, this was non-specific. I asked, so it could have been a break of a couple minutes, hours, days, months, etc. So I then asked a follow-up question of how, if they had taken a break and how long. However, I have not included it due to time constraints. One person said that, I thought also good to mention that one person said that they responded extremely kindly to the person being toxic, which I thought was quite nice, quite positive. Thought would include that. Then I asked participants what changes they believe will make the industry more inviting and increase participation, with the majority believing that stronger anti-toxicity rules within esports would increase participation. Some participants believe that nothing should be changed and that some level of toxicity is required for competition. So the discussion so far, the toxicity seems to reduce participants' confidence, with several responses indicating that the toxic behaviour fostered negative experience towards others and affected their mental health and well-being. In contrast, some participants reported that the toxicity motivated them to quote-unquote perform better. Many participants chose to block or ignore players in order to focus on the game. As I mentioned previously, some participants responded to the toxicity with toxicity, potentially leading to somewhat of a negative feedback loop within the industry. In my opinion so far in the data collection process, I believe that toxicity does not have as large as an effect on participation as I first thought, as only a small percentage of participants stopped playing due to the toxicity. Looking into the future, I believe there needs to be more research into the effects of toxicity and behaviours in esports, as there is not much literature so far. With the use of interviews and more specific research into different types of toxicity could be vital. Also, looking into why the participants responded to certain questions with their answers and the development of their coping mechanisms in order to deal with the toxicity. This research is in its beginning steps. I mean, I'm in my beginning steps of the research myself, and obviously very new. So it's definitely more is needed within this sector of esports research. Some limitations I've come across so far are the sample size. Having a larger range of participants would be ideal, with more women, more gender non-conforming, and more transgender people. Another limitation is that those who have left gaming and esports due to the toxicity may not be in the Discord servers, Twitter, Reddit pages, and be able to see the survey in order to complete it. And more limitations will become apparent further into the process. So thank you for listening. Please feel free to fill in the survey.
Yeah, thank you very much. Questions? Yeah.
Of course. Thank you for your presentation. You did a good job if this was really your first time presenting in front of everybody, so kudos for that.
Thank you.
I know you're still in the data collection phase, but from what we've talked about even last Thursday and Friday with the Norwegian esports, is the findings of your study is how can parents as well as coaches explain to the esports players of how to respond to this toxicity. And so you've already listed a lot of good ways in which players have responded, but I would really like at the end of your study, which is still in progress, so I don't expect an answer today, of what are some guidelines you would give to these coaches and parents of how you would respond to this different types of toxicity.
Yeah, I will write that down and make sure to include it because I do think it would be very valuable. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, real good presentation for your first time. I may have missed the information, so it's just a quick question, but did you plan to have like interview after that of the participant to have like more details on the answer or why they answer that?
So for this research, it will just be from the survey. However, in the future, I would like to go deeper into and maybe conduct interviews and sort of do further research on it, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, echoing the first gentleman, that excellent work, and also to both of you and Sam for bringing your folks here. That's great. That's really good. 2 points. The first gentleman mentioned about the what the behaviors were, the responses, and I thought that was an excellent question. And you have some data, even though it wasn't maybe the way you were thinking of it, because you have people who said, yes, the toxicity affected my performance negatively, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And maybe it was a small sample size, but it would be interesting to know, were they more likely to respond? What were they most likely to respond with? And is that different from those who were not negative, whose performance wasn't negatively impacted? And I know it's all self-report, but it also is what seems to work, you know? And that's, maybe that's part of the message to help people realize that toxicity, A, is a whole thing to do, but also B, may not be helping you win the game. And that's you know, when you get back to that economic thing, like we talked about risk and economics, that may be one way to help solve the problem. Second thing is, you're right about the you're surveying people on esports gaming websites, and you're trying to figure out how many have left esports or play less. And you're absolutely right, that's a limitation. There's an area of study from the 80s or 90s that looked at businesses that had failed, and when they first started their studies, it was difficult to find anyone in those businesses because they're gone. I mean, not off the face of the planet, but it's hard to find them. So it's called event history analysis or population ecology. That's one way to look at the people who no longer are in that business. And you may look at old lists, email lists, or of gamers to find those folks.
Brilliant. Thank you. That's very valuable. Appreciate it.
I just had a question about, like, what are your thoughts comparing maybe traditional sports teammate toxicity versus esports teammate toxicity? Are they going to be similar rates maybe, or just your general thoughts? I know you're still conducting this study.
I mean, I have played sports when I was younger, however, not really received sort of much kind of toxicity, especially not like on the pitch. There was always a little bit of something, but never saw too much. And from what I've played in esports, I have not played like loads, especially not recently. And I still see it quite, so in my personal opinion, I believe there is more within esports. However, I would have to do further research and sort of further like search around to enable to fully sort of understand and encapsulate that. Thank you.
Yeah, also a great job as well. Wanted to pick up on what Tony had talked about, which is I think is a really great point, is the discussion of leaving and quitting. So my background, PhD advisor, her expertise was in leaving games. So it may be an interesting continuation. Again, you're in that process of finishing up the project, is maybe to look at the question of leaving and possibly coming back. That is a really an interesting area of research to say how do people or navigate this world of coming back when they have been sort of traumatized into the world of games. But great job.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind and look more into it.
Hello.
Hi.
First off, good presentation. And I'm just, have you heard about explicit and implicit approaches in behavioral analysis?
No, I have not.
I mean, basically, it's just one way you kind of teach someone, you prompt them to say like good game or whatever, and the other one is where you put them in experiences where they have to kind of feel out for themselves how to respond correctly in a social situation. And I'm just wondering if there were to be any interventions here based on the toxicity, what are your thoughts on which of these approaches, if it makes sense, you think might have been or might be most valuable moving forward? Does it make sense?
Sort of like what responses do I think would be best for players to do moving forward? Is that what's
to keep like the toxicity or make people want to be less toxic then, I guess.
Okay.
Do you have any thoughts on any strategies moving forward?
I mean, I'm not too sure, I think, like, because personally I haven't ever had the urge to shout something mean down the mic at someone mid-game. And so I think I would have to sort of look into and speak to people who do that and to sort of ask why, and maybe from there figure out, well, if you're doing that, what can we do to have you not do that? So I don't think that fully answers the question, but.
No, but I mean, it's a problem we face as well in general. How do you teach someone not to do something, adapt to a certain situation? And it's sometimes also depending on a person, where like you said, the one guy or girl that was, I answer with kindness.
Yeah.
Sure, it's a response, but how many people are able to do that when I'm toxic to you and you are nice to me? I don't know how many of you can do that. So that is something where it's also about the person itself, and therefore the research will be really interesting to see what comes out. And yeah, the following one, as you said, okay, what can we learn of it? And then it goes to coaching. How do you train a coach to adapt someone to train to don't quit and make the same whole place a little bit more safer. And yeah, and therefore, again, thank you very much for, No, it's a really great pleasure that you tried it out, that you put yourself on the spotlight. I mean, they all seem nice, but I don't know. I think they are nice, but it's always a little bit scary. Therefore, thank you very much. And for everybody else, we are going into a lunch break. You know the place, and we are back here in an hour at 1:30.
Hello, hello. Finally, I get to speak. Welcome back after the lunch. Imagine we're only halfway through the seminar and it's being so good. We are now going to have a panel called Esports, Multiculturalism and Diplomacy. It's quite ambitious. I am the moderator, and I have 3 wonderful panelists with me, and I will do something that Tobias didn't do. I will let them present themselves, because they will tell everyone what is needed to know about them, and also because I'm not as good as remembering things as Tobias.
Thank you.
Turn on the music.
Right. So thank you everybody for being here and your attentive ears. And thank you University of Edinburgh for hosting us and being incredible hosts. Everything has been wonderful so far, and it's been great to hear everybody's perspectives. It's truly a diverse and it's incredible. I think intros are important because context matters a lot. My name is Jordan Whitaker. I'm currently the director of esports for the College of William & Mary, which is the second oldest institution in the U.S. Graduated a few U.S. presidents. Is old, near Washington, D.C. But how I got to where I am today is a little bit of a story, right? And I think that's important because we're talking about multiculturalism, we're talking about esports' role in it and diplomacy, right? So part of those topics is always understanding where people came from in order to appreciate that and work with them. Grew up in born in California, Filipino American, grew up in Africa for about 10 years, in Europe for a few after that. Both my folks worked for the U.S. State Department, career diplomats. My father, 34 years, something like this. And growing up the way I did, I thought that I needed to work for the federal government in order to be successful in life. Clearly, I'm not doing that right now, as you can tell. So I spent a lot of time with the military, actually, and you appreciate this, with Green Berets, bunking with them, shooting guns, and doing interesting, cool things. And it sort of pushed me to think, okay, well, I'm going to work for the government. I think I want to work in national security. So I started, I got my political science degree from Syracuse, master's in public policy from William & Mary, and everything was national security, counterterrorism, defense related. So I started to work for the federal government in consulting for intelligence agencies and foreign allied militaries. But it got to a point, and this is kind of personal, but it's important for people to understand because I think for young people in this room especially, you'll find pushes in your life that make you choose on directions and evaluate what's really important in your life. 2016, my mother passed away unexpectedly and suddenly in South Africa, managing the embassy there in Pretoria. A year after that, I had another aunt who was like a mother to me, pass away, same way. None of these people make it to retirement age. Then a year after that, both my grandmothers and then another aunt who had just been at my wedding 2 weeks before. It was sort of like an identity, and who I thought I was going to be was being stripped from me, my support network. And I got to a point where my wife was then having a gumball-sized tumor being removed from her neck, where I was like, what am I doing? What's my impact? What do I care about? I came to the conclusion there's 2 things in life I really do love and care about. And it's physical health and fitness. I love going to the gym, doing sports, whatever. And competitive gaming. I fell in love with a game called League of Legends. Woo! Riot Games? No, not sponsored. When I was in grad school, because it was a way for me to turn off my brain after studying for 14 hours a day and just, I was really immersed in it. And it resonated with me a lot. I had actually grown up playing Counter-Strike in South Africa. Well, when I was able to, because I was living in Mozambique for a couple of years. So I grew up on CS 1.6 and prior iterations. And then playing Tekken with my father as well, these esports styles, yeah, all right. Different experiences, but I realized, everywhere I was going, I was doing some kind of gaming, some kind of esports, and that was always fun and interesting to me. So took that and decided, hey, okay, right before COVID, take a chance on esports, and so I've developed some classes in esports, coached college teams, managed programs for institutions, and here I am. Sorry for the long intro.
It's actually part of what we're talking about.
Exactly.
So, please, Eric.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you. Born in Illinois, the land of Lincoln. Yes, exactly. And went to the University of Illinois down in Champaign-Urbana, a bachelor's in biology, a master's in community health education, and that led to my interest in joining the Peace Corps, where I served in the Philippines, doing community health development. So this was my earliest experiences in cross-cultural work. And one of the things that we did at University of Illinois was D&D. This was orange dots on a black screen. Way back when, you had to imagine where the passages were and how to move around, and treasures and the potions and all those magical things. They were really in the early days. Came back and we went to University of Pittsburgh, MPA degree. City of Lodi, California, 6 years. And one of the interesting things there in diplomacy is sister cities, which is people-to-people diplomacy. And we'll kind of circle back to that because that's the prospect for esports and esports diplomacy. So sister cities in Lodi, Italy, after which Lodi is named, and Kofu, Japan. So, yes, exactly. But that's interesting because they visit from each country to the other and learn about them, and they're just so incredibly different. Italy, Japan, and California. Earned a Master of Public Policy at the then Wilson School at Princeton. Joined the Foreign Service and just recently retired after a recall appointment. Commissioned officer in the American Foreign Service. Vice Consul in Seoul, Korea, which also, this was right after the Olympic Games. Exactly. It all ties together. It really does in life. Seoul, Korea, Zagreb, Croatia, Baghdad, Iraq. I was a fellow at university for a year, a couple of assignments in Washington. All the rest, 22 years, was on the African continent in 12 countries. And did a variety of things in the Foreign Service, but of course we do diplomacy, which is nation-to-nation contact and engagement in a constructive manner. So I represent the government of the United States. I present myself to the government of the host country and conduct business with them, how to trade, foreign assistance, security assistance, how to get along better. So a very interesting career in a series of diplomatic postings across the years. And later I'll come back to how this pertains to sports diplomacy and then esports more specifically. Thank you.
All right. Sky Kaveloa. I am from Honolulu, Hawaii, out of the University of Hawaii at Manoa. All right. I'll definitely make you guys cheer. I have a box of chocolates for everybody to pass around. From the University of Hawaii, they are Maui macadamia nuts, both caramel and, of course, our traditional macadamia nut chocolate. So go ahead and pass that around just to win everybody over in the audience. My background with games is really one in which came about through multicultural experiences. Number one, I grew up with NES, Nintendo Entertainment System. That was my jam. My early life with games began actually in California and San Diego through basically arcades, Street Fighter II. The arcade gaming life, the shoulder-to-shoulder, face-to-face, gaming community cultures had shaped so much of how I understood games. I took games so seriously because for me, they were a big part of trying to combat loneliness at its core. And so the arcades were a big part of that for my life. Beyond that, I went into my graduate school, played games through undergrad, graduate school, PhD. They were such a consistent part of my life overall. But what's important to think about it is that my time spent in Korea shaped how I understand shaped my understanding of doing research around games and specifically esports research. I spent 10 years in Korea from 2002 to 2012. In that time, esports was just beginning to take shape in Seoul, South Korea, or in Korea in general. My first experiences landing into Seoul and taking my first intake of what games meant for Koreans was that I was being invited to my then girlfriend's house with her mom and dad, in which I was being introduced to the parents. I sat down, I turned on the TV. The first thing I saw was a channel called OGN. I couldn't believe it. I saw StarCraft on the TV itself being played. This is in 2002. I thought, this is crazy, this is goofy, this is hilarious. They panned the screen back. It wasn't just the game, it was a group of fans in the studio with thunder sticks, slamming them together with what looked like F1 racing jackets. And then they panned back even more, and there was this broader studio of fans cheering on these StarCraft players. I was both confused, enlightened, intrigued, and from that day on, when I eventually spent that decade, when I came back to Hawaii for my graduate work, I told my PhD advisor I'd like to look at games as part of my research. And she said, what about games? And I said, I'd like to look at esports. That was a really difficult moment in my life because my advisor could have laughed and I would have said, I'm not doing this anymore. But she said, take a look at it, think about it, explore it. And from that day forward, in 2012, I began my esports research around college esports. And it was a life-changing moment, but it began really with my life in Korea. So it ties back to this at the end, yeah.
Thank you. It's very seldom that a panel actually provides half the discussion just in the preparations.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I'm supposed to lead this, and I will lead it by telling a story that I've never told anyone, at least here before. Maybe one of my family will know it or something. Because I've actually, if you use instead of esports, use games. I've actually done all these three things at once in 1989. That's a long time ago. But where I come from in the West, we had a lot of Vietnamese, both refugees coming in after the Vietnam War and the problems afterwards. And we had these small, you call them YMCAs or something like that, that we had, and we provided sort of like a 3-day or 3-week camp for these people. And they didn't speak a word of Norwegian, of course, and very little English as well. And they were playing on the soccer field where we were playing every night as well. And it took about 10 minutes before tensions started rising. We tried to play together. They were very small, we were bigger. It turned brutal. And then he was trying to communicate with them in a diplomatic way, and we could not speak to each other, and we were trying to make each other understand something. And then one of them was talking about different kinds of games, and nobody really knew, but I had a Commodore 64, and a couple other guys had as well. So we took some of them away from the soccer field and in to play computer games. And all of a sudden, everybody started being friendly because they wanted to go in to play the computer games at my house. And if they were supposed to play at my house, they had to be nice. So, and still without no language or something, we made this thing every night. 2 or 3 of those Vietnamese were allowed to come and play computer games at my house and a couple of my friends' house. And they started picking up some Norwegian words in there because they were saying thank you, like tak, because my mom was serving them some food and everything like that. And I was thinking about earlier today when I was thinking about this, it's like, this is multiculturalism, it is diplomacy, it is using the games in the widest respect of things. And then I was 2 weeks ago in Kenya for the Games for Change summit for the UN. And it was incredibly interesting to see that we have this thing in the middle. It's games, it's esports, it's something like, it unites us in a way, and everybody knows what we're talking about, and everybody has some kind of experience with it, and it all becomes, I don't know you, I don't know where you're from, I don't have your background or something like that, but let's play. Let's talk about play. Let's see what the African continent can produce in the future. How can we make sure that everyone has access to everything? How can we make sure that everyone is on equal grounds? And that's where I want to start the discussion with you, or the presentations. And it's basically, we have these 3 concepts: esports, multiculturalism, and diplomacy. Can they sort of provide a pathway into a more understanding among people? And I think that I would start with you, Eric, because we just briefly spoke about this when it comes to accessibility and all those things. So please, would you elaborate a little bit on it?
Certainly, and thank you for the opportunity. As I mentioned, I've served in 17 countries overseas, and sports is a great uniter. And one of the things that we do through our public diplomacy department, and an embassy is a very large, complex organization. You might have anywhere from 4 or 5 to 25 federal agencies represented, USAID, Department of Defense, CDC, State Department, and others. And within the State Department, we have political section, economic, management, consular, and then public diplomacy. And what is one of the core functions of public diplomacy? Mutual understanding. And mutual understanding is derived through a number of things. American Library, English Club, different classes that we have, and sports diplomacy. So when I served in Niger, and I was 2 years as deputy and 4 years as the chief, I had the great opportunity to host Megan Rapinoe, the Olympic soccer star, and a counterpart of hers, and to take them to not only Niamey, the capital, but up to Agadez, up in the north of Niger, which is twice the size of Texas. It's really a large country. But they got to hold mentoring and coaching for soccer clubs in country, which was already, of course, the #1 sport, because everyone plays soccer in Africa, well, probably in the world. We're the slow one on that, I think, but we're playing catch up. But the women's team is leading the way. So anyways, so sports diplomacy, leading off with soccer, bringing known stars of international caliber was something that was very encouraging. Here's the United States coming to us, speaking our language, soccer. The other thing we did was a basketball program, teaching how to referee, the rules of basketball, how to play better. So we did clinics in Niamey, an immensely popular sport for Nigerian. And then over time, we've gradually gone into esports, which I think is very progressive and makes sense, provided the technology is something that African countries have. Now, almost everyone in Africa can afford a used phone. Yeah, it's an Android, I know. Oh, okay, we have a fan. Used phones go for under $5. And WhatsApp is free, and people are on TikTok. So the cost is minimal. So you could say technically people are using the internet. Well, we say, yeah, well, kind of, yeah, but they are. So the thing is, the African youth, through social media, are in contact with each other. And this is the 3rd generation in Africa after independence. So they are developing a sense of community among them. A Pan-Africanism is coming about. And gaming is a part of what unites them. It doesn't matter if they're French-speaking, Portuguese, or English-speaking, they can game in common. It tends to neutralize any linguistic differences there might be. So we do esports, and many of the countries we do it in are in Asia, Korea, and India. Okay, I have in my hand an actual telegram from, this is Embassy New Delhi, India, and it's a cable talking about their esports programming. Esports for Youth, engaging gamers through esports club. We sponsor esports clubs at what we now call American Spaces. We used to call them American Cultural Centers, but it's American Spaces. Why do kids come? Wi-Fi is free. We offer bandwidth, and this is something they probably don't have on the outside. So they come to us because the price is right, but we're opening doors for them that they otherwise wouldn't have access to. So here we're talking about what they're doing. Education, leadership, social media marketing, designing, content writing, game development, etc. And earlier this week, yeah, I guess it was just yesterday, it seems long ago. Yesterday, we were talking about how to improve the marketing, the public relations of gaming. And I'm saying education, development, because if we talk about literacy, numeracy, the ability to work with numbers, if we talk about these things, we say, it can be really constructive at a very low cost for a very high number of users. And I certainly believe that to be true. Well, this is out of New Delhi, but it's talking about things we do in South Asia. And Farmcraft 2.0, designed after Minecraft. Why not? Why not piggyback? Why not, the best form of flattery is imitation, right? So it works. So why reinvent the wheel? So they're using this existing game, and what are they doing? It focuses on sustainable agriculture and the effects of climate change using Minecraft in India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. Participants are challenged to build a sustainable, productive, and environmentally friendly virtual farm while addressing real-life agricultural problems like insect and weed pests, soil degradation, and climate impacts in an innovative way. Hence, the participants learn about environment, climate, food security, and sustainable development, all while having fun playing. So this cable goes on 6 pages talking about all these different things they're doing in esports. So I say, Embassy New Delhi, right on. You're doing a great example for America. You're promoting education, sustainable agriculture, and you're cultivating youth. So these are all really great things. Thank you.
Thank you for not reading all 6 pages. But this is up, and since you're a son, I'm going to leave Sky with the next one. Would you also tell a little bit about what this means to you? Because I know it means a lot to you because I've heard your wonderful speech.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's really incredibly important in thinking about multiculturalism and gaming itself is, yes, as you mentioned, the ability to bring people together. So I come out of the South Pacific. The South Pacific is a notoriously hard nut to crack when it comes to games, but it is one thing that has actually unified a lot of discussions around bringing young people together around digital cultures. And what's important in thinking about games across multicultural settings is that there is a love for play, there's a love for competition. That seems to be universal across the board. But there's also a need to recognize the vast infrastructural differences that are required to bring people together. Again, if we're looking at the South Pacific, and this goes back to pre-COVID in 2019, we have an organization that University of Hawaii belongs to called the Association of Pacific Rim Universities. The acronym is something of that nature. It's basically an association of 60 universities from Canada, going down the west coast of the United States, hooking around to South America, then into Asia, Hong Kong, Japan, Korea, and Russia, and then Hawaii's right in the middle. And in 2019, the association wanted to create an esports league of all these top R1 research universities. And what I learned in our year-long meetings was that, yes, we have this love for games across the board, but how do we bring people together? Number one, infrastructure is a huge question. Number two, what kind of games are we recognizing and making visible? Okay, and I'll just go back to your paper. I won't also read off the entire thing, but you mentioned Farmcraft. Anybody here ever thought about Farmcraft and esport? Okay, there might be some folks that would say possibly, but that is not considered typically your title, conventional title for esports. So one of the beauties of looking at games from a multicultural perspective is that it shakes up, it rattles, it disrupts the boxes we put around what counts as an esport. Right? I think that's also a larger discussion around the IOC as well. So for me, what I love about this focusing on multiculturalism is that it rattles our preconceived notions of what counts as, number one, a game, and number two, an esport. Who would think Farmville would be something like that? Which again, there are communities that are looking at farming games as esports. Yeah, John Deere, I think, is part of that. Yeah, yeah,
Illinois.
yeah.
Would you elaborate a little further?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's on now. It's interesting because we're talking a lot about community building. We're talking a lot about the ways that people are coming together and banding together to accomplish a goal through these various mechanisms, like esports as a tool. And I like how you described breaking boxes, right? A lot of what diplomacy does in foreign countries, well, you could do diplomacy internally, I suppose, and there's ways of doing that. But we've seen in a lot of countries, especially throughout Africa, a lot of countries come in, there's this preconceived notion, oh, you're coming to do bilateral engagement, so you must be here to help us, you must be here to develop something. I can tell you, especially in Africa, not every country is there to do something very nice. And you can, one of the things that really resonated with me was I was speaking with my Uber driver on the way to the airport in DC, and we had an amazing conversation. We actually got to talk about esports and diplomacy a lot. And he's Ethiopian, and we lived in Ethiopia for a few years. He was talking about how certain actors, which we don't have to name, you can guess who they are, would do things like build bridges, right? For a foreign country, they'd come in and they'd help develop infrastructure. But the key is these things are not a grant, they're a loan, right? So esports is one of those things that's a uniquely powerful tool because once you give a culture esports, once you give that identity, people take it on, they spread it. They'll do anything to continue that because they understand the power of it, what it can do to build communities, how it brings people together naturally, very naturally. That's why esports has always been about community and grassroots and self-organizing, right? Esports is one of those tools that you can't really turn it into alone. It's something that is going to naturally keep its power and inertia toward doing things like community building, even long after it's been supported. Folks from here, there's plenty of people from educational institutions that want to get that same inertia with esports because they know the power behind it. It's very similar to normal traditional diplomacy projects like coming in and helping develop infrastructure. Gaming has the potential to take that inertia, embed itself in the local culture and community, and just keep going.
Great.
Well said.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I also checked that there's a game called Diplomacy 2 that they and the Norwegian Foreign Services, they actually play that as a training game. So that's probably why we're so good at diplomacy. Yeah. But when I started this academic esports program, everyone was a little bit confused because I don't like gaming. I was like, I'm not a big gamer. And people were asking me why, and I said, well, because I'm a language teacher originally, and I was looking for that common lingua franca, the one that everybody could speak, and I only saw that it's like, well, we have programming. Programming is a language that is similar in all countries around the world. So, okay, if you know that one place, you know it everywhere. And then someone said, well, music is almost like a lingua franca as well. Everyone can relate to some kind of music. But that's when it occurs to me, it's like, gaming also has this common language. It doesn't matter, like you said, whether you're from Africa or from Asia, your common tongue doesn't really matter. When you go into a League of Legends match or something like that, there are some phrases, some understandings that are so like inert in there. And I think that you also develop sort of, a lot of people say here when I talk to the students, like, well, I taught all my English from playing computer games. And I think that's also true with a lot of the rest of the world. But I also see now my sons are playing, and they're playing on servers with Koreans, they're playing with Japanese people, and they're playing with Germans and all that, and they pick up parts of languages all the time. And I was thinking, we talk about diplomacy and multiculturalism, especially multiculturalism. Could this be sort of like an entryway into understanding cultures more too? Because, for example, we were talking yesterday about they had to stop the esports games in Saudi Arabia because it was Friday night prayer, or there's a prayer session. Now we have to stop. And then everyone who's playing there will understand that at this hour there is a prayer session, and hopefully respect that. Could you guys, if I start with you, say something about that idea?
I've got plenty of things to say. Can anybody see my socks here?
Ping pong. Well, Ben would love those.
Yes.
He had a whole speech for an hour and a half last year.
Well, here's a clue. It's got question mark pings on it. GG, well played, wrecked, things like that. They're League of Legends socks, and I wear these every time I feel like I'm doing something important. So that's, but it's an indicator of what's important to me, right? My identity, League of Legends. A lot of it's like, I don't really view it as a game. I view it as like a culture, a lifestyle, a community, an identity, right? So I believe for me, I have a wonderful experience of working with a community college, Northern Virginia Community College. And our area is extremely diverse. Tons of Koreans, Vietnamese, Ethiopians, as we were mentioning earlier. And we have a great esports program. We get a lot of first-generation college students by being a community college, but also by being an open community college in which foreign nationals are able to attend, right? Or recent immigrants. And they show up, they often don't speak English. And they're in a country that's predominantly English speaking, right? American school system. We immediately bond over esports, of course. And it's the interesting thing because I think esports around it as a broader, and gaming as a broader culture and community includes subcultures of things like we're anime fans, okay? We can talk about that. Hey, I love League of Legends, but have you watched One Piece recently? You know what I mean? And you can bond over those things. What do all my players do after they've had a competitive match or a practice? They go get Korean barbecue, duh, right? Or people are talking about, oh, let's go get some pho. They're listening to anime, eating foods across multicultural, so different cultures. You can see that esports has already opened the door for people to make connections on different levels. But esports is a tremendous thing that brings people together And then even though you have this gathering being centered around a game, there's also adjacent cultures to it that give you more inroads for people-to-people connections. And I think that's just incredibly valuable.
Thank you. Eric, will you?
Just wanted to mention, you referred to a break for prayer. Most of the countries I've served in Africa have been Muslim. And in our programming, we absolutely make allowance for this. And we're doing a reception at the residence, the home of the American Master, my house. And the MC will come up and announce we will break for the Maghrib, the fourth prayer of the day, at 6:15. And everyone knows exactly when it is because it's on their phone. They know when all the prayers are going to be. And so at that time, he announces it's a minute before we break the fast during Ramadan, for example. And we host iftars as a means of cross-cultural communication. And the people will get the dates and the tea. When they say the fast is now broken, people will take the date and the tea. Then they'll go outside, and there's the women's prayer area, the men's prayer area. We have mats. We have the ablutions, the pitchers of water for them to wash their hands and feet. And they pray, and the senior male and the senior women will lead their respective prayer groups. And then they'll come back in, and then they have the dinner, and then we continue to socialize. So we very much make allowances for these cultural differences, and this is something that's very much appreciated. And we do this the same at our cultural centers as well.
Thank you. Sky?
Sorry, repeat the question.
It was about using esports as almost like a lingua franca, a common language, or a cultural phenomena that can link across both religions and ages and anything else.
Gotcha. Yeah, esports as a lingua franca. I'll probably sort of take the social technical perspective and look at the actual hardware. I think one way to encourage cross-cultural collaborations around esports is to think about the platforms. And I think mobile esports is a really important discussion around that topic. The PC, the traditional tower that we have, is not your dominant platform globally. That's a very, actually, rare case of gaming platforms and hardware globally. Whenever you travel to Africa, China, Malaysia, Philippines, Korea, the mobile phone is the dominant platform. And I think in North America, this is where we badly lag in understanding the importance of mobile technologies and mobile games. University of Hawaii, like I said, we're uniquely positioned in the world to both look left and right when it comes to being inspired by both games and platforms and hardware. We have the only MLBB collegiate esports team that exists in the world at the varsity level. When I started the team, I think a lot of our players scratched their head more than once and said, Sky, why are you doing this? And I think it's a requirement for any director or anybody in a leadership position to challenge, I think, the prejudices that comes when it comes to technologies that exist. And in North America, we have a lot of prejudices and preconceived notions of what counts as a game and what doesn't, and also what counts as the right hardware platform and what doesn't. And so I think when looking at that lingua franca, if you extrapolate that to the actual technology itself, I think looking at mobile, how is mobile being addressed? In what ways is it being addressed? In what ways is it being included?
Thank you. And this actually brings me to the last part of the sessions. Again, when I was in Africa, we have plenty of time, so don't worry about it. I will let you speak. No, but when I was there, then it was a little bit of a different panel than this one because it was extremely well rehearsed, to put it this way. Mm-hmm. And I was challenged as the only European on the panel to tell people, what do you do wrong? What are the wrong things you did? And that brings me to exactly what you said, because if you look at the African continent now, 900 million people are under the age of 19, you know? It is a rising population. This is the new market. We are getting old and worn out, you know? But we have been so focused, especially in Europe and the United States, on our consoles, our PCs, and all that. Instead of looking, we always say, well, we'll look for the markets, we look where the money is and everything like that. Africa will have the population, the resources, everything going into the future. And I think that when we talk about multiculturalism, we talk talk about diplomacy, we also need to talk a little bit about the different structures and the sort of division of power, division of economy, division of resources that we see in the world today. Because right now we have Europe and North America being very powerful, to put it this way, and Africa maybe not so much. But this will change. Any human geographer will know that there's a demographic lag. And you have long experience in Africa too. Are they utilizing the possibilities there, and have we really messed up with not positioning ourselves for this coming market?
Your points are well taken, and Africa is the second largest continent, and it's the second largest population in the world, 1.3 billion people. And as you correctly note, half are under the age of 18. In Niger, the population curve is like this rather than a Western model more like this. So the bottom is very broad. So we talk about the youth dividend. Well, youth can pay a dividend provided they have health, they have education, and they have livelihoods. But if you don't have all three of those, they're less productive and they're perhaps a drain on society. The Sahel, the West Africa region between the Sahara and the Savannah, is probably the only region of the world where the population is growing at a fast rate. It's slowing down almost everywhere. So you say, what mistakes are we making? Well, I no longer work for the US government, so I can be a bit more frank. I'm a retired ambassador, and that is we've been slow to pick up on the importance of targeting youth and women and women's education, and to slow down the rate of population growth, as I was telling Ben the other evening, is to educate girls through high school and allow women to achieve their own livelihoods. We don't say jobs, we say livelihoods, ways of making a living. But when we do that, we're doing something very positive. We've been a little slow on that. We need to speed up. Unfortunately, we have an administration that's America first, which is unnecessary. It was never anyone else first, but it's not America only. Aid was a good thing. USAID was admired worldwide. It did many good things. And we look for the reset, just as we had a reset after T1. We will do it again. Anyways, so we need to target youth and women to help them be productive members of society, to be educated and healthy. A couple of other things is the notion of Russian disinformation is a major factor on the African continent, and some of that is an anti-neo-colonial push from Russia because it's looking for space for the Africa Corps, for military repairs and sales, for gold dust extraction, where gold dust suddenly appears in Dubai. How did it get there? Oh, it was vacuumed up by the Russians, a little here and a little there. Another thing is there's a certain country in East Asia that we tend to see behind every tree. And we fear their competition for world supremacy. The notion of a unipolar world versus a multipolar world is something that Americans typically are very allergic to. This notion that there is an emerging superpower is something that's anathema to most Americans. So unfortunately, we spend a lot of energy countering China rather than saying, well, let's talk about the good things about America, or as we like to say, like-minded partners. We used to say Western, but that's not really accurate because it includes Japan, it includes Australia, New Zealand. It's like-minded partners, people that have similar values. So values promotion, promoting humanitarian aid, socioeconomic development that are long-term and sustainable. These are the things that are important, and gaming can be a part of that. Again, literacy, numeracy, things like this, the farm care, these can farm craft, excuse me, can make a difference cumulatively. And there are outreach at low cost that are not really labor intensive, which have the opportunity to reach loads of people. But we need to target our demographic and work with them, find out what their needs are and help them. How can they best achieve their goals in life?
Thank you. Jordan?
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, my father already said a lot about what you could say, and it was definitely not political at all. Okay, who's listening in here? But I think about what Sky said a lot about the fact that the mobile gaming is just so unbelievably huge, right? And it's predominantly in socioeconomic lesser economic economies or countries. It's something that has to be contended with for the fact that, you know, if we're going to support a global movement for esports, or if we're going to use this as a platform to accomplish any diplomatic or multicultural goals, get people together to agree on the direction of our industry, which is, you know, precariously hanging in whoever can invest in it or be in leadership positions to help guide it, those voices have to be in the room. The countries or the people that have you know, a different perspective for how esports and gaming is used have to be accounted for. I'm always taken aback a little bit when somebody asks me in a college program, do you folks offer PUBG Mobile? Massively played game, huge money markets, its own economy. And I just have to say, like, we don't really have a thing, but you can set something up and we'll support it. And I wish it weren't that case, you know. But that's the thing. We have regional dynamics that are very different across the world, and we're all approaching esports in different ways. So it's a complex thing to, and you know, hopefully one that we can avoid leaving developing countries behind and out of the conversations, because it's critical to have these voices in the room with us.
Stakeholders.
And also, remember, the underdeveloped countries now could be your masters 50 years from now, you know, because they have something we don't have, they have youth. So,
Repeat the question.
You have something? Yeah, did you need the question?
Repeat it, yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, but
it's jet lag. Yeah.
Huh?
It's jet lag.
Yeah. No, we were talking about if we have made a mistake not recognizing this mobile thing, and actually made a marketing mistake in there as well, you know, from our perspective, not catching on to what you're saying earlier.
Yeah, like not respecting the importance of emerging markets that are growing and developing.
Yeah, certainly I think that is one of the more important things that, again, all of us in leadership positions need to take into account is in what ways are we engaging with communities that are sort of outside of our gambit. For me at the University of Hawaii, again, because we're positioned in the middle of the South Pacific, I'm always thinking about how do I engage my students within communities that they would really not interface with. And that was one of the main reasons why I partnered with Gen G back in 2018 and 19, and of course, again, Nicole in 2023. I wanted my students to experience the life that I had in Korea. And I thought if I didn't, that would be a major mistake on my part. And from then, you know, it has blossomed, right? We are sending now our 4th cohort to Korea. Over 30 students have gone to Korea from UH alone. And the purpose of that is exactly not to make a mistake and pass up that opportunity of engaging communities that they would not otherwise engage in. And because they were able to go to Korea, they have learned a lot about the industry. They've learned a lot about Korean culture, but most importantly, they've learned a lot about what they like and what they don't like. A lot of people that went to Korea, I had one student that didn't come back with me.
Wow.
She just told me.
That you should get you in jail.
Yeah, exactly. She just told me, I'm just staying. And yeah, certainly that's, you know, that was quite the shock. But ultimately, you want these students to think about a world outside their own cocoons, and that was a big thing for them.
Well, that's something we see too. We have an international study program, and I've talked to several of the students that are in the program that come from other countries. They're like, maybe I should build my career here, you know, like this is more to my liking, or that I want something new or something like that. But there's something I want to, drag everyone a little bit more into our, even on a national basis, because it's about multiculturalism. And we have a program now where we use games as an entryway for people who has fallen out of society, fallen out of education, to be re-entered into education through esports and academic esports and collaboration with companies, where they mix work practice with academic prowess. And over the last 3 years, first year, 24% returned to academia or to workforce, 54% the second year, and I think it's close to a little bit over 70% this year that will finish and return to the workforce or into higher education, that were on government funds. So basically, government saves from it, but we have enough money in the government, in Norway at least, but imagine the victory for the individual to return, be a productive citizen, and have a self-worth that is something that we all humans have. But we are now also witnessing as a situation in the world where there's a lot of immigration from all over the world to almost any country in the world, and it creates tensions. And what we see is that we mix a lot of different people. You see youth clubs in Oslo, in the eastern side of Oslo, they're opening up, and Andre could probably say this about it, they're opening up esports clubs to include these people that live in families with many children, very small spaces, because this creates friction. And I think it's the same in the US, and Hawaii is the US still, but it's like, it's a little bit different when I've been there, yeah. But you guys have traveled a lot, you met with people from around the world, you communicate with people. Could esports be sort of like a common thing that we can unite around when we want to integrate people, when we want to create relationships among young people, so we don't create generations of conflict, if you know what I mean? It's like, it might not be serious conflict, but it makes integration impossible, language learning impossible, because there is a misunderstanding of cultural differences. We see that in Norway, at least. They don't want to teach the Norwegian, they don't want to participate because it will take away some of their identity. Could it be that esports, being an international phenomena, is not a robber of their identity, so like a place where you can share identities and understand identities?
Yeah.
If you start?
Oh, yes. Oh. Yes, so I think that's complex. But
you have 2 minutes.
I definitely have, I think, maybe a quasi-unique perspective on this. And maybe this is a bit touchy as well. Last year, I had the opportunity to work for the Esports World Cup Foundation, and I spent most of my working time in the player lounge, which is really cool because, you know, all the stars are there, of course. But what people tend to forget about esports is how interdisciplinary it truly is. The hospitality staff there was entirely Filipino and Filipina. Sure, that's not direct esports, but when we talk about esports as a practice, it involves layers of teams of people to come together to make something and do something special or unique, right? Any event takes layers of event management, marketing, business, you name it, legal obviously as well. We were having Korean players, Eastern Europeans, lots of Filipinos, and the Filipino fans were enjoying the fact that the hospitality staff was Filipino as well, taking pictures, being more casual, getting autographs and things like that. Then you'd also have the security guards or other people who are working, local nationals who are working the event as well, of course, pause to take their prayers. And what it started to do was it would open questions from players from these countries that had never seen that before. And they politely ask a staff member or somebody else in the space, you know, what's going on? What are they doing? Or why do they need to know which direction to face, right? And that's a learning experience. That's an exposure to culture. And then, of course, because it was a multinational event, in order to cater to a very diverse set of players, there had to be opportunities for Korean snacks or familiar beverages or things that are usual cultural touch points that we can all center on and recognize. So I do believe that, you know, that esports is a very important vehicle for bringing people together, and because of the fact that we've been recognizing more and more, especially with things like Esports Nations Cup and the International Olympics Committee touching on esports, we're a lot more cognizant of its ability to do these types of things, its ability to push conversations about getting people into the same space that don't have maybe you know, the same backgrounds or experiences or value the same things, but we can come together over this one thing that we do know is important.
Sky?
Yeah, I would say, you know, it has the ability to replicate culture in ways that brings people together. I would say also, going back to your point about women and also marginalized genders, I think we also have to take into that consideration that multiculturalism is, again, not just a cultural discussion, but an intersectional discussion around gender and identities. And so we really can't just talk about one without the other, to be honest. So to engage culture is to engage culture in all its messiness and all its differences and details. And I think that is going to be an important thing to discuss, is that
not every culture also has the same perspective around women and marginalized genders around games. And how do we address that question within the larger context of sort of the geopolitical powers of esports shifting from Korea now to other places? And that is a big question. For us in Hawaii, once I get back to Hawaii, I'm going to be going to the Japanese consulate because they want to engage with games in Hawaii, because they also feel that there needs to be more ways of engaging Japanese youth in Hawaii around a shared identity of Hawaii. And also we have that same conversation with Micronesians in Hawaii. There's a huge problem with disconnected Micronesian youth within Hawaii, and it's leading to both homeless criminality and dropout rates that are just skyrocketing. And the question is, can games be a way of bringing Micronesian youth back into the fold? So certainly that is going to be a key question. But ultimately, at the end of the day, like I said, these are messy and intersectional identities at the end of the day when we discuss this.
I will give you your time. Yes?
Okay, as long as it's a minute. Okay. Agreed with what's been said. And I think as an outsider looking in, one of the strengths of esports is inclusivity, which is a broad term, but we all understand what we're talking about, whether it's gender, religion, culture, nationality, any number of other factors. It draws people in. It rejects no one. That's a strength, and I think that's something we should not be afraid to talk about. I think to broaden the base of esports, again, as an outsider, my impression is that so far the focus has largely been recreational. And if it were to gravitate toward educational, which may not be that big a move, and there's a lot of hybridization, I understand. I think that would help broaden the base of acceptance and proponents, stakeholders that would say esports, this is the way. Again, literacy, numeracy, and English language, for example, which many times in Africa, this is what youth come to us asking for, because they regard those three things as tickets to livelihoods. They want to improve their lives. Why shouldn't we work with that? Of course we should. One observation, my impression is esports in the United States is largely in the commercial sphere. Overseas, it's often in the government sphere. I think looking at that difference is something that bears study, because there's also the notion of digital sovereignty, which I think is intriguing, which could be control to an extreme, or it could be openness for all to the better extreme. But I think it bears watching, and how can we broaden the aperture in the United States? And academia, of course, holds a great key to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know it's 14:32, but we started about 9.5 minutes after, so I'm hogging the time. We will open up for a couple questions from the room, but I want to finish off for you guys, and you're going to do something which is absolutely the hardest thing for people like you and me. We look at esports, multiculturalism, diplomacy. You spoke a little bit about it, but looking forward, what is the dream? One sentence about what impact can something like we are doing now have for the future? Yeah, I'll start with Sky, because you're always good to talk.
Immediate thoughts, a recognition of differences. I think that's what comes to my mind.
Perfect.
Yep.
I would say esports has been a positive and constructive force for socioeconomic development within our country, as well as cross-cultural understanding and bridge building.
See, a couple of commas, but it was one
Yeah,
sentence.
I was about to make the joke. That was more of a paragraph.
He has a few years of diplomacy.
This might be an interesting sentence, and I realize in describing it, I'm going over my limit. But we've seen a lot of toxicity be normalized in the past several years. I'm hoping esports will become a vehicle for reversing that and bringing people together more than finding ways to tear people apart.
Okay. This was pretty good. Actually, the last minute could be the best part of the entire panel. Are there any questions? We'll take a couple of questions till we finish the time.
Thank you so much. Sorry for the steps. With Toby, I was enjoying it. I feel a little bit guilty. Yeah. Thank you, Pan, for for sharing your thoughts and your experiences with us. I have well, we talked about Africa. We talked about esports as a bridge. However, with sports as well, we notice and we know around the world that we have priorities, and sports is not number one priority. Our number one priority is housing, electricity, food, safety, schooling, and so on and so forth. How can we talk about esports as a bridge with nations in Africa or other countries that are still, focusing on priorities? And what do we need to do next, right, to sort of make that a reality? Because yes, we love esports, yes, we're into gaming, yes, I've experienced it myself, how powerful it can be for a foreigner in a new country, right? So I have a personal, it's on my skin, I've experienced that myself. So, but if it's not the priority, if it's not in the list, how can we even utilize it?
I remember yesterday you were talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Yeah, so I paid attention. So thank you for paying attention. That's a tough one, so you go first.
Pass it to the dad.
Thanks a lot. Okay, I've served in 12 countries in Africa out of the 54, the continent proper, over 22 years, former Peace Corps. So I think I have a slightly informed impression. For me, the priorities in African countries most typically are water, health, education, agricultural productivity. Notice I didn't say anything political. These are basic human needs. And something we did recently in the Middle East is called game exchange. I don't know if anyone's heard of it.
Game exchange.
Well, this was game exchange. It might be similar or parallel, something the State Department did. In any event, it involved Middle Eastern countries. Over a 10-week period of time, they devised 170 new games based on UN development goals, UNDGs. So that is something heading in that direction. Water is tough, but catchment basins, rainwater collection, drilling toward aquifers. The food craft is agricultural productivity. I think that's something very definitely taken in that direction. Telemedicine, it's not exactly gaming, but there's some parallels there, and some of the technologies in the digital, what's the word he uses? Capabilities?
Sounds good.
Oh.
Yeah. That works.
I talked a lot over the day.
Comprehension, capabilities, but these skills, competency, that's the C word, yes, but these skills are transferable using social media and perhaps esports platforms. It's a little bit tougher on education, but I did mention the numeracy, literacy, English, these sorts of things. I think this is an area that esports is just recently going into, but I think people are starting to understand the potential is there, and I think people want it. But we need the stakeholders, which are the citizens of the countries what we're dealing with. They need to guide this process, not Americans, not Westerners, not outside personnel. They need to be people in that country. We need up-and-coming African ministers and NGO leaders to say, this is what we need. We need Women's Association to say, this is what we need. We need to educate women. The fertility rate will decrease because we graduate more women through high school. So we need African ownership on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it's an on-point statement you've made. I think number one, I think within the community that we are in, I think we have to take ourselves less seriously, to be honest, in many ways. I think esports can serve a deeper good in the same way that esports and games have served our student communities during the COVID crisis, in a sense of combating loneliness. I see the parallels in that respect, where you are watching folks going through tremendous trauma and turmoil in war-torn nations. And what they need now, of course, is that hierarchy of needs. But games has a wonderful way of at least easing the pain for a little bit. If anybody has played games during your hardest moments of your life, you'll know that. So yeah.
Just one last question, and then we'll wrap it up. You can, of course, talk to him later on, all of them.
So thanks for all your discussion. It was really interesting. But so, do you think we need any policy like higher than the state one or the national one to lead all the things? Because we know like CIO is trying to use the esports, but they didn't fully go inside. Do you think we need like UN Nation or another specific instance who can lead some project to other country or to lead project for several countries to promote the inclusivity between the border and things like this?
Anyone can answer.
In my experience, the approach typically is fragmented because it would be the typical, we don't use the word donor anymore. We say, because donor is vertical, we say partner because it's horizontal, and it now acknowledges stakeholder solutions. I would say, okay, I'm typically in an African country in the embassy, and who do we work with? The EU, Belgians, French, Germans, Dutch, Brits, Italian, Spanish, Japanese, Canadians, perhaps. This is typically the circle of stakeholders that are doing like-minded programming. And we would typically coordinate, what do we want to do? Who's doing this? Who's doing that? So we don't duplicate and so we don't have gaps. But you raise a good question. What if the United Nations were to take a strong role in this? Or, alternatively, the World Bank? There's room for them. But there needs to be coordination in the host country in agreement with host country stakeholders how best to approach this. And it might be a sectoral approach. Maybe it's WHO works with health-oriented gaming to teach sanitation, wash your hands 3 times a day. It might be as simple as that, but that's a start. So there's room for coordination and probably a more centralized function rather than the current fragmented approach.
Okay, I believe that would be the last words, not hopefully the last words, but the last words of this panel. Because I was thinking that when he said EU and he started going with Japan and Britain and stuff, I said, now he's been on the panel too long, you know?
And Norway.
Yeah, that's so. But thank you all for participating, and thank you for very wise word. Like I said, my first degree was in political science, and I learned a lot just by sitting here, and I still now remember how much I miss being in those kind of lectures. Thank you, and Tobias has a little bit of a locally produced chocolate, about 20 minutes from here.
Wow.
Calorie-free, of course.
Oh, wow.
So you can eat it with no guilty conscience. If you guys can stay for a picture afterwards, we will now have a 10-minute break, so we meet here at 10 till.
Thank you.
And 10 minutes means 10 minutes.
lot of anticipation. All right, everybody. Next to our next panel, and I mean it's kind of hard when the end of the last one is like esports is a vehicle to bring people together. And with this panel, I mean we still have the same goal, but as everywhere and every time, reality shows that we have to deal with barriers, we have to deal with governance, and especially esports. As we all have different definitions, every country has a different definition, every federation has a definition. We try to move forward, and before I give the introduction, I just want to quote Sturla from the Norwegian Esports Summit a couple days ago, where he said, we have 90% similarities. Why do we not focus on the 90% and only talk about the 10%? And this is hopefully the deal of the panel where we say, let's talk about those 90%. And just a short introduction, because we have a panel of people who are in 1 million positions, have 1 million hours of work time and overtime, and are in the field of governance, federation, and everything for not 1 million years. You're all young, but still a couple years. And that's why I'm just shortly doing one thing of everybody, starting with Ellen, being Vice President of the European Esports Federation and a million other things. Your Royal Highness, Prince Omar bin Faisal, board member of the International Esports Federation, and if you go everything down, all of that is in there. Sturla Frøyland from the Norwegian Sports Federation, not yet esports, but again, there are 1 million roles there as well. And we found some Swede on the street and thought we will bring him on the board, but no, Sami Kaidi from the Swedish Sports Federation, and on behalf a lot of esports as well. So a really fun panel.
Nice to meet you.
Especially with the idea we just have to make the dreams of the panel before happen. But I want to start as something where, because I do know a couple of you have different esports definitions. As a starter point, what is your favorite esports moment in your past?
Like for me personally, or like experience?
No, personally.
My big eyes for esports, and when I sort of got emotional about it the first time, is because I'm from this region originally. As you know, obviously everyone are aware of, I don't look Norwegian, and I grew up in this region. And the big thing for me in esports when I saw Faker and T1 actually being recognized even in Norway as really famous. That was like the first time for me seeing a Korean person, someone that looks like me, being recognized in small Norway. Yeah.
To me, I would say there's actually two moments. During the Dota finals in China, I actually found out we were on BN4, which BN is the major sports, let's say, channel for the Middle East. Second one was actually, it includes Norway. It's actually a beautiful story. We were invited when we were in Riyadh to the Norwegian embassy to watch the premiere of a movie. And as soon as I saw the movie, I was like, I've watched this. I'm not ready to tear up again. And it was Ibelin. And that is a very incredible story. And me, as a person who played World of Warcraft for 3 years and
where's the who?
Thousands of hours. Yeah, it really hit right at home that this could have been someone I could have been talking to. This could have been a relationship that I was in and not recognize the person on the other end and the struggles in their daily lives. And to me, that's the most beautiful part of gaming and esports.
Yes, I think there was a trick question probably, because I have two answers. The first is the World Finals in Fortnite in 2019 with Nyrox and the team winning the finals. That was for me a moment in time where it opened the eyes of very many people for the esports. When it comes to my definition of esports, as you know, I also include sports, virtual sports. So we had a defining moment a couple of years back where we had a Norwegian who won the World Championship in the E-version of his sport. And he was also among the top 3 best athletes in the physical version of his sport. So it's almost like Erling or Braut Haaland would win FC as well as the World Cup final.
And for me, it was a moment where in Sweden, the Swedish Esports Federation has sent in the application for like the 3rd time to become a member of the Swedish Sports Confederation. I'm also president of the Swedish Esports Federation, been there since 2020. And when we went to the meeting, the board from the Swedish Sports Confederation recommended the members to vote no on membership. And we managed to convince all the sporting federation, or a majority of them, not the football federation, but a majority of them to vote yes, to vote against the board, and we succeed. That's a big milestone for me. But the truly heartful thing is more like after that, when I visit a local club in a small municipality in Sweden, I had the pleasure to join a training session for youth under 12. They came to the club, had their coach there. There were like 8 in the group. Everyone gathered for a training session, 1.5 hours. In the middle of it, they took a break just to clear things up and do something physical in between, and then go back to the training session. Yeah.
Wonderful. I mean, all of the stories are quite different, but all of them have something in common where achieving something, getting people together, seeing that people are recognized, and it's not really about technology, it's about people. And that is something as well where why we are also talking a lot at this conference about it. Obviously, a lot of times we are talking about pro esports. Sure, T1, Faker, Heroic from here, that region, and those flashy, great events. And yes, I love my IM Cologne, and I'm happy that I go there again. But it's all about grassroots. And especially there, what is your idea where, like, how can we give the grassroots even more, finally more spotlight that it actually deserves? Because without grassroots, there is no pro esports. There is no Faker coming and emerging. You want to start?
Yeah.
We can always go that, but we can also switch around.
Okay. And I take it from you. So this is a very simple, maybe not so simple question, like answer from Norway, since I'm also on the Norwegian board. And we follow the Norwegian sports model structure. It means that the grassroots is the backbone of the activity that we do. Without the grassroots, we cannot have the elite at all. So for me, that question and how I define it, or how we define it in Norway, it's very simple from my mindset. But I am aware it's maybe not the same in various countries, different cultures, etc. around the world. So I would say that 99% of the work of the federation in Norway is grassroots activities. And it's a lot of thanks to this guy sitting over there, looking very intently into his computer screen, André Baumann. I would also like to say that he is currently now the new Secretary General of the Norwegian Esports Federation. So there will be even more grassroots.
To me, I'd like to preface this. Before we existed, we had pros, which kind of changed the way I saw the scene, because all of these computer cafes that people would go to, we ended up with talents like Asa, like Miracle. I mean, if what he did in the 2017 Dota finals could be a master's course, it probably would. Because it was incredible, and because of him, it's the reason Invoker is still one of the most chosen heroes. What he did changed the game. And so to me, grassroots existed long before us. It's just giving more structure to it. It's starting university leagues. It's having the schools play against each other. It's just having the entire ecosystem understand there is opportunities for careers in this, and this does not just have to be athletes.
Yeah, I would say grassroots is always there. It's a baseline, regardless of what's happening outside with any other sector, it will be there. It will be the neighborhood. It will be people finding together. Speaking about what you said, let's not create new tools if they're already existing and well proven. I'm actually here to say that we are open for any cooperation. We need to speak a lot more. I think once a year is too seldom, even though this is a great event. And what we see from Norwegian sports is that this has been growing organically. We have nothing to say. We have 200 clubs now, which has esports. And I think the interesting thing now is to define esports, because everyone has their own way of defining it. And sometimes when I meet you as a crowd, I feel that I'm the only one in the room talking about virtual sports. While when I come back to my office, I'm the only one talking about traditional gaming. So I'm cut in the middle, so you have to save me. I need to have some bonds to both environments. But again, grassroots, I'm really happy that you have a focus on that. And I think a good starting point is to focus on the competence and education part. That is where kind of the quality starts. So yeah, thank you.
So if I having my Swedish Sports Confederation hat on me, I would say the same as Elin. Grassroots, it's fostering elites. Elites are inspiring new people to become part of the ecosystem. But also lately in Sweden we've been talking about practicing sport the whole life. You don't need to become an elite player, but you can still be around and have a healthy lifestyle within the small club or the community you have within. And if I go to the Esports Federation, I mean, if I ask someone, or if someone comes to me and asks me, Sami, how do I become a pro player? I don't clearly have the answer to it. And that's the gap the Esports Federation has to fill. So when we are talking about grassroots, it's all about, okay, how do we, because the grassroots are already there, they don't need a structure or stuff like that, but they need a structure to become the pro players and the elite players, and also in some way to be part of the ecosystem in a sport way. Because you can join a Discord server today and be part of a game with players from all around the world. You don't need a local club to do it, but in order to become good at esports in some titles, you need to meet physically, have a coach, someone to support you, have a team behind you and stuff like that. So that's the elementary thing in.
Okay, there I would piggyback a bit on it because I mean I'm in the esports industry for 30 years, and so for me grassroots came first and then the pros came, but it is something where, from my experience, should it really be our main goal to educate for a pro pathway? Because I mean, at least in esports, it's a small group that becomes a pro, and like still a handful of people who have a career where they can make money. I'm sure Faker will, yeah, Faker is Faker, and but everybody else I'm talking with, so I'm especially from the Counter-Strike 1.5 and 1.6 series, where all of them have cool jobs now. Head of technology and be it even the German teachers amongst them. But they all came into esports where like, yes, I love it, I have a great time, I go to New York, I go to the events, but I have a career afterwards. And that is also something where, again, with sports a little bit, sure, there are a couple sports you will make enough money. A lot of them you will not make. Where I would want to hear your perspective on how do we make something where it is more fair and transparent to the players? Because not everybody can be a pro.
Common rules and structures, sorry.
Yeah. And then what?
Was that everything?
What?
No, I mean like this. For example, today in esports, in pro scene, you can join a team today and leave it tomorrow. There is no structure between, okay, you have to play the season and then you have a window to like in sports, to go to another team or stuff like that. For example, in football, we had this meeting before lunch today, and I was talking about like a Swedish football player, Alexander Isak. He was sold from, was it Newcastle? Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Newcastle to Arsenal, and then his local grassroots club in Liverpool. Yeah. What did I say? Okay, cool. That's my knowledge of football. So when he was sold from Newcastle to Arsenal, Liverpool. Liverpool. Never
He
mind.
went somewhere and someone got money.
Yes, and the local club got a bit of it, and that's an important structure the football federation, football society has built within themselves, and that is something we need to adopt within esports, for example. Because when we look into players, top pro players today, many of them, they're doing well and stuff like that, but a lot of them are not like, they're stressed in their situation because they don't know if they're going to still be part of the team next month or not, if they're going to find a new team when they dropped out or not. And that's a stressful situation. So that's why I answered with those two words, structure and, yeah.
I mean, that always sounds great. I'm an academic, so don't wonder that I'm always a little bit critic, because especially my main research field is sustainable ecosystems. And I saw a lot of those phases where, okay, money came in and everybody is happy, and then money left, financial crisis, 2010, World Cyber Games gone, still a special thing where Samsung paid the whole spiel for the World Cyber Games, got 100 countries together and everything. Weird, I still don't know why they did it, but it showed a little bit where there is a business angle to it. But it's something where I always struggle with the idea where, if you look at Counter-Strike, for example, sure, all of the players have short-term contracts. But that is not because they, or the teams don't want it, the players want it. The players say, please give me $1 million something for this year, or I go to another team. How do you, especially as federations, how do you are able to enforce a system where sustainability is integrated into something where the players are saying, I profit of it, because we all want players and pros profit of it and not publisher and others.
Could I just
go
back also to the topic you had, because grassroots for me, maybe it's not transferable to this part of esport, but for me it's having a very low threshold in terms of what qualifies to actually be there for the kids. We spoke about this morning about certification programs and processes to ensure that the athletes or kids are met with professional people, not only towards the rules and the activity itself, but also as a human being. We used to say in sports that, at least in Norwegian sports, that we are not producing kids to become world masters. They are becoming, or we are creating kids who are mastering the world. And that's a very important principle in sports. So I must admit I get a little headache or head spin, because in the same sentence we talk about grassroots, and then suddenly we talk about elite again. So I'm struggling to find, because in sports we always see this as two different playing fields, because the reason for having the elite in Norway is that we keep the grassroots as broad as possible, and we professionalize as late as possible. And that may come as a shock to many other countries, but we tend to believe that's the Norwegian model. So if anyone wonder what we mean about the Norwegian sport model, that is part of it.
And there is a presentation tomorrow a little bit on that.
Yes, a teaser.
But it's, I don't want to say I put this trap on purpose, because I totally agree on you. I'm in a position where I say, I don't care about the pro scene anymore, because the cool stuff and stuff where we can do something, where we can change something, is on a grassroots scene, and the pro scene can do whatever they want, and they do it. But yeah.
Coming back to your second question, I don't think that's the only thing we need to work on, especially when it comes down to contracts. What we need to discuss with the clubs, other than, okay, let's say transfer windows and things like that, is actually having a national calendar compared to the international calendar. The players need to have time off for national duty, same as football, same as all other sports. At the end of the day, Cristiano Ronaldo comes back to play for Portugal. Even though at his level, he doesn't need to. And to push the national esports to that level is something I'm very interested in.
And just to follow up, I completely agree with you. And we are looking into, in Sweden, like to have league structure where we don't have prize money only for the top 3 winners, more for everyone. So like if you have 10 teams in this league, we put in money for everyone to like have salary for each players during the season and participated during the league. Because we think that we need to put more sustainable economic in the system. And also the system in Sweden with the Swedish Sports Confederation is that if people within a certain age group trains different times a week, then the club will get government funding for that training session. And then you will have more money into the system, and also the federation will gain more money. So we have a model in Sweden with sections. So for each game title, we have one section. For example, Counter-Strike have their own section, League of Legends their own section. And those sections are responsible for their development. And they will gain governmental funding through us if they manage to have more clubs having training sessions and leagues for their players. So that's a model we are working on.
But that also means the Swedish government is actively supporting it.
Through the Swedish Sports Confederation, yeah. So the Swedish Sports Confederation, like NIF in Norway, the Norwegian Sports Confederation, the government gives them money, and then the confederation gives it out to both the national federations, but also the local clubs. Yeah.
Yeah, but that brings a little bit back that we have to have this discussion, because I mostly worked in the German esports sector, and the German Sports Association would say, get the hell out of here, that's our money, and we will not share.
The Swedish Sports Confederation said it as well, before 2023.
Yeah, and they will also not say, you are not part of us.
Exactly.
So that's the German problem.
Yeah.
But it is something where I find it always great to have those ideas where we can build this concept. It might work in Sweden. No idea if it's possible in Norway. It will still take some time. But what would be ideas from other countries where you say, how can we still make it happen that a sustainable grassroots scene is functioning outside of the traditional sports governance system?
I mean, for us, a lot of the ministries are very interested in this. Jordan's around 75% under the age of 35. The youth is our priority. So it's very easy for me to talk to the government and actually get funds for things like this, because they understand, and I have enough studies to back everything nowadays. Thank you, academic research. That it's very easy for me to explain, and finally this newer government, let's say, is much easier to work with because they understand the vision. They understand that I'm not crazy.
Leading up on that, especially with Jordan being a young country, and there are several others like on the African continent. Okay, we are not a young country, and therefore everything is a bit older. But it's something where I was always curious, are those discussions, as you say in Jordan, where it is good and easy with the ministry because they understand it, is that the same with other countries?
No. It would depend on the country. Yeah. It would depend on the country and how high, let's say, the youth is on their priority list. Yeah. To us, it's the majority of the country. At the end of the day, that's our main stakeholders. Those are the people we need to focus on. So me pretty much pushing this actually fit a lot of KPIs for them, and So they appreciate the idea and they like it.
I just have something to chime in on that, because it comes down to people above us that makes the decisions, the big decisions, right? And as long as youth, inclusion, etc., is not on the priority list, they're not going to, they're not going to put a lot of activity or resources into it. It basically comes down to that, I think. And also we're facing, I will say, like in a lot of parts of Europe that are a bit older than other countries, we don't have that young population. So I was just thinking about that the other day, the fact that you have such a young population in Jordan, I think it helps immensely, because you don't have to spend time explaining internet, the magic of internet, to people who barely understands how to use an Excel sheet. Get it? And then you were talking about, oh, you're doing something in a game there? Like, ooh, that sounds like magic.
I also think it's a matter of the value proposition you come with. What kind of value do you provide to the society as a whole? And I think first we must gather, because I don't think the authorities have time for so many different organizations. That's the first. And the other thing is that if we broaden our minds, we need a common sense of urgency. I work with innovation, so I need a common sense of emergency. Right now there are so many crises going on. Everywhere you turn, everything is a crisis. You're under attack, cyber attack. We need more competence in digital matters. What I'm saying is that our part of this is that we are the biggest civil society per capita in the world, which has digitized the whole society. We have a register for everything, for your competence, for your role, for your participation, and that can be reused by the society. And I think it's a parallel to the esport. If you now get a national registry for different parts of the esport community, that is the main role towards the authorities. You can be a place where they can find competence from the civil sector, not from the commercial side only. And that's a huge benefit in a democratic society, that you can use the citizens directly. So that's what I'm aiming for right now. I recently spoke to the digitalization department in Norway. I think that's the right place to start, because they're not young, but they understand this, and they think internet are there to stay.
Okay, I try to say this question in the tone of those people you're talking about. I heard that a lot of times where I obviously understand everything, and I am an advocate of all of that, but they always say, but someone is making money of it and it's not us, the publisher. How do we deal with that? I have an answer on that, and it's always not a nice one, but I'm curious about your answers, because that is always a big barrier where everybody's saying, okay, here we stop and that's it.
We collaborate. They are part of the federation structure. For example, in Sweden, we have one member of the board who is part of the publisher association. So she represents the publisher directly in the board. And then we have this council of different publishers. We have direct contact with Riot Games, with Valve, and stuff like that. That's the way to do it.
But it's still a non-profit or for-profit is benefiting from a non-profit.
Which one? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So. The thing is,
I'm struggling with
that's good. That's
asking
good.
the question, because I find the question stupid. So,
So when we sent in our application to the Swedish Sports Confederation, the answer from the board was, okay, esport is physical activity. It meets all the criteria for being a formal member, except of one, and that one is you don't own the games. So we had to explain for the sports federations that, well, football clubs, they don't own the football field. it's someone else, maybe the municipality. The taekwondo clubs, they doesn't own the taekwondo vests. It's someone else designing it, and stuff like that. So the field that we are playing on is owned by the publishers, but we can change the field. We can set the rules for it. I mean, today we have Counter-Strike as part of our core esports. We have official esport titles in Sweden, but we also have recognized one. And the recognized one are those that are not common within our society, like Mobile Legends Bang Bang, but could be someday. So that's something we're not focusing on, but we are recognizing them as esports, and we are telling people, hey, this is a title that could be part of your organization. So that's the way we explain it.
Yeah. Speaking on behalf of an organization founded in 1861, in the middle of the American Civil War, I think, because we thought we should defend our country, actually. So we're back to first-person shooters now. But it's basically, I think we have a lot to learn from the libraries when it comes to taxonomy, because one thing we talked about was to create categories that can survive the vendors, so that this day it's named FC, the other day it's FIFA, but the sport itself can survive because it's likely that there will always be somebody producing a game within that category. And I think that can be a sustainable way forward, and to agree on a certain taxonomy on this. And I also think we have a lot to learn from, and not learn from the cooperation between the Football Federation and FIFA. Yes, so because you cannot actually play football, you can't compete in football in Norway legally without getting approved by Norwegian Football Federation. So it's kind of comparable.
So not like DFB that kicks you out.
No.
For me, I mean, I absolutely love working with the publishers, finding middle ground to work on. And if I can't, at the end of the day, it's very easy for me to go back to the community, the people that asked for this to happen, and tell them, well, the publisher said no, and they lose. At the end of the day, the publisher loses because they recognize that, oh, if they don't care about this region, why should we play their games? And so that's also a power the Federation has, which remains unspoken of.
Just to add one thing, like in Turkey, the Turkish Esports Federation, they are in total control of everything, all activities related to esports in Turkey. It has to go through them, but that's the governmental system. So we have to acknowledge as well that there is a different kind of solutions. There is no one-fit-all solution for each country. We need to adapt within the governmental structure as well.
And I can also say this, we do the same in Norway, similar to the Swedish Federation. We had board members that is part of the Game Developer Federation. I don't know what to call them specifically. And this is something we're also working on a European level with, because from their perspective, at least the European Game Developer Federation, what is it called again? Video Games Europe? Yeah. They have recognized that on a European level, there are being created certain policies right now within the EU that is sort of strangling the business or the way it works. And at the same time, politicians on an EU level are complaining that Europe is losing the innovation competition. We're losing our new inventions, etc. But at the same time, since they don't fully understand the ecosystem and everything that revolves around it, they partnered up with the European Federation, the Nordic Federation also, to see if we can lobby together and work on this issue together, because it's part of the same coin. It's just two different sides, and we have to work together and collaborate instead of throwing stones at each other and look at what makes us different. We should look at what makes us similar, and that's what we should work on and focus on.
You first.
Okay, thanks. It's actually a shout out to Sweden. Yeah,
okay.
So it will be fine. Actually, in Kristiansand last year on TechPoint, I met the co-founder of Skype, and he was a part of a panel where the the topic was why do the Swedes always win the innovation
race, yeah.
race in the Nordics? But he didn't just subscribe to that premise, because he said that he thinks there's a lot more innovation going on in Norway. Actually, we are much better at it, but we stop. We do it on scale. Because we're sitting on each of our islands, creating magnificent solutions, and we don't talk to each other. Basically, was his thing. So because he said in Sweden everything is centralized in the big cities, right? While in Norway we have a big benefit of a decentralized architecture or citizenship. So we can we just need to pull in and connect it and scale it, and I think that's the same thing with the esport right now, that we have a lot of good initiatives going on, but the next step is to scale it by merging together and working as a tribe.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, but it's something adding to that is as well, where what at least I see, especially in the time of the esports winter, that more and more the publisher is focusing on the tier 1 events and everything, and moving out tier 2, tier 3, and wherever. I mean, I saw a lot of leagues crumble because the publisher was stopping with the support. I mean, it's a business decision. I can understand it. At the very end, they have to make money, and but it is something where we see a huge void emerging around the world, and that is where my question also is, where yes, we have to work together, but how do we achieve that where technically the publisher says, hey, we are out of here, and please create a league tomorrow?
In some way, they are saying it today. Yeah, because some publishers are losing a lot of audience in the younger age, and they see the potential to work together with the federation on grassroots initiatives to bring more people to their games. So in some way, it's already happening, but not on the competition and leagues level yet, should I say. I mean, some of the publishers, I'm looking at Elin, some of the publishers have reached out to us as well, asking us to take over some leagues. But we have felt that we are not mature enough to take that responsibility yet, because we need to focus more about the grassroots and have the circular. Yeah, we build the system first and then provide it, because in the end, it's not about putting in money. You need to invest people and time and other things to have it sustainable. I mean, everyone can host a big tournament today if you have enough money.
Yes.
Or you're Saudi-backed.
Yeah, but it's a question where I'm more reaching out, where is when they go back, isn't that an opportunity to build that grassroots esports scene, where, I mean, in some of the games, tier 2 is still recreational esports, where, I mean, Jordan was saying he easily is diamond in League of Legends with his 35 years or so easily. But how do we make it happen? Because I see an opportunity here to create that what we are wanting, where like a grassroots esports scene, where sometimes, okay, a pro comes out, but mostly it's more having some leagues where kids have fun, where they might even play with their parents, and having this, what we all see with football and other games, where in the 7th or 8th league, it's about football and nothing else.
I can say, at least for Norway, like, ultimately it doesn't matter what the big tournaments, the big ones that are worldwide, they're heavily sponsored, or the publishers own them directly themselves, like Worlds, etc. But what we can do on a grassroots level is having more school cups, more school leagues, just basic playing activity for the youth to participate in. It's pretty sort of self-explanatory. I'm sorry. From my point of view, very personal, my point. Yeah. Didn't we write that at the Norwegian summit also? Like, you're already doing the right thing, but we need to do more of it, and we need more resources actually to do actually more of it. See, it's like a full circle.
For us, I mean, if the publisher is interested in, let's say, the pro scene, it starts with grassroots. That's the important part of this all. This is why we got university leagues up and running, is if you want us to appear at the end of the day, we need to start low. Of course, we'll have elites pop up every now and then. That's something that's happened before the federation existed. But if you want to see talent from the region, if you want to see participation, if you want to see people watching, grassroots is the way to go before we go into the elite stage. I mean, if you consider it, think about how much money goes to Premier League teams versus championship teams. That's kind of the difference we see between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Exactly.
I would also check with you guys if it's transferable to think about a central membership base, because the kind of success recipe for the sports today is that we many years ago we separated the member base or personal base from the commercial systems, so that we can follow you across commercial systems instead of creating lock-in environments, which is now getting more and more focus on the consequence on those lock-ins. Yeah. So I would just recommend you to avoid falling into that rabbit hole and make sure that you own your own data and that data can be transferred across games.
Quite interesting. I know one federation that in their General Assembly will propose that. Only issue is there is not a concept behind it. More like the idea we have to have a national member registration. But it is something where, especially nowadays, own your data. I mean, definitely in grassroots esports and everywhere, we are not the greatest at that.
We're currently investigating that, actually, in Sweden, to see if we can create a player ID. And that player ID, our vision is that every gamer in Sweden, whether you're part of an esport club or not, should use that gamer ID. And we are in control of it and provide it as an identification towards Steam or other platforms.
And if you weren't convinced yet, I can tell you that when you really get an acknowledgement from the authorities, they will check if you know that the coaches has a police, you know, what's it called?
History.
History. And how can you do that if you have to check with 5,000 game producers and go into their databases, right? So this will actually be vital in terms of being sustainable for the future.
Same in Sweden.
Yeah, so we need it only on European level then. But it is something where we do have to be proactively creating ideas, and there is especially the interaction with the traditional sports federation important, where you say, I mean, okay, sure, 150 years of history, but at some point they had also the legitimacy issue where, like, at some point, who cares about sports? It's a waste of time or so. I don't know how they talked 150 years ago. But what's more interesting for me as well, because we at the University of Agder are talking about academic esports with a strong focus on education, and we deliberately say we don't educate gamers, and if you come to us, forget your career in esports. You might be a publisher, a league operator, or everything, but you will not be Faker. That's too late. But from your perspective, especially as you are a stakeholder that works with us, what are the things where you say, okay, academic esports, that's what we want from us guys?
So in Sweden, we have a collaboration with Halmstad University. It's part of the Malmö University, south of Sweden.
Michael Trotter, right?
Sorry?
Michael Trotter?
Yeah. So the collaboration between the federation and Halmstad contains of 3 pillars. One is the pathway for elite or professional players in esports. So if you are a professional player in esports, you can apply for that program, and if you get in, you will have the benefit from, like, when you have tests, the teacher can assign the test on different times and dates. They can adjust it accordingly to your calendar or stuff like that. You also get some physical coaches and mentalists to help you with different things. So that's one pillar. The other pillar is more like on report side. If, for example, if the federation wants new knowledge in a certain area, we can ask them to do some scientific studies in it. And the third one is where it's like a knowledge base. For example, when we want to create a pathway from our educational system towards a PhD in esports at the university. So that is something we're working together with. And from the Swedish Sports Confederation, if I take that hat on me, we have like a framework for all sport federations in Sweden. So if you are part of the Swedish Sports Confederation, your players will get the benefit from, depending on every university in Sweden, you can have assignments being moved or adjust for like your competition schedule and stuff like that. So that's the framework for everything.
I would say we have a lot to gain from closer cooperation with university. Currently, we have a college university for sports, basically, while I explore now, from the innovation side of Norwegian sports, closer companionship with Oslo Met and also University of Agder for the social innovation, which is the actual effect we have for society, which is extremely interesting. And it's also something that binds us together so that we don't use the word sport or e-sport every second in our talks, that we talk about what we are trying to achieve with this, right? So that's on the cooperation level, and on the data level, we have now meetings with the authorities in Norway, which has a national registry over your competence on the university level, I think, and high school. The service called SICT, because I asked them the question here the other day, why can't the achievements you get from Norwegian sports, and maybe esports then, be a part of your curriculum vitae? Why should we have so many registers for this? So, and that's part of the acknowledgement journey we are doing, because this is no problem. You just have to ask, actually. So I'm looking forward to that meeting.
Absolutely, yes, please. It's what we are trying to tell everybody. You learn something in games, sport, translate it into your CV, because you learn stuff. You learn it really good. You might learn that you learned something, but it is so important. So totally agree on that. But yeah.
To me, I absolutely love the idea and the concept. Everything is being done here. It's very important to build a global academic network when it comes down to our sport. I mentioned this in an interview earlier, but I can imagine someone that does academic esports, one of the athletes, one of the researchers, actually coming up with interventions that can affect all global gamers' lives. Someone that attends this event could be the next Fortnite creator, a game that changes everything, a game that has traction for decades. It's important to bring these people together, and especially when it's on the academic side, you have much more fruitful conversations.
And very quick from my perspective, I think also we have always worked close with UIA, and also the Esports Research Network, probably because it's from basically based off of the region in the Nordics. So even like the Nordic Esports Federation, even if we're not very big yet, and we're pretty young, we're very, very young, we still have research done in collaboration with like the University of Tampere. They did last year, no, 2 years ago, the big study. They followed us around to see how actually we were doing on inclusion. And of course, they give us the papers, and we work together to improve things. And this is so important, the collaboration, because they provide us the data that I was requesting during the Norwegian Summit, and the information that we need to know before we know where to scale it also, actually. Like, I don't know if if I don't have the data and the information in the first place, how am I supposed to know if we are supposed to scale it up this way or that way?
In order to make good decisions.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
Just one humble brag about our degree. We soon have our first academic esports PhD who did the bachelor and the master here. So yeah, humble brag, but I'm really proud of it. Now the applause goes to, I don't know where she is, but
The university.
you probably will soon hear about it, who she is, but she has not yet signed it, I think, or the contract is not there as usual. But one thing, I don't know if I get an answer about it, but it is the hot topic right now with the IOC. Is it now official that they are not doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's official. I mean, the last 2 weeks were like, that reporter says that, and all. I know maybe I might get only a political answer, that is okay as well, but maybe I get a personal answer. What was your reaction?
So the personal answer will be a political one, or the other way maybe. But look, Sweden, the Swedish system is that we have the Swedish Sports Confederation, and under it we have the NOC, the Swedish Olympic Committee. In Norway, it's another situation. You are merged,
Yes.
one organization. But in Sweden, for example, Swedish Esports Federation are part of the confederation, but not part of the Olympic Committee. So we were applying for the membership of the National Olympic Committee this year. I spoke with their president last year. He told me, well, Sami, I think you have a window now, and it might close this year. So due to that, we sent in our application to the Swedish Olympic Committee. They had their annual meeting 2 weeks ago, and the window were closed. And it was closed due to IOC, because IOC is now demanding all their NOCs to approve member federation, national member sport federations, where the international sport federation are recognized by IOC. And the current situation in the world is that we have 3 world organizations, and none of them are currently recognized by the International Olympic Committee. So the main focus now is not on the national level to get the recognition through the Olympic Committee, because that window is closed. It's closed by IOC. The main focus now is to see, okay, how can we align those 3 federations to speak with one voice towards the IOC?
Yeah, maybe I can say something. I think it might be a bit political, but in terms of politically correct. But it's, I think it's about innovation, because innovation is a huge amount of failures and one success. And I don't understand that people thought there will be a success on first attempt here. There was a big learning. And I think that my impression from IOC is that you're going back to the drawing table with a lot of learning and knowledge, which you then can use into the future, right? So that's my thoughts, that this is just a start, and yeah, you need more attempts.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. From my perspective also, you're not going to make it perfect the first time. It was already a short timeline. Look over it again, rework it, find out what really will function in a real life basis on it. And I think I actually commend them for making this decision, because to be honest, I want a good event. If the Olympics, the IOC ever picks up esports, I want it to be a good event. I don't want it to be something that is a part-time project, basically. So I think this is definitely the right way to go, and when they are ready, they will deliver what they have figured out. And in the meantime, like Sami said, it doesn't really matter. Like on a national level, we continue to do the work. We continue to do work with grassroots, because I think we all agree anyway, regardless of an official stamp or not, that esports is a legit activity for the youth today, in today's society. So then we just need to continue to work on it and develop it.
For me, I'd say slightly disappointed, but I kind of understand especially with the trajectory they were going, they would have missed out on traditional esports. And honestly, with the numbers they were quoting, if they miss out on traditional esports, they are going to be humbled. They are going to be humbled. To us, my father's executive board of the IOC has been he's on our side. He's a gamer. Yeah, and he has pretty much been telling them this is a train we can't miss out on. This is, I mean, we deploy the federation at most physical sporting events because we know that's the only way to bring the youth in now. That's why we see our numbers climbing for live sporting events, and this is deployed across Jordan. To us, this is just going to continue to skyrocket, and the worry about what you were saying is it'll come later. Will they miss the wave?
Yeah.
At that point, do we need them or do they need us?
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be very interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
But one thing we need to acknowledge as well is the lack of structure within international esports community. I mean, we are sharing the views of like Jordanian esports, Norwegian, Swedish esports, but if we just go to like our neighboring country, Polish esports, they don't have the same structure or the same proceedings, or like Montenegro or Spain, there are TOs, tournament organizers, under an umbrella as a federation. So I mean, we have like 60 countries in the world that are recognized by national body of sports or the National Olympic Committee today. In order to become more, we need to support all of those 150 plus countries or 100 that are not part of that, because they are not structured the way a federation should operate. And that's the main problem for esports. So we need to see ourselves in it as well. I think we were not mature enough to be part of the Olympic Committee as well.
We also see the same on the sports federation level. Those 55 federations we have, they don't really know what to do here. So they go to their international parents, and they don't know either. So it's like everyone is looking at each other, I think, and that is a problem itself, because having no opinion is actually an opinion in itself. Yeah.
Okay, but then the active question is, how do we get to a position where we are getting into talking and figuring out some construct, can be a flexible construct, but some construct where we say, okay, that is how it should work.
Once again, I want to commend you guys here. For actually, we need neutral meeting places or conversation places, let's say that, to have the difficult discussions together. Some of these discussions are maybe should not be involving everyone, right? Because they are difficult, and we need to be able to talk honestly with each other and find that solution together. So what the University of Agder is doing is providing for us a neutral place where everyone can meet, and even in Norway as for the Norwegian Summit, right? And then they basically go, at least they do this on the Norwegian Summit, they basically go, okay, we gathered all the stakeholders from Norway, your guys are so as diverse as possible, you come with all the plethora of different definitions on how we should do this. Here are some worksheets, here are some questions, go work together and figure it out. Then come back after 2 days and tell us what you figured out. And I think this work of bringing in the different stakeholders, providing us with, let's say, a neutral ground where we can have those tough discussions together is extremely important.
One way is also joining a federation. I mean, join the federation structure, be part of the democratic model, put your ideas to a vote, and let's have a discussion on it. That's the way to improve.
To me, keep working, keep getting everything done, keep having events. Nothing's stopping us. At the end of the day, this is what actually caters to the youth. Physical sports, some of them do, some of them they have zero interest in, unfortunately. And I mean, if we're talking entertainment, the entertainment value this brings is incredible. It has so many different, let's say, genres, so many different games. This is endless, and I mean, it's getting our focus, at least for now. Eventually, others' eyes are going to turn, and just keep building until we get to there.
I was thinking, I think you do a great work now on the club level and also on federation level. I would say that a hidden gem is that we have a central digitalization agency and yeah, just a bunch of nerds basically, like myself, which are sitting centrally across all 55 federations. So I think for a sustainable dialogue, please make use of that, because I think we are fragmenting ourselves. Yes, we are by going directly to clubs. I think it has to be coordinated. This is a too important topic to be solved by the clubs alone. So please contact us, Esportforbundet and anyone else, because I have more capacity over hearing from you.
I mean, that's, I know. I have here a clock. Yep. Okay. But one last question I can ask, right? I know. Yeah, but it's, I mean, Ben promised to be shorter than last year, so. But one thing I always ask in a panel where like, what is the one thing or wish you want to change in the near future? It can be totally not possible, but like if you have a genie and says, this is the thing I want to change.
Break the skill gap between women and men immediately. Like mixed teams are the future. We can show the world how inclusive this is by having mixed teams. I mean, we have certain players in the federation that have, I would say, disabilities, but they're playing as elites. You really do not know who you're playing with when you get online. And so why should that matter in the end? To me, if we can, mixed teams is the way forward.
I would say in the digital realm, organizational borders doesn't matter. So let's make that history and see how we can have success across those borders.
Somebody's thinking. I can see his head turning. He's like spinning. It's sort of similar to what Sturla said, but it's collaboration. I would love for like immediate, instant collaboration on an international level, because it will make the job for every national federation. I'm going to say this: what we do on a national level might be awesome, but as Sami pointed out, the new statutes of the IOC. We're all in the same boat on a national federation level when it comes internationally. Like, I would love for like an instant collaboration and dialogue on an international level. It will help a lot of countries.
And that's
no pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. Well, I would say then, maybe a boring one, but my dream is that we launch this license system where we track every gamer in Sweden through that system, but also in order to like control bad behaviors, to like show people that, okay, when you enter this club, you will be in a safe environment because everyone has a license through the federation and they are checked, they are educated, and they are part of the system.
But why stop at Sweden? White label the product and have everyone else use it.
Yeah, we can export it, of course.
I mean, everyone wants to protect their data too.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. We need to start somewhere. Yeah.
Well, that's something where I'm an academic. I should not be optimistic, but I should be a realist. But I am optimistic right now. That should be doable. All of the four things, where it shows the power of esports. Where I know there are a lot of troubles and a lot of problems, but it brings people together. Be it above borders, breaking social barriers, all of those things we all see in our daily business, that it's doable. And it's something where that's my passion about esports, where like I know it can do it. We only have to get there. Just do it. I'm not sponsored by Nike.
Okay, there's a little bit of pictures now, and as you noticed, I had to be a little strict, and now I have to use my grown-up voice. So We will take a short recess before the keynote, and Ben will start at 4:15 exactly. So get some fresh air, get some coffee, and the wonderful thing is that I know Ben won't bore you, so that will go really needs to be addressed to this crowd based on a little bit of misinformation in the last panel, and we will never leave a panel with misinformation. So if you would please join us. Yeah. And the wonderful thing, since it's streamed, everyone will see it. Yep. Here's the microphone.
Thank you. I thought perhaps it's good to make a statement to clarify some things that have been said, referring to IOC's decision to postpone the Olympic Esports Games. The IOC has not made any official statement to that. There were some articles making different assumptions and quoting. They didn't even quote sources. So I think, but then it was repeated by several media. Having been in the media business myself before, I know things which can be repeated again and again, and then later on, if you repeat it more often enough, it sort of will be taken as facts. So it was just a simple statement to clarify that IOC has not made any statement as to the postponement of the Olympic Esports Games. But obviously, there's a lot of interest. The publishers are extremely excited about the Olympic Esports Games, and we'll see how things develop. But there's a lot of work going on now. There's a lot of work that went on before. There'll continue to be a lot of work following the next few months after the IOC has taken a strategic decision on strategic future direction end of June. So thank you, and keep your channels open.
That was a piece of good news. And I'm really happy that we could clarify it right away instead of having to make statements in the aftermath. So thank you very much for participating and also bringing this good news. Tobias, will you introduce him, or should I introduce our well-spoken speaker? Ben Bays is with us now for the third year. He is from
No
the
one is more surprised than I am. With that, so.
He is from the University of Texas, and he will introduce himself, but I really wanted to introduce him because we've had a friendship lasting many years now, and he was one of the first ones to listen to me when I talked about academic esports from a major university and not roll his eyes, but thinking, oh shit, I have not thought about that. And today, he is the head of his own gaming institute, and I do like to take some of the credit.
Of course.
Because we have collaborated now for 3 years, and I will give a little bit of advertisement for you. He's hosting the Academic Esports Symposium every October at UT Texas in Austin, which is a fantastic event with some students that make you feel like a king, because this one has some weird ways of giving credits, and he doesn't tell us. But all of a sudden, we are surrounded by students that wants to take pictures of me, wants to ask me questions and everything, and I think it's because of my celebrity status. It is because they get credits for interviewing me and taking a picture with me. And
Or drawing you.
Or drawing me, and then
That's
giving
real
me the
funny.
drawing. So
Yes, yeah.
it's a lot of flattering drawings that I have to hide.
Yeah, okay, good.
The floor is yours,
Okay.
Ben, and please introduce yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me through this mic? Okay. I'm also kind of loud. Thank you, Rune, for the lovely introduction, and thank you for being so unkind to me these past couple days and making me feel like I need to condense my slides. I've been up there, but I've got a solution. I took 126 slides and I just shrunk them down, so now there's 4 on each, so I think I can make it. I don't know what the resolution of your projector is, though, so, and I hope your eyeballs are hungry, because here we go. Yes, my name is Ben Bays. And I'm in the increasingly incoherent lecture series that I put on here, going to do something called Drawing for Esports. Previously, I did something called an ephogram, which drew parallels to comics and esports and video games. And then before that, I did something on the camera, and some slides will come up from those as well. So If it's not obvious and apparent, I am from Texas, but I'm one of the nice ones, okay? So be kind to me. And yes, if you ever are interested in coming to Austin, I would love to be your host and show you around. South by Southwest is sort of an irresistible draw. And yes, I have a couple events myself that I put on throughout the year. So I'd love to have you. It's great fun. I'll take you to the honky tonks and barbecue and all of that. So I love to draw. I'm not very good at it, but it is something that I do sort of all the time, compulsively. And so for this particular lecture, I have spread paper and pencil throughout the room, and I would ask that you draw well. And I'm not asking you to draw well, actually. I'm asking you to draw quickly, because that's kind of the point of this. What I wanted to do is to connect esports and drawing. But esports happens very rapidly. It's a high performance sort of situation. And so, of course, you don't have to draw, but it's great fun. And I have no expectations that it'll be finished. I don't know if you've seen some of the AI stuff that can take shitty drawings and then turn them into beautiful things, but maybe you can do that after this particular exercise. These are some of my drawings through some of my careers here. And I was given this slide, and actually this is somebody who had some research attached to this earlier, and Toby gave me this slide some years ago, and you'll see that drawing is not really on here as well. So I'm trying to make my own little rectangle that connects the arts to esports related sort of professions. I'm a big fan of drawing as a form of deep reading. There's lots of different ways that you can draw, from observation to just sort of doodling as well. So I'll be talking about some of those ideas. I incorporate drawing into all of my classes, even the business of video games and things like that. Also, I'm into copying. And so you'll see a lot of stuff up here on the slideshow, and do feel free to copy. That is the point. You're going to see all sorts of little drawings from comics and animation and video games as well. And I've just tried to put up a lot of different examples of things that you can do. So I guess there's different kinds of drawings, and the first one that I want to talk about is the doodle, which is sort of a non-teleological, to use a nice academic word, meaning it has no point. Right, so you're just sitting there drawing, and then sometimes they say, oh, you're not supposed to raise your instrument or pen or pencil from the paper. I don't know if I agree with that, but many famous authors and presidents and scientists have sort of doodled, and it puts you in kind of an interesting space. So I do try to encourage that as well. Being from Texas, I don't love all crime, but I do love some crime. I do love to steal. And so I'm just going to put that out there. So there's going to be a lot of imagery in this particular slideshow, and I have not cited everything. I can probably tell you what it is if you ask me. And if it makes you feel any better, I stole all this paper, and I got Tony to steal these pencils. So you're all criminals too. So we're all in this together. We're all outlaws here. So I have sort of a meandering background in education. I guess the only actual sort of accredited thing I have on my record is a degree in illustration, which if you do a little bit of math, it took me 6.5 years to get, which is the easiest degree. You know, you draw something and you get a hug and 100. I never even got to coloring. It was too hard, so I was just pretty much drawing the whole time, but I've had great fun and been around the world and seen all sorts of fun things like that. I had sort of 3 or 4 professional arcs before I became an accidental academic. I started in traditional animation, doing backgrounds and hand-drawn visual effects and some character animation as well, but it is very tedious. I also worked on Scanner Darkly. That came up at dinner sort of organically the other day. There it is. There's the slides. So that was great fun as well. And you can see a picture of Keanu Reeves in front of some corn. I worked on the corn. I know you were wondering. And it took months to do that stupid corn. By the way, the quota for animation was about 75 frames a week. That's working about 50 hours. So that's about 3 seconds a week for animation. So it is sort of tedious there. I also worked in video games for some years. I shipped 16 video games for console and handheld, starting back on PlayStation 2, GameCube, original Xbox, and sort of ending up in Game Boy DS and some Wii and some titles like that. Had a great time. Never developed anything for mobile. I don't know how HTML works, so I can tell you about the architecture of PS2, sort of useless. And then I did some visual effects This is the one picture of me doing visual effects where I'm not just sitting at a computer, because that's really all visual effects is messing around with software. I guess there's some differences in these three different sorts of media. Visual effects is largely going to be sort of moving towards photorealism, and the actual physical camera is going to be a mediator of everything you do, whereas in animation there is no camera, and in video games there is a sort of a simulated camera which exists in between these things and is slightly imperfect, and I'll touch upon that in just a little bit. I also had some strange sort of jobs in between here. I was the in-world composite director, so you see this like terrible sort of virtual world, and we would stream live events into it. And then we would also have virtual cameras, and we would stream the virtual world out to the performers, so while they were playing in front of the green screen, they could see people who were flamingos and stuff, you know, the different avatars that you can take, and they could sort of respond to them, and that was sort of an interesting project there. A little nerve-wracking because, of course, live broadcast is a little exciting sometimes. So somehow, through a clerical error, probably, I ended up teaching in the Department of Radio, Television, Film about 18 years ago. And we're the #2 public film school in the United States, and film is very much at the heart of it, and I'm very proud to be there. Now, I'm sort of adjacent to it. I started in animation visual effects and have moved into game development for some years. And now I'm in a sort of area with digital game industries. Those are some of the newest courses that I'm teaching there at the lower right. But the University of Texas has over 70 courses where video games are identified as a significant component, not just sort of a passing thing. We're talking about grassroots. We're talking about sort of the sort of upswelling of enthusiasm. And UT is, we don't have a sort of a singular sort of program in video games. It has sort of manifested individually in different departments. So reliably, there's RTF at the beginning. AET is Arts and Entertainment Technology in the College of Fine Arts. Computer Science is over there on the left. But if you look on the right, you also see like rhetoric and writing and African studies, American studies, anthropology, psychology. So video games are very much in the air, although I'm the only one that I know sort of talking about esports in particular at the university, which is, you know, sort of crazy. You know, like, I love esports. I would not call myself an enthusiast. I am Platinum 2 in Fortnite. I know you're about to ask, Professor Texas, so we can roll together 2 underscores. But what I wanted to sort of talk about today is a little bit of drawing exercises around some of the components of esports, which are shared with the components of video games as well. But I didn't want to like get into the weeds with how to do these things necessarily, but really to just sort of connect these ideas with simple little drawings and scribbles and doodles that you could do along the way, which I hope will give you a deeper understanding of some of these ideas, and perhaps an understanding that goes beyond sort of articulating them in words and sort of research, you know, sort of it's the drawn version of some of these things. I guess you'll also see a lot of slides from animation sort of mixed in here because I think it's helpful to sort of bring these things together. So there's a lot to learn from live action visual effects and animation and of course CGI as well. So I guess the first thing that you would need in any of these games is going to be a level or a stage, right, or an environment. And so, of course, in addition to knowing how to draw all of architecture and flora and the weather and things like that, you'll want to deal with sort of rendering out different spaces within CGI. And games manifest in different ways, and Super Smash Brothers is sort of a 2.5D, although it is actually sort of full 3D if you look at it closely. Some games are sort of rendered in isometric or axonometric sort of styles like there on the left, but most of them are going to be sort of a full 3D. So how do we express space in drawn form here? I also want to take a moment and sort of introduce a word that not many people know of. It's called animatic. So animatic, if you know, is a storyboard that is sort of put into a timeline. But animatic is a term from animation theory that sort of just differentiates how animation is made versus how the sort of apparatus of the camera operates. So if you think about drawing animation, you don't really have a camera that you're considering, you have a piece of paper, right? And then the cameras that we use are often sort of multi-plane situations in sort of older terms. Or we try to reproduce those in CG, I would say, pretty imperfectly. You know, Unity and Unreal, actually, I struggle with trying to create something that looks truly animated because they really kind of lean into the CGI. And they have a great sort of, they favor photorealism further. So directing art directing these things can be a little bit of a challenge there. So animatic is one of those words that if I say, it always autocorrects to animatic. And AI doesn't know what animatic is, which is sort of refreshing. Like it gets confused on that particular term. So that comes out of a book called Thomas Lamar, The Anime Machine, which is fascinating. I guess if you wanted to go back and sort of study sort of how to draw geometric space, Euclid is a good place to start. And Euclid sort of erroneously believed that sort of light came out of your eyes and struck things, and that's how sort of the physical world sort of operated optically. We know now that that's not exactly true, but it should be noted that that's how CGI cameras work, right? They sort of shoot rays out of the camera itself in terms of vision. Further, Euclidean geometry is the one that has straight lines. But if you look through a camera that's actually sort of curvilinear, and then within animation itself, we can further distort this and caricature and do curvilinear animation. That's not something that you actually see within video games very much, especially esports where precision is very important, right? It's drawn in a very Euclidean style. Straight line geometry, rays emanating from the camera. So the way that we're doing esports now is there you go, 2,300 years old. So I feel like we could do better in the future, and we probably will, but that's a challenge for those making the next sort of set of games there. So, and Euclid has a great book, and you can just do it with a piece of paper as a straight edge. You need a straight edge, and you can do all these cool sort of exercises. I think we're all familiar with perspective. But just to sort of revise this, and you should be drawing at this point, by the way. Okay, I want to see 1, 2, and 3-point perspective render pretty quickly. A lot of this sort of depends on where we are in any one position. I'm standing in the middle of the room, so it's pretty easy for me to do a 1-point perspective into the distance. But if I come over here to the edge of the room, then I'm going to get this sort of 2-point perspective. Both of them have a sort of horizon that's level. I'm just sort of looking straight on through the world there. So you can draw the horizon. You plot your vanishing point, 1, 2, and you draw lines radiating it from that. And then you can see that you sort of, some of the lines, the ones that are not radiated are parallel. So on the 2-point perspective, you can see that there's foreshortening, and some of the dimensions, the sort of X and Z, if we go X is horizontal, Y is vertical, and Z is depth. Those converge where the Y is parallel. So on the 1-point perspective, the Y and the X are parallel. And the 3-point perspective, which is typically used in animation if you're looking up or you're looking down, which is pretty rare, actually. You're standing on the edge of a cliff, you're looking up at a building, and so it has a very sort of strange sort of look to it. Of course, these perspective is rendered very quickly by computers in CGI environments, and so, but you understanding sort of how it works and then playing around with those things like distorting it and curving it can be a fun exercise as well. Not using a straight edge. It gives you sort of a refreshing, uncomputer-like look. How many minutes do I have left? Okay, so you hold up 40 minutes left or something. So there's a couple really cool techniques that you can do in perspective. I don't know if you remember, but if you have a square and you sort of draw from the corners, right, you can find the midpoint. Do you remember that? Finding the midpoint from way back. I haven't taken geometry since 10th grade in high school. If you draw a red line on the second drawing from one of the corners through the midpoint, and then you strike that lower line, what you will do is you will reflect the square. You will reproduce it. But it works if you do it in foreshortening as well. So these sort of the length of these squares is the same, except sort of foreshortened in 3D space. And so once you can do that trick of finding the midpoint and then sort of striking through to reflect it or extend it into 3D space, you can do the same trick with all sorts of complicated curves. You just have to find more points in there. So that's a foreshortening or midpoint construction. It's kind of a neat trick that perspectivists use. There are societies still of perspectivists, and they struggle with things like cones in perspective. It's still not quite figured out, if that's sort of surprising, right? That they're still working on that. Another thing is ellipses. And so an ellipse spheres are pretty easy because no matter which way you look at it, it presents itself as a two-dimensional circle. But if you have a cylinder, right, and the cap of it is sort of not aligned exactly to you, oblique, then it makes an ellipse. The vocabulary is important, the minor axis, the major axis, and the degree. A good sort of trick, or not trick, an exercise is to draw a bunch of ellipses on a paper freehand and try to draw them in different orientations. And then you draw the minor axes through all of them, the smaller axes. And then what your ellipse should be is it should fold back on top. It's a good way to sort of test the symmetry of your ellipse. And if you draw like 20 or 30 ellipses and then you do the minor axes through all of them, you will probably see that you improve over the course of just that one exercise. And so, you know, if you really want to get good at drawing, you try to find those ellipses, and then pretty soon you'll get a sense for how much the degree should sort of open up there. You can, that same midpoint construction that I showed earlier can actually be applied to finding ellipses projected into even very complicated 3D space. You can see the sort of series of midpoint constructions there as well. And if you are freehand drawing ellipses in 3D space, this lower right, the minor axis should align to the vanishing point. The major axis you can just completely disregard. It is unhelpful in drawing, okay? Like, it's important, I guess, to sort of calculate things mathematically, geometrically, but in terms of actually expressing them in terms of drawing, just it's all about the minor axis. It's all that minor axis there, so, okay. So the camera moves in these games, and drawing for camera movement is very interesting, especially in animation, because of course we're not reanimating the perspective every single time. We have to sort of change it and bend it over time. And so here you can see some simple ways of doing camera sort of zooms or pans, which would be a rotation of the camera, or a tilt would be an up and down here, or sort of sliding along here. So you can see some of those as well. There's often some tricks in terms of perspective that happen in these things. And then if the camera, I'm sorry, if the camera is panning, I was wrong before, it was sort of sliding, it was dollying, trucking. If the camera is panning or tilting, you will need to do sort of a curvilinear perspective. Probably the most impressive use of this sort of changing perspective is in Peter Pan, the old Disney Peter Pan. When they fly through the city, it's a single background image, but sometimes they're looking up at the clock and sometimes they're looking down. And you try to imagine what the final background, or the background must have looked like before they shot it. So they sort of plotted out where the camera would be at any moment and changed the perspective in there. When the camera moves, when the camera tilts, when the camera pans, rotates on either of the axes, you do need to do this sort of curvilinear perspective. So 4-point is used for a tilt there at the top, so meaning the camera's looking up and then is looking down like that. You see that in a lot of cartoon backgrounds. You can do 5-point perspective, you can do 6-point perspective. And if you are working in VR, okay, if you were hand drawing things in VR, you would do sort of a multiple sort of spherical perspective, a chain of these things. And if you go in Photoshop, you can find a template that gives you this grid if you just want to freehand draw something in VR, which is very interesting. A lot of times for virtual reality, we construct it in full 3D, or we film it with a video. It's very rare to see things hand-drawn in virtual reality, but this sort of curvilinear perspective can be very helpful in that regard. So anyway, there were some tips on how to draw spaces, three-dimensional spaces. The first job I ever had as a concept artist on a video game was I had to do plants. For 2 weeks, I had to draw flora, and it was one of those games that had like an ice world and a lava world and a desert world and a swamp world. And so I spent a lot of time researching. And generally in game development, you might spend 20, maybe even 25% of your development cycle on research. So going to the library, getting books, copying Floric. I'm like, oh, plants, I can do this. And about halfway through day one, I was like, that's all the plants I have in my head. I did that cactus from cartoons. I did some seaweed. I did some ferns. And then I was out of ideas. So, part of coming up with ideas is really sort of that idea of research as well. Okay. Visual effects. This is a big part of games as well, and something that I talked about too long last time is how do we express things like heat or fire or motion or stinkiness, right? Or sunshine or lens flares, right? If sometimes in Fortnite, if someone aims at you, there's a little sort of glint so that you know that they're looking at you. I would categorize all of this under visual effects. I did want to take a little sidebar and sort of talk about visual effects versus special effects, just so I can confuse things even further. Visual effects is really a term that really kind of comes around in 1977. around the time Star Wars comes out, okay? Before that, it kind of went back and forth just a little bit, but it is compositing here. It's very digital. It's associated with the digital typically. Although there is one school of thought called the rhetorics of invisibility, which says visual effects are those that we don't know, and then special effects are the ones that we do. So like, Optimus Prime, blowing up a city is a special effect, even though it might be digital. Whereas a movie like Dallas Buyers Club, have you all ever seen that movie, right? It has 169 visual effects shots because they filmed it in Louisiana, but it takes place in Texas, so they added the oil wells in the background. But a lot of the biggest user of visual effects are period pieces like Bridgerton and things like that. So where most of the visual effects, but they're kind of rendered invisibly, right? There's something that you don't know. So great book, Rhetorics of Invisibility. Special effects are practical. And there's a great word, profilmic, that means happening in front of the camera. But special effects don't need a camera. You can have them in theater as well. So I work with the theater department quite a bit on special effects or prosthetics or models. They have a great scene shop, things like that. So anyway, just a distinction there that can be helpful, sort of articulating what you want in the future. And just, this is for the Academy Awards in the United States. You can see that originally they were sort of associated with engineering, right, where we might call a visual effects artist these days, but really they do kind of work in these sort of computer spaces. And then it changes, Special Achievement Award for Special Effects, then Best Special Effects. And then from 59 to 63, I like this, and I brought this up last time, visual effects and audio effects were the same category. And that's why I talked about it in comics last time, because if you look at comics, they don't have animation, they don't support audio, and yet they have effects, but often there would be what we would make a visual effect of, say, an explosion, but what would it be? It'd have the big word boom written out in large letters, right? And so there was a case on AI not too long ago where somebody had made a comic, and they had generated the imagery using AI completely, right? But she had written the script, and then she had done the layout, and the courts ruled that the author had the copyright, because you can't copyright AI, although there are 50 cases in the US right now about this. But the court judged that you can not copyright the imagery, but she could copyright the layout and the lettering. And I actually have a big problem with that, because for me, the lettering, boom, right, is part of the imagery itself. It was used as a pictorial element. Anyway, 1964, visual effects, special visual effects, and 70, it actually goes down to visual effects. Sorry, sidebar there. And then to get even weirder into some theory stuff, is animation a special effect? If I have the camera playing, and then I snap my fingers, and then someone turns off the camera, and then I leave, and then they turn on the camera again, and I have magically disappeared, that is a special effect. It's one of the earliest sort of trip to the moon, Méliès special effects, right? If you take a piece of paper with a drawing and you put it in front of the camera and you take a picture and then you take it away and you put a piece of paper and you take a picture, you take it away, you take a picture, that's the same exact thing. Is animation a special effect? I would argue not. I would argue that all live action cinema is animation itself, because animation predates the camera. And so the camera is merely sort of a tool to animate the live action world. So anyway, sorry, I had to go there a little bit. In terms of visual effects, comics will come up in just a second, but I did want to turn you on to this book. This is a great book called Elemental Magic. And this person, Joseph Guillaud, worked on Fantasia, and he was a Disney animator for many years. And then he ended up moving to South America, and I think sort of starting some sort of cult or something down there. He's an interesting guy if you see any interviews with him, but these are some notes from the Disney animators about water and fire and things like that. We often use the sort of flag. Animating a flag is not too difficult, and so that's kind of a good gateway to doing fire if you wanted to do that. Of course, there's all sorts of things about convection. Some of my favorite drawings are over here on the left. Oh, I only have one. Oh, there's one on the left and one on the right, and that's water for Hercules, if you remember that. But the effect of water splashing actually sort of reproduces those sort of Greek urns, those Grecian urns, which I thought was a nice touch and something I didn't notice right away. So same physics of water, but they sort of changed the substance and the structure of it to art directed in these different ways. Are you all drawing water? Somebody is. Well, I see pictures of me, is what I see around. Okay, good. Yeah, comics. I did 126 slides of this last year, so I could certainly go on about it. But comics, they have this sort of funny book called The Lexicon of Comicana by Mort Walker, and he did Beetle Bailey and a number of other things. But he sort of defined the different visual effects, essentially, those qualities that normally we would animate or maybe associate with sound, and they have all sorts of fun sort of names like that. And then, of course, depending on the culture and the language, these might be expressed in different ways as well. So words as a pictorial element are definitely sort of part of this sort of symbolia, I think is the word. But it definitely sort of visual effects fall within that. So if I wanted to draw something shiny, right, if I wanted to draw something hot, these are sort of great shorthand. And you probably have internalized a lot of these things and seen these before. So I'll give you a second to draw every single one of them. And go. Okay, where are we on time? I feel like I'm just racing through it. Okay. Don't want anybody to miss the barbecue. Let's go. I'm going to finish early. I have a big finale here, though. Let's do characters for a second. Most of the characters in esports games, and this is important. I went to a Games as a Service conference a couple of weeks ago, right? And how do they make their money, right? How does Fortnite make their money, right? You have your avatar, you have your hobby, which is free, but you want to invest in it. And so your character that is represented in the game, you buy them skins, right? You buy them clothes. And so character design is obviously a big part of that. Now, not every game. Things like Counter-Strike, you don't see yourself, right? So, but many games you do. So I do want to talk about sort of character design and concept. So if you look for books on, how to draw the figure, you'll sort of find that the older ones are going to be really purely about anatomy. And so there's some, drawings by Da Vinci, right, in the upper left. And then you can see these sort of Bridgman and Bern Hogarth and Elliot Goldfinger. And these are great. Most of them are in the public domain now, so you can find them pretty easily. You'll also begin to find ways that people sort of simplify this. They're like, if you're drawing ahead, some rules of thumb, right, might be that you draw the sort of oval and the crown is here and the eyes are here and then 1/3 and you've seen these sorts of things. They're actually not entirely consistent. Like there's different ones and you can try out the different versions of it and see what you think. So I actually find it most helpful to start from the hairline and then divide versus the top of the head, but that's me. But yes, learning all of the muscles, learning all of the bones is helpful, especially if you are interested in sort of moving into actually building out and producing these characters, because the way that these characters are articulated is very much borrowed from how our joints work, right? Less sort of developed is how muscles work. There's a sort of squash and stretch thing, but now there's new technology to do muscles. This is something that's generally not a priority in esports. Generally, the games are moving so quickly that you want to favor performance over sort of a rich-looking, sort of like rippling muscle things. Things are going a little bit too quickly for that, but the technology is definitely coming along. So yeah, if you look and say something like Maya and you begin to build a rigging structure for your characters, the types of joints are going to be identified as the ones that sort of exist naturally. So the skeleton can be really helpful in that regard. Although most currently skeletons have about 65 bones in video games and motion capture, but there are many more than that. It's just, do you need all the bones of your foot, right? And if you're running around, do you see those things? So I'd like them just because, I just want it all. I want all the information there. One thing that CGI does struggle with, though, is deformation. So I talked about the sort of linear geometry, the Euclidean geometry of the camera, and how the sort of, it does not compensate for optics. It does not look the way that our eye sort of sees the world. It's very sort of geometric. And CGI characters do this as well. It's possible to sort of break this, and you do see this a little bit more. But there's this cool word called plasmatic, plasmaticity. And if you look at old animation, it's often called rubber hose. That's what the industry called it. And that's the early animation. The characters would morph, right? They would turn into a celebrity or a political figure briefly, right? They had this quality to them that was very unreal. But Disney, who, sort of industrialized the animation process in America, said, oh no, we're going to, rotoscope our actors, right? We're going to create a consistent look for the human characters. And sort of moved away from the plasmatic. Eisenstein, who's a very famous film theorist, if you've ever heard of him, he loved Disney animation. There's lots of pictures of him early on. He would go visit Disney. He loved cartoons, which is funny. But as soon as Disney started moving more into sort of human figure representation, Eisenstein wrote a book called The Eulogy. He was very disappointed in all of that. So that's something that CGI does a lot of things in video games, but actually really struggles with this idea of plasmatic. And of course, it's really easy, right? If you're drawing and you want to morph into a celebrity, you just start drawing towards the celebrity. But CGI requires a substantial amount of setup and things like that. So it should be noted that after Disney moved into this like non-plasmatic animation, a bunch of its animators left, and they formed studios like Warner Brothers, and they did Looney Tunes and stuff like that. So if you watch the Bugs Bunny cartoons, they retain that plasmatic, that sort of wacky quality to it. So it is kind of coming back. Have you seen Cuphead? That game, it has a plasmatic quality. And does anybody know that little cartoon right there? For anime fans, Miyazaki fans? That's the cartoon that's playing on the television in Kiki's Delivery Service when she goes and steals the cat. So it's an homage, I guess, to the plasmatic animation. So anyway, plasmatic, that's such a fun word to say. Okay, I'm done saying it. Figure drawing. Okay, figure drawing and life drawing, in addition to anatomy, you want to actually be drawing characters, drawing people. Most game characters are people, and most animals are based on, or most monsters are based on animals, and the leg structure of like ungulates and plantigrades, if you've ever heard of that sort of thing, a horse leg or a goat leg, that's typically how you can sort of identify which animal they're based on. But figure drawing and life drawing are very useful skills. I don't know, do y'all have life drawing classes here? Does anybody do that? So, has anybody taken one? Yeah, okay, so did you have just typically it's like a model, a nude model, right, or a clothed model, a draped model, or a still life, something like that, and then you do some short drawings of it first, and then you work up, so you do very, very short ones, and then you sort of work up to longer and longer ones. So I'm going to do a little exercise here, if this is okay. These are some great, I don't know, oh, here we go. I'm going to dare to do this. Oh, God, I don't want to break things. I'm breaking it. Toby, help. Oh, here we go. It's this one. Line of action. Okay, I found it. Okay, thank you. Sorry. And then this is my other tab, yeah? Yeah. Okay, good. I don't want to. Okay, my first time using a computer. Okay, here's a site. I feel that a live model is more helpful. When I do it, I like to change positions. So I'm obnoxious. I'll go draw the model, and then I'll move around to another angle and draw from the same pose just to see if I can sort of create a consistency here. But these are some great sites that you can find, and of course, happy to share this in PDF form if you wish, but you can select what sort of type of model that you want to use, and some of them have sort of action to them. And then you can set some intervals. So I'm going to set an interval of 10 seconds each, and you have to start drawing. Okay, ready? And I'm just going to let it go. And you don't have a lot of time, okay? You only have 10 seconds to do these, okay? So what I want you to do is I really want you to make sure that you do the whole character, okay? So don't start at the head and then be working on the ears when the 10 seconds is up, okay? So your job is to work. I would encourage you to draw from the inside out. Draw a stick figure and then begin to build mass on top of that, okay? So are you ready? I'm just gonna go ahead and start it. Let me agree to that, and I'll start. Are y'all ready? It should go. Okay, I'll do 10 seconds. Okay, are you going? Are you drawing? I'll just let this go for just a second. Where's some I put some paper down by you, Rune. Where is it? So somebody got it. Okay, there you go. Did you get it? Did you do the first 10 seconds? Okay, cool. Are you on to the next one? Chop, chop. Let's go. Oh, my. Is that me? These are from my photos. It's when I was younger. Okay. Yeah. It's pretty good. Most of the time, you know, these photos can be pretty good, but most of the time people are just standing there. And, you know, in a lot of these games, there's action. People are, whatever, jumping and leaping and dodging and hiding. There you go. And so if you're standing there, no matter what pose you're in, you're going to be balanced, right? But when we walk, even when we walk, we're essentially sort of falling each time. There is this off balance that happens. And so drawing balance is good, but if you're trying to do action, you also want to try to figure out how to draw things that are in motion. And this can be, you're going to have to find, there are some sites that sort of do this. They'll have sort of action stuff. Y'all are doing so good. Are you drawing? Okay, cool. You hanging in there? Okay, turning pages. That's what I like to see. Okay. I'll stop. What time is it? Okay, I have till 5:15, right? Okay. All right. Oh, there's one of Rune. Some Viking, some Norwegian. There we go. Okay, I'll stop there. Let me come down here. So how did that go? Was that fun? Yeah. Okay, good. A little hard. Good, good. Back to it. Okay. I can't wait to see those. Great. Okay, where's this? I will. You have to turn them in. I'll be counting. Yeah, so these are gesture drawings. A gesture drawing, a work of art defined by rapid execution. So I think a lot of times we get hung up on the details. That's not the way to draw. If you have something that's not weighted properly, if you have something that doesn't feel dynamic, no matter how nicely you do the hair and the lighting and the shadow, it's not going to work out. And as I said, now there are tools that allow you to take a very simple sort of stick figure sketch and say, now, would you please draw it realistically? You know, so, but they don't do this part. They don't do the sort of underlying sketch part very well. So we still have some agency in that system. Here's another book, Drawn to Life. And this was actually just collected posthumously from some lectures by a guy named Walt Stanchfield. He was also a Disney animator. And it's great. There's 2 volumes, really good books. And he has this great quote, draw ideas, not things, actions, not poses, gestures, not anatomical structures. And he really is sort of the expressiveness of animation is key to him. So I include an animated GIF of Ratigan, I believe, from The Great Mouse Detective, only because it's I believe, the first Disney movie that incorporates 2D and CGI as well. So just a sort of little trivia fact there. So anyway, also Young Sherlock Holmes, remember that one had CGI as well. I guess Sherlock Holmes stuff is in the air. So the other thing to think about with characters that's sort of fun is shape language. And automobiles are really helpful in this regard and lots of things that are designed. I have an exercise with my students. It's called Robot Army. And we can do sort of a small version of this. So given these 3 shapes, round things, squarey things, and pointy things, can you construct a series of little robots using one DOM? So you pick one. I'll pick a square shape. and make a series of little robots using only sort of rectilinear shapes, right? Right angles, squares, and rectangles must be sort of dominant in there. And the exercise that I give them that I won't give you today is that I give them 30 minutes to do 30 different robots, but they have to maintain that shape language throughout. And this is, first of all, it's a great way to keep kids quiet if you're babysitting. But the other thing that you do, what you'll learn is you'll do the first few, it'll feel very natural, and then it will become more and more of a challenge as time goes on to produce the next robot, right? To innovate on that robot. And also it's great if you do a whole class, then you count how many people are in the class. Everybody comes down and puts their robots on the floor, and then you get to say something like, look, we just did 300 robots. So you'll make a lot of content, and that has a way of sort of bringing the class together, right? We all worked on the robots together. So I included some imagery from characters and automobiles, so if you think about a VW Bug, it's very fun, right? It's not a dangerous car necessarily, like it's designed to sort of take advantage of these sort of round shapes, bean shapes, and cute characters really sort of lean into this. And they play with proportion a lot, the size of the eyes, the size of the head versus the body. There's a lot of literature on how to do cute and villainous. And I don't have a slide for it, but probably the best resource for that is a blog by John Crickfalusi, and he was the person who created Ren and Stimpy, and he's written quite a bit on how to create characters with appeal and sort of distinguish from other things. It's an older blog, but it's definitely worth reading. And then you see the square shapes. These commonly look very man-made. It's rare to find sort of square shapes in nature. And so the rectilinear quality feels very stable. We know our structures are, so a Volvo is a very safe car. It's very boxy looking. Optimus Prime is a very reliable sort of guy, right? He's boxy looking versus, what's his name? Who's the bad guy? Bowser. Who's the bad Transformer? Thank you. Thank you. Look how spiky he is. Yeah, it escaped me for a moment. Wall-E. Wall-E's interesting. He has square body because of utility, but his eyes are round, so he's a very sympathetic character in that regard. So he's sort of... The X-Wing I included, when it's flying along, it's rectilinear shape, but when it goes into battle mode, it becomes pointy, right? It changes its sort of shape language just a little bit. And villains, of course, are sort of recognizably kind of pointy looking. And you'll see mixes of things as well. Bugs Bunny has some cute qualities, but then his ears and his teeth are sort of sharp as well because he has an edge to him, right? So anyway, this idea of shape language or line language can be really helpful, right? You have a couple of characters. You think about how can I read these characters very quickly, right? One of them may have a sort of angular language. One of them may have sort of a sweeping curve to them, and this helps at any point to identify them on the screen. We know that often in video games, especially in esports, you need to make very quick decisions about what you're seeing, and so that can be something to look for or to put in your own work if you are developing towards that as well. So another thing that we talk about in animation that can be helpful to further, so if you imagine, I'm going to draw the character, anatomy, and figure drawing, but then I'm like, no, forget about that. Just do the gestures, right? Just do it as quickly as possible and focus on, sort of capturing the essence of it and not worrying about the details. Just an even further reduction is something called line of action. And line of action in physics is, of course, the line of applied force. But in animation, it's sort of usually drawn along the spine there, and it kind of defines the character. So here you can see from Disney Christmas Carol there, some lines sort of leaning over each other, right? Or creating sort of a tension between Scrooge and, what's the guy? Dang it, Mickey Mouse's character. And there he is sort of straightening up. Anyway, line of action is a great way to even further sort of capture the essence of the character, especially in expressions. It's not just gesture, but it really is about them moving into it. They're leaning back, they're sort of falling into it. So there you can see line of action. And there's some recommendations about silhouettes as well, which is sort of an important point. So especially if you're doing side fighting games and things like that, where the silhouette is highly controlled. In 3D, it's a little harder to control the silhouette, right? So you might use other sort of things like color and sort of animation as well to sort of identify different characters. Anyway, I want to talk about line of action there. One of my favorite sort of artists that's not very well known is a sports cartoonist named Willard Mullen. And doing sports is very action-oriented. And so Willard Mullen would actually draw the throw first. He would draw the verb, as you can see in that left-hand slide, and then begin to build the character on top of the motion itself, which is an interesting way of drawing. And you can see how expressive, his figures are, his cartoons are. And this is, when is 19, I can't read it, 41, it's too blurry or something like that. So perhaps even earlier. The Willard Mullen and sports cartoons are kind of a good resource for doing expressive drawing as well, because they're always doing action, action, action. Okay, so the grand finale. Okay, so this is, and throughout this, I've been telling you how to draw worse and worse and worse, right? So first, you do the figure life drawing, and then you do the gesture, and then the line of action. Now I want you will need a clean piece of paper here for this one, and a drawing instrument, and you will need somebody to sit next to, okay? So if you're not sitting next to somebody, you'll need a partner, okay? So you can do 3 people, I guess. You can form a triad, but it's easier with 2, okay? So is everybody ready? We're going to do this very quickly. You got to sit right next to them. Go close to them. You're about to fall in love is what's about to happen. So okay. Okay. Okay, there you go. All right. Okay. So there's a type of drawing called a blind contour drawing. Do you know what that is? It's supposed to be blank because blind. A blind contour drawing. So what I want you to do, I'll tell you what to do. I want you to turn to the person next to you, and they need to be facing you as well. I don't know how y'all are going to do that. You'll have 3. So. You have to look right in their face. They can't be looking away. I guess you could look at the side of them. Okay, you looking? Okay. Okay, yes, pick a person. Okay, now I want you to look at that person, and I want you to draw them, but I do not want you to lift your pencil or pen or whatever off the piece of paper, and I do not want you to look at the piece of paper at all, okay? You have to stare right in their eyes. Okay, I'll do you. You have to stare right in their eyes, and you may not look at your piece of paper, and you may not lift your instrument off the piece of paper, and I want you to draw them, okay? And okay, go. Why are you drawing me? You already did it. Do him. Okay, there, yeah, y'all do him. I want to see 2 profiles of him. So, no, and you may not quit until I tell you. Once you've finished, then you have to go back and do the beard and the glasses and the teeth and the ears and all the detail. Backwards. Okay, you're starting over. Starting over. Okay. Remember, there will be no looking down. I'm not moving. I shouldn't be moving. Are you looking at them? Who are you looking at? Yeah. Okay. Okay. You got to look out the corner of your eyes at her. Are you looking at her? You look at her. You look right at them. More. What's going on down here? Okay, in a sec. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 All right, we can stop. For me, I want to take a look at, we're going to take a look in a second. I have had the great pleasure of working in the game industry for some years, and it is so fun. The thing about esports that Rune and Toby turned me on to was a revelation, because I had spent decades of my life thinking about the game, and they made me turn the chair around and start looking at the players. And that humanized this whole thing in a really beautiful way. So I'm gonna cry. And I just, I really appreciate coming to things like this, and all of you are involved in it. And I know there's all this incredible research and cognition, whatever. For me, it's AI proof because it's people. That's the subject of all this. And so that's why I had to draw each other, because it's a very human discipline, and I really appreciate that. So why don't we bring our drawings up to the front, and we'll put them here on the ground so we can see how everybody did, so if that's okay. And then we'll be done, and then I'm done. Okay, this is the last thing we got to do. Yeah, come on up here. Bring up all the drawings. I want to see them all. Come on.
Bring up all the drawings.
Yeah,
He does this every year, and he promises not to publish without consent.
Sure. Let's put them on the ground. I want to see them. Lay them out. I want to see it all. I want to see. Oh, yes, I love it. I love it. Look at that.
No looking, straight up. Is that good?
That's good, dude. That's really
that's
good.
good.
So I'm going to take credit for that. That's really good. Let's see them. Hey, oh, man, y'all. I'm going to,
an unscripted cigarette.
any picture of me I'm keeping. I like it. Yeah, that looks great. Let's put it all down there. Okay, yeah. That looks like me. You captured it. There you go.
Unnskyld at jeg ikke har tid ennå, det har vært litt hektisk, og så skal jeg ha med noen middager med tjenesten og sånn greier.
Nice. I know. I hope they draw. That's, is that revenge for getting them to draw you? There's some pictures of you, too.
I never saw them.
Oh, I have them. I have them all. So I'm making an animated GIF.
So if everybody could just leave everything on the ground and then step back a little bit, just leave them, because I want to do some of the final words.
Okay.
Again, the final words. And then you can take pictures of them and everything afterwards. Ben promises not to take them away until everyone is satisfied.
Only my
and gotten
favorites.
Pictures. And then if somebody needs it back, they can come pick it up. If not, we will make sure that it will be destructed before it's published anywhere.
I ended up taking him home last time.
Yeah.
They're in my office.
Well, and you should see his office. It looks like the cave of some crazy scientist.
I would love to add your drawings to it. So.
Yeah. Is he allowed to take them home and put them in his office with all the others from last year?
Sure.
Yeah.
If you leave it, I'll take it.
Yeah, and he will take good care of it. It's amazing what's in. When you die, there's going to be archaeologists in that office.
Yes,
Yeah.
there's a lot of junk in there.
Yep,
so.
there is, but also a lot of cool stuff. Well, Ben, thank you for this, and also thank you for showing a little bit of a different perspective. Everything is about video games and stuff like that. You're looking at the sort of like the raw human element into it, and I love the way that you were saying towards the end that this is not about AIs or anything. They can do whatever they want, but there will be always a human aspect into it, because it has to be what we call human-centered thinking, And this is what games are all about, and this is what esports is all about. So it's a wonderful way of showing that no matter how many technical people we have and how many labs we have, it all comes down to the people. So thank you very much for that. And we have a gift for you that Toby has used a lot of time purchasing.
Every year harder for him?
Yes, because he's here so often that we don't have any more junk left. So we're going to actually have to buy proper gifts soon. Just a couple of handy information. There is a barbecue starting in 48 minutes, and it's been really good the last 2 years. I know there's a Texan that said that the steak last year was almost as good as the one he got in Texas.
Okay, who?
But there's a little bit of different, you will be given all the instructions from Elizabeth about that, but it starts at 6 o'clock, and you then will also be allowed to have alcoholic beverages if you are over the age of 18, and it's allowed. It is the same thing. I've spoken to our local bar, and they will also open the doors at 6 o'clock, and you're all invited. there is poker night on Tuesdays, so there are 2 floors. One that is just for talking and everything, and the other element has poker. And according to Norwegian,
Own game night.
yeah, huh?
We have our own game.
Yeah, there's also a game night here, but I'm talking a little later. They start a little later
Yeah,
here.
but you said they start at 6.
Oh yeah. The bar opens at 6. The poker night doesn't start till 10 later on. So don't worry about that. And according to Norwegian law, you're only allowed to spend $15, so 150 Norwegian kroner. Otherwise, it is against the law. So it is not anything illegal or anything like that. It's perfectly legit. So we're talking about gambling here. It's a little bit different than in Vegas. In Vegas, it's $25. And after that, we have the program for tomorrow, and everything should be fine. And John, this barbecue has meat. So it was a little bit of a thing. UNSW last year when we had the Academic Esports World Tournament, that's a vegetarian campus, and people from Mississippi need meat. We found that out after a couple of days. So I can use that as the last final remark, because it was so bad at one point that they actually had to run out of the campus to get food, so they got proteins. Otherwise, they probably would not have made it here today. So, but thank you for a wonderful day. Thank you for a wonderful session. And tomorrow, Sky is opening up with a keynote that everybody should listen to. And we're looking forward to hearing you in the morning. The barbecue is on at 6. Enjoy yourself and enjoy the summit for the last days as well.